stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. India.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A global namaste and a very warm welcome to all the viewers around the globe from me, Meena Trivedi, and the entire team of Healing Our Earth. Good morning, good afternoon, and a very good evening for all of you from wherever you are joining us. Today is Hanuman Jayanti special. Just before I commence today's Hanuman Jayanti special, let's chant Gayatri Mantra, a universal prayer. This is our 72nd event at Healing Our Earth. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturevarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturevarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturevarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah शांति शांति। As I said earlier, today is Hanuman Jayanti special. This program is to pray for the coronavirus pandemic to end throughout the world, especially in India, as the situation there is extremely serious. Today, join us collectively, share and receive powerful blessings from Lord Hanuman, and get strength and protection from coronavirus on this special occasion. And on this special occasion of Hanuman Jayanti, I am going to sing a few bhajans and some kirtans for you all. But before we start, I'm going to sing Ram Stuti to begin with. आदो राम तपोवनादि गमनम् हत्वा मृगम् काञ्चनम् वैदेही हरणम् जटायुमरणम् सुग्रीवसम्भाषणम् वालीने ग्रहणम् समुद्रतरणम् लङ्कापुरी दाहनम् पश्चात् रावण कुम्भकर्णम् हनम्। एतत् श्रीरामायणम् एतत् श्रीरामायणम् एतत् श्रीरामायणम्। And now the first bhajan. हे दुख भंजन मारुति नंदन सुन लो मेरी पुकार पवन सुत बिनती बारंबार। हे दुख भंजन मारुति नंदन सुन लो मेरी पुकार पवन सुत बिनती बारंबार पवन सुत बिनती बारंबार। हे दुख भंजन मारुति नंदन सुन लो मेरी पुकार पवन सुत बिनती बारंबार पवन सुत बिनती बारंबार। अष्ट सिद्धि नव निधि के दाता अष्ट सिद्धि नव निधि के दाता दुखियों के तुम भाग्य विधाता दुखियों के तुम भाग्य सुत विनती बारंबार। हे दुख भंजन मारुति नंदन, सुन लो मेरी पुकार, पवन सुत विनती बारंबार। जपू निरंतर नाम तुम्हारा, जपू निरंतर नाम तिहारा। अब नहीं छोड़ू तेरा द्वारा, अब नहीं छोड़ू तेरा द्वारा। राम भक्त मोहे शरण मिली जो, राम भक्त मोहे शरण मिली जो। भव सागर से तार, पवन सुत विनती बारंबार, पवन सुत विनती बारंबार। हे दुख भंजन मारुति नंदन, सुन लो मेरी पुकार, पवन सुत विनती बारंबार, पवन सुत विनती बारंबार, पवन सुत विनती Jai Ho Bajrang Bali ki. And the next bhajan that comes is Mangal Bhavan Amangal Hari, Ram Siya Ram Siya Ram। हो मंगल भवन अमंगल हारी, हो मंगल भवन अमंगल हारी। द्रवहु सुदशरथ अजीर बिहारी, राम सिया राम जय जय राम राम, राम सिया राम जय जय राम। होए है वही जो राम रचि राखा, को सब संताराम सिया राम जय जय राम 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 सिया राम जय जय राम राम सिया राम जय जय राम 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 सिया राम जय जय राम. And the next bhajan that I have got for you all is Chale Hanuman Yahan Aaye, Shri Ram Ji ki धून मचाए. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. धून मचाए ऐसी धून मचाए, धून मचाए ऐसी धून मचाए. सुन कर आए रघुराए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. भक्त जनों का घर पावन करवा, भक्त जनों का घर पावन करवा. आवो आवो निरखुराए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. आवो आवो निरखुराए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. गंगा जी आए, जमुना जी आए, गंगा जी आए और जमुना जी आए. त्रिवेणी संगम आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. त्रिवेणी संगम आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. दास जनों की यही है विनंती, दास जनों की यही है विनंती. चरण कमल बलिहारी, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. चरण कमल बलिहारी, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. धूम मचाए, धूम मचाए, ऐसी धूम मचाए, चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धूम मचाए, चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धूम मचाए, श्री राम जी की धूम मचाए, श्री राम जी की धूम मचाए. Thank you, Girish Bhai, for clapping. And now, before I invite our next host of Healing Our Earth, I would like to sing Hanuman Chalisa. So please, everybody, join me. Shri Guru Charan Saroj Raja निज मन मुकुर सुधारी, बरनहु रघुवर बिमल जसु, जो दायक फल चारि, बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके, सुमिरो पवन कुमार, बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि, हरहु कलेश विकार. जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर, राम दूत अतुलित बल धामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा. महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी, कंचन वरन विराज सुवेशा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा, हाथ वज्र ध्वजा बिराजे, कांधे मूंज जनेऊ साजे, शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन. विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करिबे को आतुर, प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया, सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सियहि दिखावा, विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा, भीम रूप धरि असुर संहारे, रामचंद्र के काज सवारे. लायस जीवन लखन जियाए, श्री रघुवीर हरषि उर लाए, जम कुबेर दिगपाल जहाते, कवि कोविद कहि सकै कहाते। तुम उपकार सुग्रीवहि कीन्हा, राम मिलाय राजपद दीन्हा। तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना। जुग सहस्र जो जन पर भानु, लील्योताहि मधुर फल जानु। प्रभु मुद्रिका मेल मुख माहि, जलधि लांघि गए अचरज नाहि। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हरे तेते। राम दुआरे तुम रखवारे, होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे। सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना। आपन तेज समारो आपे, तीनों लोक हांकते कांपे। भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे। नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमंत पीरा। संकट से हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम बचन ध्यान जो लावे। सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा। और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे, सोही अमित जीवन फल पावे। चारों जुग परताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा। साधु संत के तुम रखवारे, असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे। अष्ट सिद्धि नवनिधि के दाता, असवर दीन जानकी माता। राम रसायन तुम्हरे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा। तुम्हरे भजन राम को भावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे। अंत काल रघुवर पुर जाई, जो यह पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा होय सिद्धि साखी गौरी सा तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा कीजे नाथ हृदय महाडेरा कीजे नाथ हृदय महाडेरा पवन तनय संकट हरणं मंगलमूर्ति रूप राम लखन सीता सहित हृदय बसौ सुर भूप। Shri Bajrangbali ki jai. So this was Hanuman Chalisa. And now I would like to invite our next host, and that is Sarita Menon ji. A few words about Sarita ji before I invite her. Sarita is the managing director of Indus, a printing company based in Elstree. Prior to that, she ran a training business which followed a career in the travel sector. Sarita is an NLP master practitioner and started her spiritual journey several years ago when she joined the Art of Living Foundation and is now a teacher who conducts various well-being courses, including breathing techniques, meditation, and yoga. Global Namaste, Sarita ji.
Namaste, Meenaji. What a kind introduction. Thank you very much. But you know what? Before you go, let me tell the people, our lovely audience, about you as well. So Meenaji is our resident singer, in case you hadn't guessed. But besides being a singer, Meenaji is also a performer and a music teacher. And she is trained in Indian classical music and specializes in Bollywood songs, bhajans, ghazals, and ras garba. Now, Meenaji has performed for various prestigious events and in very many diverse venues, including the iconic Trafalgar Square in London. And you know what, Meenaji, thank you very much for your lovely singing. Your devotion was just flowing through your music. So thank you very much for coming here today, and thank you once again.
Thank you so much.
And Namaste Globe, and a very warm and loving welcome to all our viewers and listeners. Now, you know what? A lot of people have asked me through the years, through the months, what is the mission of Healing Our Earth? And our mission is very simple. It's to promote happier, more peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment. And to do that, what do? Of course, we bring free online events every Sunday to spread love, to bring unity, to create harmony, and share happiness during this very challenging Corona era. Now, did you all know that today is our 72nd event? Imagine 72nd event by Healing Our Earth. And if you wish to participate or contribute in any way, shape, or form, please feel free to contact us through our website and through the WhatsApp number on our website. So, what is Hanuman Jayanti? Hanuman Jayanti is the day when our Lord Hanuman was born. And what is he? He's the god of strength, of resilience, and courage. And he was born on the 27th of April this year. So to commemorate that, today is a very special Hanuman Jayanti online program. And what do we do for this program? We pray for the coronavirus pandemic to end throughout the world, of course. And a special mention and a special prayer to the people in India, because the situation there is unfortunately pretty serious. So please join us collectively to share and receive powerful blessings from Lord Hanuman and to pray for the world to receive courage, strength, and protection from this coronavirus on this very special occasion. What are our upcoming programs? Next Sunday, which is the 2nd of May, we have Celebrating Dance, which is to commemorate International World Dance Day Special. And on the 9th of May, the Sunday after that, is an Ayurveda cooking special. And Sunday, the 16th of May, which is the Sunday after that, is a wellness and healthy lifestyle for all the family. Isn't that amazing? We've got a fantastic lineup for you. So we know that you're all watching, and we're going to do our best to make it the most effective for all of you. And as you know, we broadcast live on our Healing Our Earth website, but also on FB, YouTube, Twitter, and various other channel partners. So please share, like, subscribe, and follow us on all these different social media channels. And of course, a big thank you to all our channel partners. Now, all participants, guests, speakers, and volunteers associated with Healing Our Earth are contributing their time and efforts totally voluntarily. So none of us get paid for any of this. On behalf of our producer, director, and the whole Healing Our Earth team, thank you to all the guest speakers and performers, and of course to you, the wonderful global audience of Healing Our Earth. So let me go to our next performer, that is Rupa Soni. Rupa Soni is a professional singer and versatile in a variety of different genres of music, including Bollywood bhajans and bhangaras. She has performed in many countries, including America, India, Australia, Canada, and the Fiji Islands. Now, during the COVID crisis, Rupa has been singing through social media, including Facebook and Instagram, and connects with people across the globe. She is also a radio presenter at EVA FM. Namaste and welcome to Healing Our Earth, Rupaji.
Namaste. That was so lovely, and you're looking so beautiful as usual. So namaste, Gopal, namaste to everyone. Yes, and today we celebrate this special Hanuman Jayanti, and as you can see, Hanuman Dada is already biraj here. It's been saying that whenever you do Hanuman Chalisa, like what Minaji did, and it was wonderful singing, Minaji. Like whenever you sing Hanuman Chalisa, Hanuman Dada always sit there in front of you. That's what I have been heard from elder people, you know. So that was so wonderful. As we can see nowadays, it's so bad all over the world, especially in India. I mean, every 4 minutes, people just die. And let's pray, especially to all this global world, to everyone, and especially to India, which it's so bad. So I'm going to do a few lines for, you know, just a small prayers. I hope it's okay. तेरी है ज़मीं, तेरा आसमां, तू बड़ा मेहरबान, तू बख्शिश कर, सभी का है तू, सभी तेरे, खुदा मेरे, तू बख्शिश कर. तेरी है ज़मीं, तेरा आसमां, तू बड़ा मेहरबान, तू बख्शिश कर, सभी का तू, सभी दे, खुदा मेरे, तू बख्शिश कर. तेरी है ज़मीं, तेरा आसमां, तू बड़ा मेहरबान, तू बख्शिश कर. तेरे हम, तेरे सब, तू बड़ा मेहरबान, तू बख्शिश कर. So I hope everything become normal, especially in India, which is really bad. So I'm going to do a very beautiful version, which is Bajrangi Tujhe Manao, Sindur Laga Laga Ke. Bajrangi Tujhe Manao, Sindur Laga Laga Ke. Bajrangi
श्रीराम ने तुझे मनाया, लक्ष्मण ने तुझे मनाया, सीता ने तुझे मनाया, लंका में जाके सीता ने तुझे मनाया, लंका में जाके बजरंगी तुझे मनाया, सिंदूर लगा लगा के तेरा दर्शन में पाऊं, ताली बजा बजा के ब्रह्मा ने तुझे बनाया, विष्णु ने तुझे बनाया, ब्रह्मा ने तुझे बनाया, ब्रह्मा ने तुझे बनाया, विष्णु ने तुझे बनाया, शंकर ने तुझे बनाया, डमरू बजा बजा के शंकर ने तुझे बनाया, डमरू बजा बजा के बजरंगी तुझे बनाया, सिंदूर लगा लगा के तेरा दर्शन में तो पाऊं, ताली बजा बजा के देवों ने तुझे मनाया, ऋषियों ने तुझे मनाया, देवों ने तुझे मनाया, देवों ने तुझे मनाया, ऋषियों ने तुझे मनाया, नारद ने तुझे मनाया, वीणा बजा बजा के नारद ने तुझे मनाया, वीणा बजा बजा के बजरंगी तुझे मनाया, सिंदूर लगा लगा के तेरा दर्शन में तो पाऊं, ताली बजा बजा के प्रभु ने तुझे मनाया, संतों ने तुझे मनाया, भक्तों ने तुझे मनाया, संतों ने तुझे मनाया, भक्तों ने तुझे मनाया, बाबू ने तुझे मनाया, कथा सुना सुना के बाबू ने तुझे मनाया, कथा सुना के बजरंगी तुझे मनाया, ताली बजा बजा के तेरा दर्शन में तो पाऊं, सिंदूर लगा लगा के ताली बजा बजा के वीणा बजा बजा के कथा सुना सुना के बजरंगी 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 तुझे मनाया, सिंदूर लगा लगा के तेरा दर्शन में तो पाऊं, ताली बजा बजा के बजरंगी तुझे मनाया, सिंदूर लगा लगा। Jai Bajrang. Thank you. There's another lovely bhajan. लौट गया, लौट गया, लौट गया, लौट गया हनुमान तुम्हें श्री राम बुलाते हैं, आप लौट गया हनुमान तुम्हें श्री राम बुलाते हैं, जानकी के बसने तुम्हें प्राण तुम्हें श्री राम बुलाते, लौट किया हनुमान तुम्हें श्री राम बुलाते, लंका जला के तुम्हें खबर सिया की, पर्वत उठा के सच्ची बनाए तुमने लखन जी बचाए, हे बजरंग बली बलवान,
हे बजरंग बली भगवान तुम्हें हम याद दिलाते हैं। आप लौट किया हनुमान तुम्हें श्री राम बुलाते हैं। पहले था रावण एक ही था, जिसको प्रभु ने संहारा। पहले था रावण एक ही धरा पे, जिसको प्रभु ने संभाला। तुम्हें सवारे सीता जलसा, प्रभु को दिया था सहारा। जग में बिरसू जान श्री हनुमान तुम्हें बुलाते हैं। आप लौट किया हनुमान तुम्हें श्री राम बुलाते हैं। हे राम जी बिन तेरे अधूरे अजनी अजन में पाया। भक्तों के कर को पुकारे, आजा गगन के तुम्हारे। करनी जगता कल्याण, करनी जगता कल्याण तुम्हें श्री राम बुलाते हैं। आप लौट किया हनुमान तुम्हें श्री राम बुलाते हैं। आप लौट किया हनुमान। जय बजरंगबली।
Jai Bajrangbali. That's beautiful, Rupaji.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. Thank
Rupaji,
you so
just so you know, there seems to be a little problem with your volumes. It's sort of going in and out, just so you know. So maybe you can do something to rectify that. But otherwise, it's absolutely beautiful.
Okay. Is it destroying?
Just fluctuating, that's all. No problem at all. Don't worry about that, Rupaji. Actually, you know what? Let me call, if you can sort of just have a look at your volume and see what you can do about that. In the meanwhile, let me call on another guest. That is Girish Ji. Now, Girish Ji is the founder, Girish Jogia Ji is the founder of Sri Ganesh Bhajan Group. And with the blessings of Ma Saraswati, the group has been performing live for the last 10 years. And performances include Bhakti Sangeet, bhajans for all occasions, Hanuman Chalisa, golden oldies from Bollywood, mehfils, karaoke, Garba Sangeet night, and live singing during wedding ceremonies. So during this pandemic, they have featured many, many times on Healing Our Earth. Namaste, Girish Ji.
Namaste, namaste. First of all, my humble pranam to my lovely sister Sarita ji. Koti koti pranam. कैसे हैं आप? नमस्कार.
मैं ठीक हूँ, आप कैसे हैं?
बहुत बहुत हनुमान जी की कृपा से absolutely ace.
Fantastic. Just what we'd like to hear. And even better, want to hear your lovely voice, please.
Thank you, Sarita ji. It's been lovely to see you after a long time, you know.
It has.
And thank you so much for such a wonderful, wonderful, very warm introduction. I really appreciate my humble pranam to you. My humble pranam to you. So here we are today on a very, very special occasion, which is Shri Hanuman Jayanti. Today we are seeking Shri Hanuman Ji with a global, being everyone together collectively. And of course, the Healing Our Earth family who are here today on this special occasion, praying during this coronavirus pandemic. We are asking Shri Hanuman Ji Maharaj to bring the Sanjeevani and give us a freedom and come to the end of this pandemic so the whole world can come to normal. But especially all the people who are in India today are suffering extremely seriously. We are so helpless, but we are not helpless. Through Hanuman Chalisa, through the prayer, with all of us together, I'm sure Hanumanji Maharaj will listen to our prayer and bring the Sanjeevani and bring the courage, strength, protection, and keep us out of this coronavirus. And that's all we are going to do today. Pray to Hanumanji Maharaj on this special occasion on the Hanuman Jayanti. So let us start with a beautiful stuti of Sri Ram. Hanumanji Maharaj always loved this stuti, which was very, very close to his heart. So we're going to start with that and then we'll do a couple of bhajans. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Jai Shri Ram. Jai Shri Hanumanji Maharaj ki Jai Ho. Lokabhiramam. Sound good? Thank you. Ranarangadhiram Rajivanetam Raghuvanshanatham Karanyarupam Karunakarantam Shri Ramachandram Sharanam Prabhate Manojvam Marutulya Vegam Jitendriyam Buddhimanata Varishtam Vatasmanam Vanar Yuthamukyam Shri Ram Dutam Sharanam Prabhate Rajivanayam Dhare धनुषायक भगत विपते भंजन सुखदायक मंगल भवन अमंगल हारी मंगल भवन अमंगल हारी द्रवहुष दशरथ अजर बिहारी जनक सुता जग जननी जानकी अतिशय प्रिय करुणा निधान की श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम ताके जुग गद कमल मनाऊ जाश कृपा निर्मल मति पाऊ महावीर बिनबू हनुमाना राम जशु जश आप वखाना सिया राम में सब जग जानी करहु प्रणाम जोरी जुग पानी मंगल भवन Hari. बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा माता जेना अंजनी ने पिता पावन देवा माता जेना अंजनी ने पिता पावन देवा ओ बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा ओ बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा तेल चढ़े सिंदूर चढ़े और चढ़े मेवा तेल चढ़े सिंदूर चढ़े और चढ़े मेवा बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा लंका बाड़ी वाटी उजाड़ी माता जी ने सोधी लाव्या लंका बाड़ी वाटी उजाड़ी माता जी ने सोधी लाव्या बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा भाव दीदो भक्ति दीदी राम मंदिर नी रक्षा की दी भाव दीदी भक्ति दीदी राम मंदिर नी रक्षा की बजरंगी रे हो बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा खाली जाव्या कौन कामे जब बोलो तब सीताराम खाली जीवे कोने काम जब बोलो भाई सीताराम बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा माता जेना अंजनी ने पिता पावन देवा माता जेना अंजनी ने पिता पावन देवा हो बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा भक्तों ने तारो आश्रो राम भक्ति लेवा भक्तों ने तारो आश्रो राम भक्ति लेवा बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा माता जेना अंजनी ने पिता पावन देवा माता जेना अंजनी ने पिता पावन देवा हो बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा तेल चढ़े सिंदूर चढ़े और चढ़े मेवा तेल चढ़े सिंदूर चढ़े और चढ़े मेवा सब साथ में गाए बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा बजरंगी रे हो पवन सुत देवा बोलिए श्री हनुमान जी महाराज की जय
Namaste, Guruji. Thank you very much. That was absolutely beautiful. And of course, you are coming later in the day as well, right? So I'm sure our audience are going to be glued to listen to your fantastic high energy bhajans. Thank you very much for being here.
Sarita ji, today as we are all praying to our dearest divine Lord to bring the coronavirus to the end, may I kindly, if there is a time, can I do this small prayer if it's okay?
Not right at the moment,
Later on.
because we've got our next guest ready, but
Sure.
a little later, yes, please.
100%. बोलिए श्री रामचंद्र भगवान की
Jai.
श्री हनुमान जी महाराज की
Jai.
हरी हरी. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and namaste again. Unfortunately, I think Rupaji's sort of dropped out as well. But again, she will be back at 7 p.m. as well for the audience who are waiting to hear from her. And also, you can actually see us all live on Rupa's Sony FB page as well. And on to our next guest, Sri Hemang Bhai. Sri Hemang Bhai is a Hindu priest from London, a speaker, and a spiritual guide. He was born in a family of Hindu Brahmin priests and began studying the Vedic scriptures in an ashram, in a hermitage, basically, and learned to conduct ceremonies there in India. Now, he loves to share the divine wisdom of our Vedic culture, especially the message of Lord Rama. Today, he's going to talk a bit about the dedication and the duty of Hanumanji for bringing this special medicine and helping Lakshmanji. So, Namaste, Hanumanji, and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Namaste, Sarita Behan. It's so very kind of you. Thank you very much. First of all, I have to say you got an infectious smile. It's very nice. And आप जब हंसती हैं बहन तो आप दिल से हंसती हैं. You can make it out very good. And you got passion for seva. Well done, Mara Behan. We are very thankful to people like you and my dear brother Nil Kumar and the whole team of Healing Our Earth, putting their hard work together to bring divinity, positivity, and love for the wider world. So, great work. We are very proud of you. Thank you. Now, going ahead towards the topic that we have today, Sri Hanumanji bringing Sanjeevani Booty. There are a lot of understandings in our life, and that's very important to get here and to get our perspective. Hanumanji Maharaj, according to our scriptures, he is Amar. Amar means not dying. Now, how do we know that? There should be some proof for it, right? Otherwise, you can just say anything and get away with it. So, let me put a nice meaning for that, and then we will work towards the Sanjeevani, how that affects us and how can we bring it together. So, most of you know Hanuman Chalisa, right? And then there is Chaupai there, Dohas. अष्ट सिद्धि नवनिधि के दाता असबर दीन जानकी माता. अष्ट सिद्धि and नवनिधि के दाता, असबर दीन. Now the important sentence comes. Janaki Mata, Mother Mata Sita, when she sees Hanumanji bringing the message of Sri Ram, she becomes so happy that she gives all the blessings possible to Hanumanji, all the Ashtasiddhi and Navanidhi. Basically, she gives everything away as blessings to him. And she says, Beta tu amar ho ja, may you never die. And he says, Mataji, thank you for the blessings, but that's not good enough for me. I need something more. And so she says, what else can I give you? I have made you untouchable. Nobody can destroy you now. Means I've made you invincible. And that's what happened. If you see the Ramayana epic, Hanumanji's tail was covered with oil and tried to burn, but he couldn't get burned because of Mataji's Ashirwad. Tu Amar ho ja beta. And he became Amar. Now, what proof do we have that he is Amar today in front of you and me just now? Well, the proof is very simple. If you are looking for physical proof, very easy. You go to India and visit cities and country lanes and whatnot. You will see more temples of Hanumanji than Lord Rama temple. Did you know that? Yes, you'll find more Hanuman temples in India than Lord Rama temples. If you do mathematics, total how many temples, you'll see more Hanumanji temples. And he is Amar in that sense that he is living in our hearts and minds. Like you see some photos depicting that Ramji used to live in his heart. How can a painter show that? Painter can show it by painting Hanumanji by showing his chest with Ramji in it, isn't it? That's an easy depiction for a painter. Well, that's the same thing. Today we are thinking of Hanumanji and he lives in our heart. So, in a figurative speech way, we can say he lives in all our hearts. He is everywhere. So, what happens is the moment somebody goes out of your mind, then they are dead. Until then, they are not dead. Very important philosophy. This sharir, this body, is kshanabhangur. It lives only so many long years. It has a time limit. And in a way, we are dying every day. If you are combing your hair, you will see you lose some hair every day. So you're losing that amount of body part. It's dying every day. But there's new growth happening at the same time. So you don't realize it. You realize it when the growth stops and the death is going on continuously. Then you realize thinning of hair, reducing hairline, and whatnot. So what I'm saying is, he is the bringer of Sanjeevani. From the Doha of Sri Ramcharitmanas, I would like to quote it as it comes over here. Dekha sailan औषध चिन्हा सहसा कपि upari girilinha. So he is not a medicine man, okay? He's just a person who is helping Lord Rama. Definitely he's got a lot of other skills, but medicine is not one of his priorities. And when you give some job to somebody who doesn't have a clue about it, what would they do? The best thing is to bring the lot. And that's what he did. When he went to the Himalayas to fetch the medicine, he couldn't figure out one from another, and so he picked the whole lot up and brought it back. And he helped Lakshman to get away from the morcha, from the sleep, deep sleep he had gone through due to the war effort. And so we have to understand, how do we get the divinity of blessings of Hanumanji? There are a lot of misconceptions going on in Hindu faith. One of them is that women cannot do puja of Hanumanji Maharaj. I believe that's totally uncalled for. There is no idea of such in our scriptures. We are all welcome to do so. Divinity and prayers are always welcome. Now, there is another thing to connect over here, and that is the Murti Swarup of Sri Hanumanji Maharaj. The Murti meaning we have to represent. And how do we represent? Say, for example, you respect your great-grandfather or great-grandmother. How do you respect them? Well, you make a picture of them and put it on the wall, and you offer your respect in the morning. You maybe have a little bit of a nod and bow to them. That way you remember and respect them. But when you're bowing to them, you're not bowing to that piece of paper or the paint on it. You're bowing to the representation of your elder through that paint and through that paper. In a similar way, when you see all these murtis, you are seeing the representation of that vibration which we are looking for. So, coming to my point, that Sri Hanumanji brought Sanjeevani, meaning the awakening medicine to us. In the today's day and age also we have got that. And I have got living proof of hundreds of people in India and now coming to England as well. And of course our medicinal doctor. So there are different pathis, as you know, allopathy, homeopathy, and so on. One of them is Ayurveda, which is the most ancient science of medicine and herbs. And we have made medicinal herbs concoction as well. And just now it's going around. And most of our friends that who work with Baba Ramdev ji, they are having medicinal herbs, and none of that people that I'm in direct contact with have ever got corona up till now. I can give their names and numbers if needed with proof. What I'm trying to say is that our ancient medicine did work before and it works today. And if you are not sure it works or not, very simple. Go and buy in all your Indian grocery shop. You'll get this. It's called the Triphala. Have 2 spoons and you will see what happens tomorrow. Your tummy will totally get cleaned. Okay? They work and they work fantastically. So that was the idea, that we used to use medicines to help ourselves. Today as well, we need to do the same thing. We need to invoke the spirit of Sri Hanumanji into our hearts and minds and bring the use of herbal medicine which doesn't have side effects. Like the modern, sometimes some medicines, they have side effects. Herbs and plants, which are carefully selected. They don't have any side effects and they are very good for you. Now, how do you invoke the spirit of Sri Hanumanji? Again, Sri Tulsidas ji, Goswami Tulsidas ji says this in Ramayana. He says it in a very lovely way. He presents to us through the dohas and chaupais and says that if you invoke the power of Lord Rama, Hanumanji directly comes at that place. So you don't have to invite Hanumanji. If you want to invite the power of Hanumanji, then you just need to invite the power of Sri Ram. If you do Sri Ram ka naam, Hanumanji chale aate hain automatic. It's like agar if you are nice and a sweet personality and you are a caring person, the byproduct is that the world starts to like you and care for you. You don't have to work for it. You don't have to put effort for it. Just by becoming a good person and a caring person, the world starts to love you. And we've seen this example across the world, whether it's Mother Teresa or Jalaram Bapa or any good saint you take. The moment they come out and do the seva, the world acknowledges them. And so, I would like to take you all with me on a small musical journey. We are going to do a small chaupais of Sri Ramcharitmanas. चलिए साथ में मिलके गाते हैं. शायद आपने सुनी भी होंगी इसको. Very old-fashioned way of singing this, okay? Be ready. हो मंगल भवन अमंगल हारी द्रवहु सुदशरथ अजिर बिहारी होई है वही जो राम रचि राखा को करी तरक बढ़ावे साखा हो जेहि के जेहि पर सत्य सनेहु सो तहि मिलहि न कछु संदेहु हो जाकी रही भावना जैसी प्रभु मूर्ति देखी तिन तैसी हो हरि अनंत हरि कथानंता कहि सुनहि सब विधि सब संता हो धीरज धरन मित्र अरुनारी आपत का ब्रह्मचारी हो रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई प्राण जाई पर बचन न जाई हो कलयुग केवल नाम आधारा सुमिर सुमिर नर उतरहि पारा And said this lovely chopais are telling us very deep meanings that wherever the energy of Ram comes, Hanumanji comes. And so we need to quickly define what is Ram. So often people just think of Ram as a a man with bow and arrow. Well, that's yes, but remember he used to study the Vedas and the Upanishads, and his name was derived from there, Rama. So there's a definition for the name. Very simple. Ramanti iti Rama. Meaning the energy that is in everywhere and is vibrating this whole world. Science today agrees that we all are nothing but vibration of energy. We are nothing else. That's all it is. We are all made of molecules which are made of atoms and electrons which are constantly vibrating. And therefore, if you see, vibrations make us happy or sad or change our moods. So if you have some kind of dance music, people will start to dance with their fingers and toes and their mind as well. Why? Because we work on Nada Brahma. There was the sound, and the sound is everything. And sound created this world as well. So, this is the idea of Rama, Ramanti iti Rama, when we welcome the energy of that divinity. And there is always that energy within us. Sometimes people say, show us the proof. Well, there is proof is in the pudding, isn't it? Very simple. How can we know that we've got Ram in ourselves? Try to do something wrong. Anybody can try to do something wrong, and there will be a hidden voice in their mind. And I'm talking about the most evil person in this world as well. But the most evil person, you can ask them genuinely that when you're doing something wrong, is there a voice in your heart saying, don't do that. Don't do that. That is the divine Ram in you. The Ram is always there. Well, you can choose to ignore that sound. That's fine, because you are given that choice. But the Ram is there. It's telling you what you should do and what you shouldn't do. And so, Ramanti iti Rama, when you do Rama prayers, the Hanuman comes in. Now we need to define Hanuman. Well, when you define one, you should define the other as well. And so Hanuman is about a dislodged face, and that was there are a lot of stories, but one was that when he was very young, he was into just a friendly fight, and then he gets his jaw dislocated a little bit, and so a prominent jaw was his feature, and so Hanuman, meaning a Kapi with his face a little bit deformed, which was a bit prominent. There are a lot of different names of his. His original name was not Hanuman. His original name was Maruti. Maruti Nandana. And Maruti Nandana, as it comes, you see there are a lot of different names. It's also called Kesari Nandana. And so you will find a lot of energies in this world connecting to us. let me explain Hanumanji's parents as well. He is called Anjani Putra. So mother was Anjani. And the very special, magical, powerful herbs concoction, it's called the Amrit, was sent to her mother by the wind. And therefore, he is also known as Pavanaputra, because Pavan, the wind, carried that nectar to his mother. So there are various reasons and various long stories which we cannot go into the timeline that we have today. But someday we might be able to cover. So Anjaneyati Patalananam, I would like to connect with the lovely small part of Ashtaka, Hanuman Ashtaka, and that is celebrating the karma, the deeds of Hanumanji Maharaj in the Ramayana of bringing the medicine and helping people over there. He didn't only help, means these are the only things that we read. We only read the prominent scripts and we often let go of the little minor things. But he helped in a big way and he was very key to the success. And the key to that is in Ramayana, Ramji says, I will never ever be able to get out of the debt of Hanuman. There you can see he was so good. So we are going to the Hanuman Ashtaka. It's a nice small prayer and we'll try to understand it a little bit later. So let's listen to it first. बान लाग्यो र लक्ष्मण के तब प्राण तजे सुत रावण मारो ले गृह वैद सुषेण समेत तब गिरि द्रोण सुबीर उपारो लानी सजीवन हाथ दई तब लक्ष्मण को तुम प्राण उबारो को नहीं जानत है जग में कपि संकट मोचन नाम तिहारो संकट मोचन नाम तिहारो. And so this line says Sankat Mochan Nam Tiharo, meaning your name brings us the solace of getting out of sankat, out of problems. And he was one of the most creative geniuses of that time. We need to learn and inspire from him. So often people study the Sundarkand. It is one of the chapters of Ramcharitmanas, and in that Hanumanji at that time, he was not sure what to do. And this happens to you, me and everyone in our lives. Sometimes we are not sure what to do. And that is the time we need somebody called Jamvant, an energy of senior experience who comes and taps onto our shoulder and say, Beta, do this, don't do that. And when we welcome that energy and accept it, then we become Sankat Mochan and we solve our sankat and our family and friends' sankat. Just now, we are struggling through deep times of Corona. So how can we do that? Number one, get the advice of seniors and specialists and follow them. Get the advice of your gurus and saints and follow medicinal herbs which are timelessly tested. Like the easiest thing is haldi. Today you can just Google and see how powerful turmeric is. In fact, it is considered as one of the most potent drugs in reducing the effects and the problems of even cancer. There are a lot of medical papers and research on that. So what I'm trying to say is that we have still got the medicinal herbs and the medicine that our modern science has provided us. We need to be aware, awake, and welcome the spirit of Hanuman and Sri Ram in our lives. The only problem happens when we delegate our duties, meaning somebody turning around and becoming a religious person like what I'm just going to tell you. Somebody can do this, and there are quite a few people I've seen in my life who do that. They are totally wrong in my eyes, and that is they say, मैं सिर्फ राम का नाम जपूंगा or I'll do Hanuman jap and I'll sing on Hanuman Chalisa all the time, and magically voila, Hanumanji will cook the meal and deliver it to me. Well, you can keep on singing till cows come home. Yeah, nothing like that is going to happen. Karmanyevadhikaraste. Krishna Bhagwan very clearly said, and our dharma is based on karma, on action, not on words. So he said, Karmanyevadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. Meaning, you have to understand and do your karma. The past and your scriptures are there to give you light and wisdom, show you the guidance, and your karma has to be done by yourself. Only then can you achieve the success of life. So, in this little under half an hour, I've tried to put this connection of Lord Rama and Hanumanji and Sanjeevani Booty Lane Wale, Sankat Mochan, the troubleshooter Hanuman. And I hope you'll get this as a food for thought and take it forward for your studies and research and improve your health. And here's to wishing you all a great health in your life. God bless you.
Thank you, Himangbai. Himangbai, just so you know, we've had many messages coming in saying how fantastic you've been. So there's a request, if you can, please do come back after 7 p.m., if possible, obviously. And also our producer director sent a special message to say thank you very much. And honestly, I am as well very impressed. Thank you very much. Lovely to see you here and hope to see you soon. And do keep in touch with Healing Our Earth. Thank you very much.
Always an honor, Maraben. So lovely. Thank you very much from
Namaste.
the bottom of my heart. God bless you. Namaste.
Namaste. And what are we doing from here? From here, we're going to BSNL, which is Brahmin Society of North London. Now, in November 1973, a few Gujarati Brahmin friends decided that it was time to form a society for the like-minded Gujarati Brahmins and have a base in northwest London, where the community can congregate together and to celebrate various events and functions. Now, this dream turned into reality and has progressed leaps and bounds. And today they are a fantastic voluntary charitable organization that does a lot of fantastic work in the UK during the pandemic. They have done some amazing, amazing voluntary work. I have seen some of it myself, and I can honestly stand testament to it. Distributing food for the homeless is one of the many things that they do. Now, I'd like to call upon Parulben Jani to join us today. Namaste, Parulben. Would you like to tell us?
Namaste, Global World. How are you, Sarita Ben? It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. How are you doing?
I'm doing very good. Very excited to be here.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about BSNL?
You have said very rightly that in like few friends have started a BSNL and now it has grown. Our members are 1,000+ members. And we do lots of different activities for our members and outside community as well. And pandemic hasn't stopped us doing our activities, and we also have found our own platform, and we are entertaining our youngsters, our elders especially who are home and they are alone, they can't see their friends, they can't see their family. So we are entertaining them 3 times a week, very much so. Yesterday, we had our 108 Hanuman Chalisa on Zoom.
Oh, fantastic.
And we managed, our members took part and they sang Hanuman Chalisa. And we are very proud of ourselves that first time in history, we have done 108 Hanuman Chalisa within the time frame. So we started at 9:30, we finished by 6 o'clock. And it's a brilliant achievement on via Zoom and with non-professional singers.
That is amazing.
And as you know, we are always doing lots of things, lots of religious events. And one more thing is that humanity, and we are still serving our homeless people. Our community center is used for sandwich making, food collections, fruit distribution. So we are still very well doing all of these things.
Amazing, amazing. And what are your group of people going to tell us today? Actually, I can see Harshaben Trivedi here as well. So, Harshaben, would you like to add to anything that Parulben has said? I think she can't hear us. So, yes, no problem.
No.
Oh, sorry, she can. Harshaben, we can't hear you. I think you might still be on mute. Can you unmute yourself? Can't hear you. Right, no problem at all.
But we all know that this woman has tons and tons of energy, and
we do.
She's driving all of us, like pushing us to the limits.
Exactly. And honestly, the work you've done, I've seen some of it, like I said, it's amazing work. So what are our youngsters going to do today? Shall we go straight to the youngsters then and see what they'd like to do?
The youngest one, we'll start with the youngest one. She's
Is
a
that
lovely
Shama
girl.
Moda, is it?
And she is a beautiful soul and she sings so beautifully. I'm so proud of her mother, her grandfather, and brilliant, Shama. Over to you, Shama.
Fantastic.
Introduce yourself.
Yes, please do, Shama.
My name is Shama.
Could you talk a little louder, please, Shama? We can barely hear you.
Jai Shri Krishna, my name is Shama. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. धून मचाए, सी धून मचाए. धून मचाए, सी धून मचाए. सुन कर आई रघुराई, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. सुन कर आई रघुराई, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. सीताराम नाम गुरे सुनाचाए. सीताराम नाम गुरे सुनाचाए. सुन कर आई रघुराई, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. सुन कर आई रघुराई, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. भक्त जनों का कर पावन करवा, भक्त जनों का कर पावन करवा. आवो आवो ने रघुराई, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. आवो आवो ने रघुराई, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. गंगा जी आए, जमुना जी आए. गंगा जी आए, जमुना जी आए. त्रिवेणी संगम आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. दास जनों की यही विनंती, दास जनों की यही विनंती. चरण कमल बलिहारी, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. चरण कमल बलिहारी, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. रामचंद्र भगवान की जय.
Fantastic. Well done, Shama. So don't mute yourself yet. Tell me, how old are you? You're on mute. Yes,
I'm 11.
You're 11. Fantastic. And when did you start getting interested in bhajans, and when did you start singing yourself?
I started singing when I was quite young,
Right.
because we would do the monthly ones, and then I would sit and sing. So quite a while, like quite a few years now.
Fantastic. Well done. And we hope to see you again soon in one of our Healing Our Earth programs, right? Look forward to it. Thank you for coming.
Shyama does sings lots of different bhajans, and she has sung like our monthly bhajans and different bhajan programs as well.
Fantastic. Thank you, Shyama. Namaste. And over to Shantini.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna.
My name is Chandani. I'm going to be singing one of my favorite bhajans today, Payo Ji Maine Ram Ratan Dhan Payo. पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो, पायो जी मैंने वस्तु अमूल्य दी मेरे सतगुरु, वस्तु अमूल्य दी मेरे सतगुरु, कृपा करे अपनायो, पायो जी मैंने कृपा करे अपनायो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो। जन्म जन्म की पूंजी पाई, जन्म जन्म की पूंजी पाई, जग में सभी खोवायो, पायो जी मैंने जग में सभी खोवायो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो। खर्चन खोटे चोर न लूटे, खर्चन खोटे प्रभु चोर न लूटे, दिन दिन बढ़त सवायो, पायो जी मैंने दिन दिन बढ़त सवायो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो। सत की नव केवतिया सतगुरु, सत की नव केवतिया सतगुरु, भव सागर तर आयो, पायो जी मैंने भव सागर तर आयो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो। मीरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर, मीरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर, हरख हरख जस गायो, पायो जी मैंने हरख हरख जस गायो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो।
That was lovely. That was lovely, Chandni. Chandni, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself? How long have you been with BSNL? And just a little bit.
I've been with BSNL since...
Can't hear you, Chandni. Sorry.
Sorry, can you hear me okay now?
Yes, hear you better.
I've been with BSNL since I was very, very small. My family have been part of it for years, and my Masis especially were quite active. So I've been part of the Young Brahmins as well. Yeah, it's something that's been a part of my life for a very long time.
Yes, and I'm sure you're aware of this, but you've got a fantastic voice and you sing really beautifully. So well done. Thank you, and keep it up.
Thank you very much.
And again, we look forward to seeing you soon on Healing Our Earth. And meanwhile, I see that Harshaben Trivedi is back here. So Harshaben, would you like to say hello to our audience and tell us a little bit about your role in BSNL? I think Parulben's already, sorry, Harshaben, you need to unmute yourself first, sorry. That's it.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Namaste to Healing on Earth, our team, and big thank you to our BSNL young team to come and brave themselves to sing today. I am the chair of Brahmin Society North London, and I am here with probably this year with great difficulty, but want to promote youngsters to come up in the society and in the world, and they're doing a fantastic job. But my biggest thank you to Healing on Earth and Neil Kumar to give this platform to our youngsters. Thank you, Sarita.
Pleasure. Thank you very much for coming here today. And with that, shall we go to your next participant? That is Anand Pancholi from BSNL. Anand?
Hello.
Hiya. Namaste.
Jai Shri Krishna, everyone. Thank you to Healing on Earth to give BSNL an opportunity. I'm thankful to BSNL. Just to say more about BSNL, I've been with BSNL for over 10 years now, since I moved to London. And it's been an absolute pleasure. It's just like a small family, and we do a lot of good charity work. We also do a lot of old people activity, young people activity. There was Gujarati classes going on until recently. So yeah, and I'm absolutely pleased to present today. Today's bhajan is Ram bhajan I'm going to do, and it's a new composition from my guru and my uncle Nan Pancholi, and I hope you all like it. Thank you, Harshaban, and thank you, Parulban. So I'll just make a start. Thank you. Other thing I forgot to say, sorry, I forgot to say this bhajan I've particularly chosen because of the way world is currently going, and the wording of this bhajan is so good. We're praying to Lord Brahma that take this corona away and we can do something better for, I mean, people can get back to their own life. So I'll try my best. Sorry about stopping in between, but I really wanted to say that. So I would like you to pray the same thing while you're listening to bhajan. Hey Ram, hey Ram, Jai 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 Hey Ram, hey Ram, hey Ram, Jai 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 Hey Ram, Kasht dur karo, दर्द दूर कर पीड़ा हर हे राम, कष्ट दूर कर दर्द दूर कर पीड़ा हर हे राम, विनती करत सोहे हाथ जोड़ कर, विनती करत तोहे हाथ जोड़ कर दे सबको आराम, पीड़ा हर हे राम, पीड़ा हर हे राम। रचिए सृष्टि हरिवर आंसू आज बहाए काल कराल से पीड़ित धरती तुम बिन कौन बचाए काल कराल से पीड़ित धरती तुम बिन कौन बचाए बाह पकड़ के पार लगाओ पीड़ा इसकी हर दो जय 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 हे राम हे राम हे राम जय 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 हे राम मनुज यत्न और हरि कृपा का ऐसा संगम रच लो मनुज यत्न और हरि कृपा का ऐसा संगम रच दो धरती मैया तोरी गैया धरती मैया तोरी गैया पीड़ा इसकी हर लो पीड़ा इसकी हर लो बाह पकड़ के पार उतारो सकल सृष्टि तुझे भार पीड़ा हर हे राम पीड़ा हर हे राम हे राम जय राम जय 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 हे राम कष्ट दूर कर दर्द दूर कर कष्ट दूर कर दर्द दूर कर कष्ट दूर कर दर्द दूर कर पीड़ा हर हे राम पीड़ा हर हे राम पीड़ा हर हे राम Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and namaste, Anji. And you haven't said how many years you've been with BSNL.
Over 30 years, so since I moved to London in 2010 from Gloucestershire, I've been with BSNL. I mean, I did probably attended a couple of events with my brother-in-law, who has always been in London before that time. But like since 2010 onwards, 2011, I've been like a regular member of BSNL.
Fantastic. And you know what? I love the way you've put the background there with our logo and added the BSNL logo under it. Fantastic. Great idea.
Yeah. And yeah, it's been pleasure like working with Parul Ben and Harshaben. They kind of promote youngsters, and we started a group called Open Mic. which is like more of a Bollywood singing, and I think it's been now becoming more popular and people are loving it, and that's another way to bring community together. I think initially last year when the first lockdown was introduced, we did some Omkars for good, I think we probably did about good 30, 40 days or 2 months probably when the lockdown lasted every day, all BSNL member coming together doing Omkars, 11, 21 Omkar every evening. So it's lots of good and charity work goes behind the scenes, and it's lots of hard work from a lot of people. So I'm really thankful that I'm part of the organization and be proud of it.
Absolutely. You have everything to be proud of. So thank you very much for coming here today. And the next time we have a Bollywood evening or something, we'll certainly keep you and BSNL in mind and maybe have the group over again at that time. So thank you very much. Namaste. And let's go to the next person, last but not the least, I think. And Namaste, Zareen. And welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Namaste, namaste. You can hear me?
I can hear you, and I like
Namaste,
your
Sarita.
background as well. That's beautiful with the Om properly resonating behind you. Fantastic.
Thank you so much. सबसे पहले तो आपकी आवाज़ बहुत ही सुंदर है. And
thank
you're doing an amazing job. So thank you for hosting this. Thank you, Neil Kumarji, for putting up a great show and giving us all singers a platform. I've been with BSNL since last 6 years, and I must say that I'm very privileged to be a part of it. It has always supported me through thick and thin, and it has given me the platform for singing, and it gives me the sense of belongingness. So today, as we celebrate Hanuman Jayanti, I'm going to sing Hanuman Jalisa, and I request everybody to join me in their respective homes. Can't hear, isn't it? Hang on.
Yes, we can hear.
The track is not very audible. I'm really sorry about this. Just a second.
That's perfect.
Shri Guru Charan Saroj Raj Nij Mana Mukur Sudhari Barno Rakhuvar Vimal Jaso Jodayak Phalachari Buddhihin Tanu Janke Sumiro Pavan Kumar Bal Buddhi Vidya Dehu Mohe Harahu Karesh Vikar जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर राम दूत अतुलित बल धाम अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमति के संग कंचन वरन विराज सुबेसा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा हाथ दास कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे, संकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहि सहेसा, जम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहाँ के, कवि कोविद कहि सके कहाँ के, तुम उपकार सुग्रीव कीन्हा, राम मिलाए राजपथ दीन्हा, तुम्हरो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना, युग सहस्त्र जो जन पर भानु, लील्यो ताहि मधुर फल जानु, प्रभु मुद्रिका मिली मुख माहि, जलधि लांघि गए अचरज नाहि, दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हरे तेते, राम द्वारे तुम रखवारे, होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे, सब सुख लई तुम्हारी शरणा, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना, आपन तेज सम्हारो आपे, तीनों लोक हाकते कांपे, भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे, नासे रोग हरे सब पीड़ा, जपत निरंतर हनुमंत वीरा, संकट से हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन कर्म वचन ध्यान जो लावे, सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा, और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे, सोहि अमित जीवन फल पावे, चारों युग प्रताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा, साधु संत के तुम रखवारे, असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे, अष्ट सिद्धि नवनिधि के दाता, असवर दीन जानकी माता, राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा, तुम्हारे भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे, अंत काल रघुवीर पुर जाए, जन्म जन्म हरि भक्त कहाए, और देवता चित्त न धरहि, हनुमंत से ही सर्व सुख करहि, संकट कटे मिटे सब पीड़ा, जो सुमिरे हनुमंत बलवीरा, जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई, जो सत बार पाठ करे कोई, छूटहि बंदी महा सुख होई, जो ये पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होय सिद्धि साखी गौरीसा, तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा, कीजे दास हृदय मेरा, कीजे दास हृदय महडेरा, पवन तनया संकट हरन, मंगल मूर्ति रूप, राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसो सुरभूप। बोलो श्री रामचंद्र की जय, जय हनुमान दाता की जय। श्री राम, थैंक यू।
Beautiful. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You've got the most amazing messages. Thank you very much for coming on today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Parubeta, would you like to add anything before we round this whole beautiful BSNL session off?
We as a BSNL, we do 11 Hanuman Chalisa every Saturday for the world peace, and may this pandemic get over very soon.
Absolutely.
Every Saturday we do 11 Hanuman Chalisa.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Harshaben Trivedi, would you like to add anything?
Namaste. Yeah, thank you, Paru. Thank you, team. Thank you, Saritaji. Yes, we've started monthly bhajans, and we've also started Hanuman Chalisa since COVID, doing 11 Hanuman Chalisa every Saturday. And we'd like to do
fantastic food distribution you do as well to the homeless and
we do food distribution. We've yesterday we've also collected donation, and we're still collecting donation for COVID injections to be donated to the countries that are poor, and especially India. So we started to collect that as well. So we are doing little things here and there. The volunteers are also risking their lives. Unfortunately, Dimple Devika couldn't come and sing Hanuman Chalisa today. She's a nurse at Northwick Park. She was supposed to sing today as well, but unfortunately she's called on duty. So we've got wonderful volunteers, and there's food distribution, there's clothes distribution that we do. So I think the team does a lot of other things, keeping the elderly busy. We have an elderly ladies club, men's club, elderly group. Now we're also going to start singing classes. We've got singing classes. We've got lots of things that happen on Zoom now. We've become Zoom savvy as well.
Brilliant, brilliant. Well, thank you very much for coming here. Parveen, Harshaben, namaste, and see you again soon. And Healing Our Earth would like to welcome all our supporters from celebrating our community group on this Hanuman Jayanti special event. So with this, let's go to our next singer, who is Sneha Makhanji. Sneha Makhanji is a popular and versatile singer who has been bringing joy to many by performing in temples, community centers, and care homes, and by singing bhajans and the Hanuman Chalisa for over 10 years. Her talent has enabled her to travel across Europe and the UK to perform in front of multicultural audiences. Snehaji has also contributed by conducting prayers for bereaved families, bringing solace to grieving families, and regularly sings to help raise funds for various charities. Recently, Snehaji was awarded for her work and received a well-deserved British Hindu Hero Award. And currently, she is presenting programs on Facebook, Live and Zoom to entertain audiences during COVID. Namaste, Snehaji, and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Sarita Ji, namaste to you, and a global namaste to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth.
Absolutely, namaste. And Snehaji, you come to Healing Our Earth very often, and every time you come, we always have fantastic rave reviews about you, and people are always asking to call you back. Privileged to have you here again, and over to you.
Thank you so much for those lovely words, Sarita Ji, and thank you to everybody at Healing Our Earth, and especially Neil Bhai for giving us this beautiful, wonderful opportunities. So last week we celebrated Ram Navami, and then this week we are celebrating Hanuman Jayanti. And we know that Ramji cannot do without Hanumanji, and Hanumanji was put on this earth just to serve Ramji. How wonderful that is. So I will be singing a bhajan, and I will also explain the meaning of Hanuman Chalisa briefly, so we know what we're singing, why we sing these glories of this wonderful Hanumanji, and then we will do a Hanuman Chalisa as well. Please do join in with me. जितेन्द्रियं बुद्धिमतात्वरेष्ठं वातात्मजन्मवानरोतमुख्यं श्रीरामदूतं शरणं प्रपदे। बोले हनुमान जी महाराज की जय, पवन सुत हनुमान की जय, दुख भंजन की जय। Hanumanji has lots and lots of names, and one of his names is Dukha Bhanjan, which means he is the God of bringing solace to the people who are suffering. Sarita ji, we've heard today a lot about our brothers and sisters in India who are suffering. So the first bhajan I would like to sing and remember all those who are suffering in India, and we're wishing that Hanumanji grants them solace and good health. Hey असुर निकंदन भय बंजन कुछ मान करो, असुर निकंदन भय बंजन कुछ मान करो, पवन तनय संकट मोचन कल्याण करो, हो पवन तनय संकट मोचन कल्याण करो। भीड़ बड़ी अघोरी है बचन बली, भक्तों के दुख को मेरे हनुमान करो, असुर निकंदन से बंजन कुछ मान करो, पवन तनय संकट मोचन कल्याण करो। चार वेदों के रुद्र से तुम भोले अवतारी, गायों के मन आप ज्ञानी सुधा बलकारी, बाल वस्त्र में चंचल आपका था मन, सूर्य को तुम खा गए नच कर बड़ा बचपन, बचपन बचपन तेरा बचपन, हो बचपन बचपन तेरा बचपन, बचपन 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 में होने बुद्धि का दान करो, पवन तनय संकट मोचन कल्याण करो, असुर निकंदन भय बंजन कुछ मान करो, पवन तनय संकट मोचन कल्याण करो। श्री राम का तुम सादा सेवक और है तुझा, आज घर घर में तुम्हारी हो रही पूजा, दीन दुखियों का करते तौर पे लौटी, आपकी महिमा को सुनकर आए हम सब ही, आए मैं भी हम सब में भी, मैं भी आई हम सब बारी, अपने भक्तों का बजरंग मान करो, पवन तनय संकट मोचन कल्याण करो, असुर निकंदन भय भंजन कुछ मान करो, पवन तनय संकट मोचन कल्याण करो। हे बजरंगी अब दया कीजिए दृष्टि, कार है महिमा तुम्हारी सारी सृष्टि, आपकी कृपा जिसमें बंधन कल्याण करो पवन तनय संकट मोचन कल्याण करो हो पवन संकट मोचन कल्याण करो हनुमान जी महाराज की जय Saritaji, before I sing the Hanuman Chalisa, I'll just briefly explain what it is and why we sing it. So that is the how, the love that we sing a Hanuman Chalisa. So obviously Hanuman Chalisa is a verse in praise of Sri Hanumanji in 40 verses. Hanuman Chalisa was composed by Sant Shri Tulsidas Goswamiji. He was a famous poet and also a follower of Sri Lord Ram. He also wrote the Ramayana, so you can just envisage what a personality he was. In these 40 verses, he says great things about Lord Sri Hanumanji and explains how Lord Hanumanji was. Lord Hanumanji did many impossible tasks to help Sri Ram in his battle against Ravan. Lord Ram told Hanumanji, whatever you have done for me is simply immeasurable. I will be forever in debt to you. I bless that you gain immortality and be a Chiranjeevi. That's why we always refer to Sri Hanumanji as one of the Chiranjeevi, because he is still here on earth, looking down on all the bhakts of Sri Ram and blessing them. People who bow down before me will also have to bow down before you, Hanuman. Wherever my glory is sung, also yours will be. In all the places that Sri Ram's glories are sung, Hanumanji is forever present there under the blessings of Sri Ramji, looking after all the devotees of Sri Ram. All the gods were so happy with Hanumanji's seva and his samarpan to Lord Sri Ram that they all gave him so many blessings, and Hanumanji gained so many different powers. He became the favorite of all gods and of course all his bhaktas as well. And like we've said previously today, there are so many temples of Sri Hanumanji. Wherever there is Ram, there is Hanumanji. Just a few benefits that are gained from reading Sri Hanuman Chalisa are: it ensures that you and your family are blessed, your day goes well, tension-free, helps deal with pain, solves our troubles, fills a person with divine sense of joy, and makes you more confident. It removes negative energies, helps people get to fame, and also helps students in the exam and gaining qualifications. So these are just some of the benefits, Saritaji, of reciting Hanuman Chalisa. And of course, in this tragic time of COVID that we've all been suffering for the past year, it is so beneficial to recite Hanuman Chalisa. So I will now sing Hanuman Chalisa for everybody in this world and ask Hanumanji to bless everybody and heal everybody. Just before I do that, I would just like to say, Healing Our Earth would like to welcome all our supporters from celebrating our community group on this Hanuman Jayanti special. वातजातं नमामि वातजातं नमामि वातजातं नमामि Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Bolo Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram 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 Shri Guru Charan Saroj Raj Nij Mana Mukur Sudhari Varnam Raghuvar Simal Jashu Shodnayak Farchari Bodhi Sinatan Chani Sumiro Pavana Kumar Jai Hanuman Jana Gun Sagar Jaya Kapise Pinlokam Sagar Ramadut Atut Balhama Anjani Putra Pavan Sutrama Mahadevi Kramajangi Kumati Nimar Kumati Ke Sangi Kanchana Bharana Bihaj Sudesa Kanan Kunda Sonchit Kesa Haath Vach Aur Saja Bihaaje Kandhe Boj Jaiyo Bhaje Shankar Suman Kesar Kandan Tej Pratap Mahajug Vandan Vidyavan Guriyati Satur Ram Sach Karte Ko Atar Prabhu Charitra Sunte Ko Priya Ram Ran Singh Saman Siya Sukshma Rup Dhari Siyahi Dikhava Vigat Rup Dhari Lank Jama Bhima Rup Dhari Asur Samhari Ramachandra ke Raj Safari Laye Sanjeevan Lakhan Jiyaye Shri Raghuveer Harshi Ur Naay Raghupati Dini Bahut Badhai Tum Mama Priya Bharat Samar Sasra Sutan Tumaro Yash Gave As Kashipati Kanth Lagave Sanakadik Brahmadi Munisa Narad Sarad Sait Sisa Yamakusir Digman Chumati Kabhi Koit Kare Sakitani Tu Upkar Sukhi Vesina Ram Sahai Rajpat Dina Tumaro Mantri Shan Mana Lankeshwar Bhai Sab Jag Sana Yug Sastra Yoshan Pardhanu Biryo Sahi Masvasana Prabhu Srika Meri Mukh Pai Chal Dilund Gain Chir Jinai Vargam Saj Jagat Ki Jeti Sugaman Ugra Tumari Jeti बिना संकट से हनुमान छुड़ावे मन क्रम वचन ध्यान छुड़ावे संबर धाम तपस्वी राजा तिनके साँझ सकल तुम साजा और भारत जो कोई गावे सोई अमित जीवन फल पावे चारों युग प्रताप तुम्हारा है प्रसिद्ध जगत तुम्हारा साधु संत की तुम रखवारे असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे अष्ट सिद्धि नव सिद्धि के दाता असवर दीन जानकी माता राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा सदा कसूर पति के सासा तुम्हारे भाजन नाम को पावे जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे अंत काल रघुवर बुझाए जहाँ हरि हाथ गवावे और जीवता चेतन धरे हनुमंत से सर्व सुख करे संकट घटे मिटे सब पीड़ा जो सुमिरे हनुमत बलबीरा जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई जो सद बार पठ कर कोई छूटे भले महासुख होए छूया पड़े हनुमान चालीसा होय सिद्धि साक्षी गौरीसा तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा कीजे नाथ हृदय महाधेरा पवन नयन संकट हरता मंगल मूर्ति रूप सियारा राम लखन सीता सहित हृदय बसो सुर सियावर रामचंद्र की जय पवन सुत हनुमान की जय उमापति महादेव की जय बुजुर्ग सब संतन की जय बोले हनुमान जी महाराज की जय कष्टभंजन देव की जय मारुति नंदन की जय।
Beautiful, Snehaji, as usual. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you very much for coming here today and look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you so much, Sarita ji. Have a lovely, lovely, blessed Hanuman Jayanti.
And you. Namaste. Now, with that beautiful, lovely voice, it's time for me to visit you for now and leave you in the very capable hands of our lovely, young, and very dynamic host from Mauritius. So I call on Sevani Sambhu. Now, even though Sevani is a really young person, she's also a child psychologist using music therapy as a mode of counseling. She's also the director of EHV STAR Academy, where EHV stands for Education and Human Values, and STAR stands for Students Training in Attitude and Responsibility. Now, Sevani is the founder as well as the lead singer of the Swaragini Spiritual Orchestra, promoting values, culture, tradition, and aspiration, and all through music. So namaste, Sevani, and welcome again.
Global Namaste, Sarita ji. It's wonderful. You have such a melodious voice. Thank you so much, Jai Shri Ram, and we had a wonderful time together with you with the beautiful prayers, mantras, and Chalisa.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I must add one other thing, which is you're hosting all the way from Africa, from Mauritius. So what's the time like there, and what have you got planned? I love what's behind you. Is that actually a exhibit, or is it a virtual background? What is it behind you?
It's actually just behind me. It's Hanumanji. We have Lord Sri Ram with Hanuman. We have the Bal Hanuman also. And we have Lord Hanuman writing on the rock when at the time of the building of the bridge from the Rameshwaram to Sri Lanka. This is the live. We are in the Mandir in Mauritius, Sai Nivas, Katrabon Sai Center. Yes.
Wow. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yes, we are in Mauritius, and here it's almost 7:30 in the evening, and we've joined all of you today. And thank you, Sarita ji. You were awesome and very divine feeling, which we are carrying on together. So this is Healing Our Earth event, the 72nd event. And here we bring free online events every Sunday to spread love, bring unity, create harmony, and share happiness during this Corona era. Hanuman Jayanti, Healing Our Earth, have brought to you the special Hanuman Jayanti prayers to pray for the coronavirus pandemic to end throughout the whole world, especially in India, as the situation there is extremely serious. Today, join us collectively and share as well as receive powerful blessings from Lord Hanuman, the Bahubali, and pray for the world to receive courage, strength, and protection from coronavirus on this special occasion. So to begin with, we have the invocation, the mantras in the praise of Lord Hanuman. Anjananandanam Tiram Janaki Shokanashanam Kapishamaksha Hantharam Vande Lanka Bhayankaram Manojavam Marutatulyavegam Jitendriyam Buddhimatam Varishtam Vatatmajam Vanarayudhamokhyam Shri Ramadutam Sharanam Prapadhye Anjaneyamadhipatananam Kanchanadri Kamani Vigraham Parijathatharumula Vasinam Bhavayami Bhavamana Nandanam Yatra Yatra Raghunatha Kirtanam Tatra Tatra Kudra Mashtakanjilam Bhashpavari Paripurnalochanam Marutim Namanatha Rakshasandhakam Buddhir Bhalam Yashodhairam Nirbhayatvam Arokadha Ajadyam Vakapadu Tvancha Hanumata Smaranat Bhavet Polye Pavanaputra Hanuman ki Jai. So after this beautiful that says salutations to the terror of Lanka, who is the heroic son of Anjana, who brought an end all sorrows of Sita, who is the king of monkeys, who killed Aksha, the son of Ravana, we all bow our head and salute the emissary of Lord Ram, who has won over his mind, who is similar speed as wind, who has mastery over his organs, who is the greatest amongst knowledgeable, who is the son of God of wind, who is the chief in the army of monkeys. Oh, we bow down to the darling son of the god of wind, Pavanaputra, the son of Anjana, who is amongst the killers of ogres, who is like a golden mountain, who has a handsome look and who lives near the roots of Parijata tree. Oh, salute to the son of wind god, who brought end to the Rakshasas, who is always present with eyes full of tears, with head bowed in veneration, wherever the praise of Lord Ram is sung. He who meditates on Lord Hanuman would be blessed with knowledge, strength, fame, courage, fearlessness, good health, tirelessness, and mastery over the worlds. So glory to the wonderful, the most powerful, mighty Bajrangbali Hanuman. Without much ado, I'd now like to invite Sri Ramcharanji, who would join us today in this beautiful prayers on the auspicious occasion of Hanuman Jayanti with a mantra and a wonderful bhajan. So now we bring to you this beautiful bhajan to be sung and also to invoke this power of Hanuman within us.
Om Sri Ganeshaya Namaha. Om Sri Sitaramachandraya Namaha. Bando Pavana Kumar Kalavan Pavak Jnana Ghana Jasu Hridayagar Basahirama Sarachapadhara Jaya Siya Ram Jaya Raja Ram Jaya Raghuram Jaya Sitaram Jaya Siya Ram Jaya Raja Ram Jaya Raghuram Jaya Sitaram Jai Bolo Hanuman Ki Jai Bolo Hanuman Jai Bolo Hanuman Ki Jai Bolo Hanuman Jai Bolo Hanuman Ki Jai Bolo Hanuman Jai Bolo Hanuman Ki Jai Bolo Hanuman. आओ आओ प्रभु हम पूजा करेंगे, आओ आओ प्रभु हम पूजा करेंगे, छोटे से एक मंदिर में बिठाएंगे, छोटे से एक मंदिर में बिठाएंगे। आओ आओ प्रभु हम पूजा करेंगे, आओ आओ प्रभु हम पूजा करेंगे, छोटे से एक मंदिर में बैठाएंगे, छोटे से एक मंदिर में बैठाएंगे। आओ आओ प्रभु हम पूजा करेंगे, आओ आओ प्रभु हम पूजा करेंगे। राम सीता लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय, राम सीता लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय। जय बोलो हनुमान की जय, बोलो हनुमान, जय बोलो हनुमान की जय, बोलो हनुमान, जय बोलो हनुमान की जय, बोलो हनुमान, जय बोलो हनुमान की जय, बोलो हनुमान। आओ आओ प्रभु हम पूजा करेंगे, छोटे से एक मंदिर में बिठाएंगे, छोटे से एक मंदिर में बिठाएंगे, छोटे से एक मंदिर में बिठाएंगे। बंदो पवन कुमार कलवन पावक ज्ञान घन, व्यासु हृदयागार बसहि राम सर चापदर, लाल देह लालिल से अरुधरि लाल लंगूर वज्र देह दानव दलन जय 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 कपिसूर सियावर रामचंद्र पद गहि रहो उमावर शंभुनाथ पद गहि रहो महावीर बजरंगी पद गहि रहो शरणागतो हरि रामा भजो रामा.
Jai Shri Ram, that is wonderful. My grandfather, Shri Ram Charanji, founder of City Sai Organization, Mauritius also. And we thank you for this wonderful prayers in praise of Lord Hanuman. Jai Shri Ram, Jai Bolo Hanuman. When we praise Lord Ram, Hanuman is even happier. Wonderful. So without any much delay, when we think of Hanuman, that was the time when we think, but he is yet a monkey. How can a monkey be a devotee? And how can this devotee be the most beloved devotee of Lord Ram? Well, I'd like to tell you that at the time when Ram had gained back the kingdom and he was the king, so Ma Sita, she was very happy and she took out one of her necklace and offered to Hanuman. And Hanuman at that time, this was such a precious necklace of pearls. And he broke it and he was looking into each of the beads and he was looking at each of them and as if he found nothing and he threw them away one by one. Mother Sita, now she was astonished and shocked. She asked, Hanuman, what are you doing? And of course, Lord Hanuman, he was on his knees and said, oh, Mother Sita, every time I'm watching at this beautiful gift that you gave me and I'm looking in them, where is Ram there? Where is my Lord's name? But I couldn't find any. So that's why I'm throwing them away. To say that, then Mother Sita asked, but Hanuman, how can you do that? That's so precious. I'm so sorry, Mother Sita, but in my heart, there is the Lord Ram with you also residing. And with so much of devotion, bhakti, and so much of love, he opened his heart, and in his heart there resided Lord Ram and Mother Sita. At that time, that we say, Rom mein naam, Ram ka naam base hue hai, Shri Hanuman ke hriday mein. Means in each and every cell, in each and every strand of hair resides Lord Ram. And now we embark into the next bhajan. Hanuman ji, oh Hanuman ji, हनुमान जी बता दो कैसे लेते राम नाम, हनुमान जी बता दो कैसे लेते राम नाम, प्रेम के आंसू बहा के दिवजान, प्रेम के आंसू बहा के दिवजान, वैसे हम भी जपेंगे सिया राम, वैसे हम भी जपेंगे सिया राम, ओ हनुमान जी बता दो कैसे लेते राम नाम, हनुमान जी बता दो कैसे लेते राम नाम, नारद जी की वीणा बोले नारायण जय नारायण, नारद जी की वीणा बोले नारायण जय नारायण, हमारे मन की तार भिगाई जय जय श्रीमन नारायण, हमारे मन की तार भिगाई जय जय श्रीमन नारायण, हाँ जय जय श्रीमन नारायण, जय जय श्रीमन नारायण, ओ जय जय सत्य नारायण, जय जय सत्य नारायण, हमारे मन की तार भिगाई जय जय सत्य नारायण, हमारे मन की तार भिगाई जय जय सत्य नारायण, ओ मेरा माई के कैसे तुम्हारे घनश्याम, माई के कैसे तुम्हारे घनश्याम, ओ मेरा माई के कैसे तुम्हारे घनश्याम, माई के कैसे तुम्हारे घनश्याम, हमें तो सबसे प्यारा लागे हरि गुण गान, हमें तो सबसे प्यारा लागे हरि गुण, ओ हनुमान जी बता दो कैसे लेते राम नाम, हनुमान जी बता दो कैसे लेते राम नाम, हो कब लोगे हमारी खबरिया हो बजरंग बली कब लोगे हमारी खबरिया हो बजरंग बली कलयुग एक पल पीछा न छोड़े कलयुग एक पल पीछा न छोड़े पीछा न छोड़े राम पीछा न छोड़े राम पीछा न छोड़े पग पग पाप की गठरिया हो बजरंग बली हो बोलो कब लोगे हमारी खबरिया हो बजरंग बली राम नाम धन कर लो कमाई राम नाम धन कर लो कमाई प्रभु कर लो कमाई प्रभु कर लो कमाई हो भर दो मन की तिजोरिया हो बजरंग बली हो बोलो कब लोगे हमारी खबरिया हो बजरंग बली भक्त जनों तोरे चरण परत है भक्त जनों तोरे चरण परत है चरण परत तोरे चरण परत है चरण परत तोरे चरण परत मोहे पहुंचाना राम की नगरिया हो बजरंग बली हो बोलो कब लोगे हमारी खबरिया हो बजरंग बली कब लोगे हमारी खबरिया हो बजरंग बली बोलो कब लोगे हमारी खबरिया हो बजरंग बली हाँ बजरंग बली बजरंग बली बजरंग बली अजरंग बली हो बजरंग बली रंग बली हो बजरंग बली बजरंग बली रंग बली बजरंग बली रंग बली अब लोगे हमारी खबरिया हो बजरंग बली कब लोगे हमारी खबरिया हो बजरंग बली हो बोलो कब लोगे हमारी खबरिया हो बजरंग बली बोलिए पवन पुत्र हनुमान की जय in this Kali Yuga, it's true. In Kali Yuga, it has been said in great scriptures that it's the end of negativity. And truly, what we can see, the Lord, they take avatar from time to time, and that's when they come to the rescue of all his devotees. And now we'd like to invite on this beautiful platform, Mrs. Gayatri Ramcharan Shambhu. She's going to share with us some beautiful messages and the very essence of the birth of Hanumanji and Hanuman Jayanti. So with that now to invite Mrs. Gayatri Ramcharan Shambhu on this beautiful occasion.
Global Namaste to everyone, and especially it is a great blessing for us in Mauritius to be able to join Healing Our Earth, especially because this opportunity has been given to us by Shri Neel Kumar ji. Thank you so much, and all the team of Healing Our Earth, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. So in Mauritius, we'd like to share with you a few glimpses of how Hanuman is being, we pray, glorified and praised. Especially in Mauritius, many of you have visited earlier Mauritius, you can see that in front of the yard of every Hindu family, in front of the house, there will be a small Hanuman temple, Hanuman Mandir, we call it. So we call the Hanuman Dhwaja. We'll establish the Hanuman Dhwaja and a Hanuman temple. Why? Because when long time back, when our great grandfathers came to Mauritius, they came with they came with their Ramayana, the secret scripture Ramayana, and every day, every night, it was a satsang with the family, with the children, so that they keep in touch with the traditions and the religion and the culture. So this is how the story of Ram, of Hanuman, and all the scriptures were being carried and passed to the younger generation. So the story of Hanuman being said, of course, and we've been told that Hanuman has strength, that strength that can be compared to none. And also, if with bhakti, with our faith, we pray to Hanuman, he is going to protect us everywhere, anywhere we go. And that is why we have in front of every yard, we have the Hanuman Mandir. As I will show it to you, you can see a small Hanuman Mandir in front of every home. That's why we just sang that in the bhajan, Choti se ek mandir mein bithayenge. Yes. And you will see now I'm sharing with you one of a devotee of Hanuman, our late Shri Lala Avatar and Srimati Rohini, Mrs. Rohini is still here, Auntie, the Avatar family. So in front of the home, you can see the beautiful temple, this Hanuman temple, and it is supposed to be established, constructed on the right hand side of the main door, entrance door. And as you can see, the temple is here. You can see inside, and we have our Hanumanji. And Hanumanji is supposed to be God as a guardian, protecting and watching over the family and the place and the yard. And you can see again, and every day, morning and evening, we light the lamp for him at Sandhya time, and definitely a lot of, we get the blessings of Hanumanji. So now I would like to share with you a few experiences of how, if we have faith in Hanuman, that bhakti, because Hanuman is also an embodiment of, as we say, great bhakta. So he had faith in Ram. So why not we as well, as devotees, as bhaktas, we also try to cultivate that faith in us, faith in God, that God is with us all the time and is going to protect us. One small incident I would like to share with you. When I was studying, it is a personal experience I'm sharing on Healing Our Earth, how if we have faith in Hanuman, how he protects us. So when I was studying in Baroda, in Gujarat in India, my parents, the fact that I'm an only child, so my father and my mother came with me to India to drop me there and to see whether I'm well, comfortable, and I don't lack anything. But my father couldn't enter the hostel because it was the ladies' hostel. So my father, later on, he told me that he prayed to Hanuman Ji to take care and protect his daughter, right? So that later on, he will relate that to me. During the time I was studying there, I was in the hostel. We can say it is a coincidence, but for me, it was not a coincidence after I heard my father telling me his prayer. So every morning at the same time and every evening, same time, there was a monkey who used to come by the window of my hostel room. And when I was doing my prayer, he was always over there. And that is one. faith, protection. He used to protect me all the time. Another time, another incident, when we say that Nasi rog hare sabapira, Nespa, isn't it? Japata Nirantara Hanumatavira. So this is one part of the Hanuman Chalisa. If we sing with faith, it is definitely going to rid us of the illnesses, especially now we are going through COVID. But an incident on myself is when my little one, my daughter, was small, was still a baby, and we were going in the car, and it was raining heavily outside, and we couldn't stop the car to get down as well because it was really bad outside. And the baby, my baby, was crying like anything, and she was in fever, and she was really suffering. And at that time, we were traveling, it was a long way. So I just chanted that Hanuman Chalisa, kept on chanting with faith, really. And after, a few minutes, I must say, the baby started smiling and the temperature had gone down. And I'm sure there are many of you, many families who have had this experience of the presence of the protection and the blessings of Sri Hanumanji, because as Sri Ramji already bestowed the boon upon Hanuman and telling him that he is going to be alive on earth as long as the planet will be here. So he is living, he is in the Himalaya, and we do have proof about that as well. And another verse of the Hanuman Chalisa is Bhoot Pisach Nikat Nahi Ave. Mahavira Jabanam Sunave. That too, because we used to travel intensively, and today in this country, next day we're in another country, and you are in different hotels, in different rooms, and there are different types of energy, negative or black energies. We can say we do feel it sometimes, but my father, of course, always used to tell me, carry with me Hanumanji. And that Hanumanji I still have with me. Whenever I enter the room, I used to chant my Hanuman Chalisa, and he really used to protect us. So during this time of the COVID, we pray to Pavanaputra Hanuman to please help bestow his blessings upon everyone, especially upon India, and whose people are really going through tough times, and other countries, all our brothers and sisters who are going through tough times, to please to go to each one of their houses and homes and to protect them. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Jai Shri Ram, Jai Bajrangabali. That was indeed very inspiring and very divine moments spent with the Lord himself when he manifests. And as I was mentioning, at the simple cry of the devotee, the Lord runs out to save or to protect. So now we'd like all of us from Mauritius to the whole world, Healing Our Earth welcomes all the supporters from celebrating our community group on this Hanuman Jayanti special, and the Hanuman Chalisa that we are also contributing on this special day. We dedicate this to our supporters from celebrating our community group. Shri Guru Charan Saroj Raja Nij Mana Mukhur Sudhar Varanau Raghuvar Vimal Jasa Jodhayak Phalchar Buddhihin Tanu Janike Sumiro Pavan Kumar
बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि, हरहु कलेश विकार सियावर, रामचंद्र पद गैरहु, उमावर शंभुनाथ पद गैरहु, महावीर बजरंगी पद गैरहु, शरणागतो हरि रामा भजो रामा। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीश तिहु लोक उजागर, राम दूत तुलित बल धामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा, महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी, कंचन वरण विराज सुवेशा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केशा, हाथ वज्र और ध्वजा विराजे, कांधे मूंज जनेऊ साजे, शंकर सुवन केशरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन, विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करिबे को आतुर, प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया, सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सियहि दिखावा, विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा, भीम रूप धरि असुर संहारे, रामचंद्र के काज सवारे, लाय सजीवन लखन जियाए, श्री रघुवीर हर्षि उर लाए, रघुपति कीन्ही बहुत बढ़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरतहि सम भाई, सहस वदन तुम्हरो जस गावे, अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे, सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीषा, नारद शारद सहित अहीशा, यम कुबेर दिगपाल जहाते, कभी को विघ कहि सके कहाते, तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीन्हा, राम मिलाय राजपद दीन्हा, तुम्हरो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना, जुगु सहस्र जो जन पर भानु, लील्यों ताहि मधुर फल जानु, प्रभु मुद्रिका मिलि मुख माहि, आंघि गए जना काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हारे तेते, राम दुहारे तुम्हार रखवारे, हो तन आज्ञा बिनु पैसारे, सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी शरण, तुम्हार रक्षक काहू को डरना, आपन तेज सम्हारो आप, तीनहु लोक हाकटे कापै, भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे, नासई रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत वीरा, संकट से हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे, सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा, और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे, सोई अमित जीवन फल पावे, चारों युग परताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा, साधु संत के तुम रखवाले, असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे, अष्ट सिद्धि नवनिधि के दाता, असवर दीन जानकी माता, राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा, तुम्हारे भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे, अंत काल रघुवरपुर जाहि, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई, और देवता चेतन धरहि, हनुमत से सर्व सुख करहि, संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा, जो सुमिरे हनुमत बलवीरा। जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करहु गुरुदेव के नाहि। जो शत बार पाठ कर कोई, जो तहि बंधि महासुख होई। जो यह पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होई सिद्धि साखी गौरीसा। तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा, की जय नाथ हृदय महादेरा। की जय नाथ हृदय महादेरा। पवन तनय संकट हरना, मंगल मूर्ति रूप। राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसहु सुरभूप सियावर। रामचंद्र की जय, उमावर शंभुनाथ की जय। पवन सुत हनुमान की जय, बोलो रे भाई सब संतन की जय। बोलिए श्री पवन पुत्र हनुमान की जय। नासै रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत वीरा। The one who chants the name of Lord Hanuman regularly and constantly, having the mind focused, just as the mind of Hanuman was focused only on Sri Ram, all disease, all illness, and especially now during this coronavirus, every disease and every illness is cured. So this is the time to chant Hanuman Chalisa now and then regularly, thinking of the Lord. And the role of Hanuman in the Ramayana was very significant, because if Hanuman was not there, the task, the mission that Ram has taken birth in Treta Yuga would not have been possible. How? Because at the time when they were looking for Mother Sita, we could find nobody to cross the ocean, the mighty ocean, and go over to Lanka. At that time, who else who had that might, that power? None other than Bahubali, Bajrangbali Hanuman. And also during the war between Lord Ram and Ravana, Indrajit had wounded Lakshman, the brother of Lord Ram, and he was really unconscious. And if before sunrise they wouldn't get the Sanjeevani herb, then all hopes would go in vain. And at that time, again, Lord Ram pleaded to Hanuman, his beloved devotee, to go and find that herb. And most astonishingly, Hanuman couldn't recognize this herb. So when he could not find it among all those beautiful, magical, and very divine herbs, the booties, what did he do? He carried the whole mountain itself and brought it back on his hand and at the lotus feet of his beloved Lord. So Lord Hanuman had really a significant role, and the relationship between Lord Ram and Sri Ram was indeed a beautiful one. To end with this bhajan, प्रेम की परिभाषा जो है तेरी, उसको तो आज बदल देगा। जब राम हनुमान के नाते का, तो अनहद प्रेम समझ लेगा। तो अनहद प्रेम समझ लेगा। बंदे ने रब से बोला मेरे भाग जगा, सारी दुनिया कहती है तू है सबसे बड़ा। प्रभु ने बोला तू भक्त ऐसा तो बन, सीना चीरे तो भीतर हो राम बसा। कोई ढूंढे जो रब को मिल ही जाते हैं सबको, बजरंग बली को जैसे श्री राम मिले। कोई ऐसा भजन तो गा ले, हनुमान को मन में बसा ले, क्योंकि श्री राम को मानेगा बजरंग बली ही है रास्ता, पारना लगोगे पारना. It is said, दुनिया चले ना श्री राम के बिना, राम जी चले ना हनुमान के बिना. दुनिया चले ना श्री राम के बिना, राम जी चले ना हनुमान के बिना. लक्ष्मण का बचना मुश्किल था, कौन बूटी लाने के काबिल था, कौन बूटी लाने के काबिल था. लक्ष्मण बचे ना श्री राम के बिना, बूटी न मिले हनुमान के बिना. अरे दुनिया चले ना श्री राम के बिना, राम न मिलेंगे हनुमान के बिना. हाँ वेदों ने पुराणों ने कह डाला, राम जी का साथी बजरंग बाला, राम जी का साथी बजरंग बाला. उनकी भक्ति है ऐसी जीवन में सांस के जैसे, एक पीरा में जो हो तो दूजा दर्द सहे. ओ भाई ऐसा प्रेम तू कर ले, मन में हरि नाम तू भर ले, क्योंकि सुरताल से है संगीत तो ऐसी प्रीत से जिए सदा. राम जी ओ हनुमान जी, जिए हनुमान नहीं राम के बिना, राम भी रहे ना हनुमान के बिना. हाँ जिए हनुमान नहीं राम के बिना, राम भी रहे ना हनुमान के बिना. हाँ दुनिया चले ना श्री राम के बिना, राम भी चले ना हनुमान के बिना. पार ना लगोगी श्री राम के बिना, राम न मिलेंगे हनुमान के बिना. जिनका भरोसा है वीर हनुमान, उनका बिगड़ता नहीं कोई काम, उनका बिगड़ता नहीं कोई काम, उनका बिगड़ता नहीं कोई काम. सेवक कहे 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 क्या कहे, सेवक कहे सुनो, हनुमान के बिना कुछ ना मिलेगा गुणगान के बिना. साई वाणी कहे हनुमान के बिना कुछ ना मिलेगा गुणगान के बिना. अरे कुछ ना मिलेगा गुणगान के बिना, कुछ ना मिलेगा गुणगान के बिना. पार ना लगोगी श्री राम के बिना, राम न मिलेंगे हनुमान के बिना, राम न मिलेंगे हनुमान के बिना. Everyone who's joined us and everyone watching us live on Facebook, on Instagram and on YouTube, you can all join in together and let us sing what Hanuman always sang. Jai Shri Ram, that jap, that power, and invoke this divinity in this time of coronavirus. Jai Shri Ram, bolo Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram, bolo 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 Shri Ram. Ram Siya Ram, 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 bolo 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 Ram Siya Ram. Ram Siya Ram, bolo Ram Siya Ram, Ram Siya Ram, bolo Ram Siya Ram, Ram Siya Ram, bolo Ram Siya Ram, Ram Siya Ram, bolo Ram Siya bolo Ram Siya Ram, Ram Siya Ram, bolo Ram Siya Ram. Jai Shri Ram, bolo Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram, bolo Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram, bolo Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram, bolo Jai Shri Ram. अतुलित बलधामं हेमशैलाभदेहं धनुजवन कृशानं ध्याननामाग्रगण्यं सकलगुणनिधानं वानराणामधीशं रघुपति प्रिय भक्तं वातात्मजं नमामि. जय श्री राम, बोलो जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, बोलो जय श्री राम. राम सिया राम, 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 राम सिया राम. जय श्री राम, बोलो 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 राम सिया सिया राम. पूज्य पवन पुत्र हनुमान की जय. सियावर राम चंद्र भगवान की जय. श्री बजरंग बली आंजनेय हनुमान की जय. Here in Mauritius, we felt this presence. And when we feel that vibration, we feel a heat. This is a scientific way that says you have to sing loudly. Similar when a child is heard and he's in a room, the mother is in the kitchen. So the child will cry out loudly, isn't it? Ma, like that. Then the mother will hear. So in the same way, if we as devotee, we cry out to the Lord from all our heart, with all the devotion, we cry out to him, I'm sure he will come and come to his devotees' appeal. With this, I like to, जैसे हिंदी में कहते हैं, अपनी वाणी को विराम देते हैं. I'll just now leave the floor to a wonderful, wonderful, beautiful person as sweet as honey. So it's time now for me to sign off from Mauritius and welcome Dr. Honey Kalaria. She is a mind, body, soul coach and an award-winning creative dance expert with over 35 years of experience in the field of art, culture, and entertainment. Born in a Hindu family, Honey was guided by her mother to start reciting mantras and prayers from the very age of 3. Her father has also been regularly reciting the Hanuman Chalisa for many years. In her spiritual quest and journey, Honey has been blessed to have traveled to India not only to learn Indian classical dance, but also to study how to conduct yagnas, fire ceremonies, or homam, yaj, by reciting powerful mantras. She got an opportunity to get educated on the science behind these powerful prayers, how they cleanse and purify one's aura, spread peace, and offer positive benefits to the environment. Namaste, global namaste to you, Honey Ji. Jai Shri Ram.
Jai Shri Ram. Oh, hello, dear Saivini. You were amazing. I just absolutely loved what you did. What a wonderful way of really spreading love, joy, and energy, and protective energy, I should say, by reciting the Hanuman Chalisa. And I'm so, so proud to be part of this and being one of the hosts for this Healing Our Earth event, just with you, dear Saivini, as part of the family. Because it's such an auspicious day, isn't it? A very auspicious day to celebrate.
Indeed, indeed, Haniji. And we are also blessed, a tiny dot in the Indian Ocean, hardly visible in the world map, Mauritius. We are part of this healing our earth. It's indeed truly blessed and very divine feeling to be part of all of you.
Absolutely. Well, healing our earth for healing our earth, every single person, every single corner of the earth is part of our family, because earth means everybody and everything and every living being, and even trees. Anything that you can find on Mother Earth is, something that healing our earth is passionate about. And of course, to spread love, joy. And I'm so proud, of these wonderful bhajans I've been hearing all throughout today's Healing Our Earth. Everybody coming together collectively to really, really pray, for this coronavirus, protection through this coronavirus. Especially India, as you know, is doing really bad at the moment. We've had very bad news about India, haven't we, Sevani?
Yes, yes, which is why a special thought for all our Indian friends, brothers and sisters who are there. We pray that because this is the very land where all those divinities have taken avatar, the incarnation was there. So that power also we spread. We pray from all our heart.
Yes, absolutely. And prayer has a very powerful energy when people come together collectively and they all have a strong intention to spread peace and love and, pray for our brothers and sisters around the world. That has a very powerful energy. And I hope they can feel it. I hope, this energy goes out there and communicates with the whole world and does some kind of real good, massive change, because we need that for the future. And Hanumanji, my dad, as you mentioned, is a really firm bhakt, a devotee of Hanumanji. So he's I'm very proud of him, because every Saturday he does his prayers and everything. So he's watching this with full devotion, this particular program. So all of you guys out there, just want to say thank you very much to our wonderful Sevani, who's a lovely host, and you'll be seeing more of her, as you will always be. She's part of our family, and do stay tuned in, because we have some lovely hosts who are going to be joining us very soon as well. Some lovely special guests, and our next guest you really have to find out a little bit more about, because our next guest is Girish Jogia. Girish Jogia is a really wonderfully talented young man. I should say young man, because he spreads this beautiful joy through singing every single week almost. He's part of our family here. And he's going to be reciting some wonderful bhajans and wonderful Hanuman Chalisa for us. But before then, let me tell you a bit about this young gentleman. He is the founder of Sri Ganesh Bhajan Group. And with the blessings of Ma Saraswati, as we say, he's been doing many, many performances all over UK. He does Sangeets, karaoke nights, mehfils. He recites Hanuman Chalisa. He also does a special Bhakti Sangeets, and many, many occasions. He just goes out there and spreads love and joy through the power of music, and allows himself to be the channel for Ma Saraswati just to spread love and light. So today we have Girish Ji here. If you want to find out a little bit more about him and follow his work, you must follow him on Facebook, because his Facebook is Girish Jogia. And I think that you will find that if you're a singing fan and you love music, you love bhakti, he's the gentleman you definitely need to follow, because you will find out all the wonderful work that he's been doing. So dear Girish Ji, are you with us here? Namaste, global namaste to you, dear Girish.
Global namaste to my lovely divine, my dearest, very warm sister. Thank you so much, and your smile and your energy, my God, it brings the joy of happiness,
Oh, you're wonderful. Thank you. Too kind, Girishji. I think it's this lovely energy that everybody else is spreading right now. You can't help but be happy. You must feel the same, right? Because this wonderful energy that's being created right now, everyone thinking positively, everyone doing good work, everybody just wanting the best for humanity. Isn't it wonderful feeling to be part of it?
100%. Absolutely. I could not agree anymore. The Healing Our Earth family has brought so much joy, happiness, oneness, and the kindness. And I think that is the crown of Healing Our Earth. And we are so proud to be of this divine family and the platform that we are, taking through the global, and joy of happiness, and we are so blessed.
Absolutely.
We are so blessed,
Really, and Healing Our Earth, of course, we've been doing various programs. We've got some lovely programs coming up as well next week. We have got the International World Dance Day celebration. So we've got, of course, a whole festival of dance next week. So do stay tuned in and do come and, join us between 2 and 8 next week, because you are going to get a chance to understand and learn about the world of dance, meet many, many experts around the world. They're coming from Belgium and USA and Malaysia and all sorts of places, India, UK. So Girishji, I hope you're going to be joining us and watching a little bit of dancing next week, like the rest of our team here. So Girishji, what are you going to be doing here today for us?
Right. Today, as I said, the first thing, our aim today is to be together as a family, not only in UK, but globally. We are all praying to Sri Hanumanji Maharaj to give us the strength, courage, and the positiveness, to help to persuade Sri Hanumanji Maharaj to come with the Sanjeevani, and let us all pray together with that Sanjeevani and bring this coronavirus to the end, so we can all have the happiness and lead our life back to normal, with the divine blessing, But very importantly, at the moment, as you know, our motherland is suffering at extreme level, that no word can describe. So my heart goes to them. And today I'm going to be doing some Hanuman Chalisas, some bhajans today, for entire global family, and especially for India. And may the divine accept our prayer today and bring that joy and happiness in everyone's life.
Absolutely. And actually, Hanumanji's, if we really believe, we go into the legends and the stories and our Bhagavad Gitas and all the traditional ancient scriptures, they say that Hanumanji was the 11th avatar of Lord Shiva. Is that right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So he's got a lot of power to remove obstacles. He's got a power to give people strength. So if there are our friends and family out there who are part of the audiences, who are suffering, who are going through these terrible challenges of having COVID within their families, or their friends, family are suffering from such things, this is to help them to get a little bit of strength and to have that, just to know that Hanumanji helps to remove all the obstacles as well of life. Is that right?
Absolutely. That's why, the 4 times, in the whole of the Hanuman Chalisa, Hanumanji Maharaj is the main, source of energy. And it says, Sankat Hare Mite Sava Pira, Jo Sumire, Hanumata Balabira, Jai 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 Hanuman Gasai, Krupa Kare Gurudeva Kinai. Jo Satra Path Kare Jo, Chute Hi Bandi Mahasukha Hoye, Jo Yaha Pade Hanuman Chalisa.
Yes, absolutely. And for our English speaking friends who are watching us today, and that is, of course, saying that Hanumanji always blesses people with happiness, and will remove your obstacles for you. So, dear Girishji, I'm going to let you now take over. Please do spread your love and joy through your beautiful singing that you do. And I'm going to be listening and enjoying and absorbing the energy that you're going to be emanating.
Thank you. Thank you. So once my humble pranam to all the participants, all our Healing Our family who have immensely, delivered so much energy today, So let's continue, let's pray, and let's bring joy and happiness. And first of all, my humble pranam to you, my lovely sister, for showering your love and your blessings. I thank you from bottom of my heart for everything. God bless you. God bless you. May the divine keep you happy as always.
Thank you. And they say when you pray for others, it comes back 1,000-fold to yourself. It always does. I pray that 1,000-fold comes back to you, dear Girishji, for your wonderful well wishes for everybody, not just me. You're always wishing well for everybody, and I love that wonderful soul that's within you, that you spread that love and light through your well wishes. So keep up the great work, and I'm looking forward to this. I'm all ears now. Dun, dun.
And I'm only here because of you all. I'm just a small instrument. So thank you for your love and your kindness. Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Hanumanji Maharaj ki Jai Ho. Thank you. So I'm going to start with three Omkaram, Gayatri Mantra, Ganesh Vandana, Guru Vandana, and we must not forget our parents, Mata Pita Vandan. And then we're going to welcome Shri Hanumanji Maharaj to come and rescue us all. Thank you. तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ श्री गणेशाय नमः। वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुर्साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धु च सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देवा। बोलिए श्री रामचंद्र भगवान की जय। पवन सुत हनुमान जी महाराज की जय। श्री रामचंद्र कृपालु भज मन हरण भय दारुणं नवकंज लोचन कंज मुख कर कंज पद कंजारुणम् कंदर्प अगणित अमित छवि नव नील नीरद सुंदरम पटपीत मानहु तड़ित रुचि सुचि नौमि जनक सुतावरम। श्री राम तिलक चारि उदारे अंग विभूषणम् आजानुभुज सर चाप धर संग्राम चित खर दूषणम् भज दीन बंधु दिनेश दान दैत्य वंश निकंदनम रघुनंद आनंद कंद कौशल चंद दशरथ नंदनम श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम इति वदति तुलसीदास शंकर शेष मुनि मन रंजनम मम हृदय कुंज निवास करु कामादिखल दल गंजनम श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम आइए हनुमान जी विराजिए कथा करूं मति अनुसार प्रेम सहित गादी धरू पधारो पवन कुमार श्यावर रामचंद्र भगवान की जय शरणम शीश नमाऊं चरणों में जपू तुम्हारा नाम आठ पहर 64 घड़ी जपू ओम श्री राम श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज निज मन मुकुर सुधारि वरनो रघुवर बिमल जशो जो दायक फलचारि बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके सुमिरो पवन कुमार बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे हरहु कलेश विकार जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीश तिन्हु लोक उजागर राम दूत अतुलित बलधामा अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमत निवार सुमति के संगी कंचन वरण विराज सुवेसा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा हाथ ब्रज और ध्वजा विराजे कांधे मोज जनेऊ साजे शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर राम काज करिबे ठो आतुर प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया राम लखन सीता मन बसिया सूक्ष्म रूप दर्शिय ही दिखावा विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा भीम रूप धरि असुर सहारे रामचंद्र जी के काज सब ओ लाए सजीवन लखन जी आवे श्री रघुवीर हर्षि उर लाए रघुपति कीनी बहुत बड़ाए तुम मम प्रिय भरत सम भाई सहस्त्र बदन तुमरो जस गावे अश कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा नारद सारद सहित अहिंसा जम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहाँ ते कवि कोविद कई शके कहाँ ते तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीना राम मिलाए राजपद दीना तुम्हारो मंत्र विभीषण माना लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना जुग सहस्त्र योजन जो भानु लीलोताहि मधुर फल जानो प्रभु मुद्रिका मेली मुख माही जलधि लांघि गए अचरज नाही दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हारे तेते राम दुआरे तुम रखवारे होत न आज्ञा बिनो पैसारे सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी शरणा तुम रक्षक काहो को डरना आपन तेज संहारो आपे तीनों लोक हाहकते कापे भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे महावीर जब नाम सुनावे नासे रोग हरे सब पीड़ा जपत निरंतर हनुमंत वीरा संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे सोई अमित जीवन फल पावे चारों जुग पर ताप तुम्हारा हे प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा साधु संत के तुम रखवारे असुर निकंदन राम दुलार ओ अष्ट सिद्धि नौ निधि के दाता असवर दीन जानकी माता राम रसायन तुमरे पासा सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा तुम्हारो भजन राम को पावे जन्म जन्म के दुख विसरावे अंत काल रघुवर पुर जाई जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई और देवता चितनव धरई हनुमंत से सर्व सुख करई संकट हरे मिटे सब पीड़ा जो सुमिरे हनुमत बलबीरा जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई ये 7 बार पाठ कर जोई छूट बंदी महा सुख होई जो यहाँ पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा होए सीति साखी गौरी सा तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा कीजे नाथ हृदय महडेरा कीजे नाथ हृदय महडेरा पवन तनय संकट हरणम मंगल मूर्ति रूप राम लखन सीता सहित श्री हृदय बसो सुरभु श्यावर रामचंद्र की जय। जय, पवन सुत्र हनुमान की जय, उमापति महादेव की जय, बोलो रे भाई सब संतन की जय। श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज, निज मन मुकुर सुधार, बरनो रघुवर विमल जशो, जो दायक फल चार। बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके, सुमिरो पवन कुमार, बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे, हरहु कलेश विकार सियारा। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीश तिन्हु लोक उजागर, रामदूत अतुलित बल धामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी, कंचन वरन विराज सुबेसा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केस, हाथ ब्रज और ध्वजा बिराजे, कांधे मोज जनेऊ साजे, शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करिबे ठो आतुर, प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सियहि दिखावा, विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा, भीम रूप धरि असुर संहारे, श्री रामचंद्र जी के काज सवारे। लाए सजीवन लखन जियावे, श्री रघुवीर हर्षि उर लाए, रघुपति कीन्ही बहुत बड़ाए, तुम प्रिय भरत सम। सहस्त्र बदन तुम रोजस गावे, अश कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे, सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, भारत सारद सहित अहिंसा। जम कुबेर दिखपाल जहाँते, कवि कोविद कहि सके कहाँते, तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीना, राम मिलाए राज पद दीना। तुम्हारो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना, जुग सहस्त्र जो जन जो भानु, लीलो ताहि मधुर फल जान। प्रभु मुद्रिका मिली मुख माहि, जलधि लांघि गए अचरज नाहि, दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हारे तेते। राम दुआरे तुम रखवारे, होत न आज्ञा बिनु पैसारे, सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी शरण, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरे। आपने तेज समारो आपे, तीनों लोक हांकते कापे, भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सिरावे। हो नासे रोग हरे सब पीड़ा, जपत निरंतर हनुमंत वीरा, संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे। सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा, और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे, सोई अमित जीवन फल पावे। चारों जुग प्रताप तुम्हारा, हे परशीर जगत उजियारा, साधु संत के तुम रखवारे, असुर निकंदन राम। सिद्धि नौ निधि के दाता, असबर दीन जानकी माता, राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दास। मारो भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे, अंत काल रघुवरपुर जाय, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाय। और देवता चितनव धरई, हनुमंत से सर्व सुख करे, संकट हरे मिटे सब पीड़ा, जो सुमिरे हनुमत बलबीरा। जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई, ये 7 बार पाठ कर जोई, छूटे बंदी महासुख होय। जो यहाँ पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होय सिद्ध साखी गौरीसा, तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा, कीजे नाथ हृदय महरे। पवन तनय संकट हरणम, मंगल मूर्ति रूप सियारा, राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसो सुरभु सियावर रामचंद्र की जय। पवन सुत हनुमान की जय, उमापति महादेव की जय। तुरंगाई जाने रंग माँ, तुरंगाई जाने रंग माँ, सीताराम तणा सतसंग माँ, राधे श्याम तणा तू रंग माँ, तुरंगाई जाने रंग माँ। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज, निज मन मुकर सुधार, परनो रघुवर विमल जशो, जो दायक फल चार। बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके, सुमिरो पवन कुमार, बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे, हरहु कलेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीस लोक उजागर, राम दूत अतुलित बल धामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नाम। महावीर विक्रंग बजरंगी, कुमत निवार सुमति के संगी, कंचन वरन विराज सुवेशा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा, हाथ व्रत और ध्वजा विराजे कांधे, मोज जनेऊ साज। शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन, विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करि बैठो आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसी। सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सियहि दिखावा, विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा, भीम रूप धरि असुर सहारे, रामचंद्र जी के काज सवारे। लाय सजीवन लखन जियाव, श्री रघुवीर हर्षि लाए। रघुपति कीन्ही बहुत बड़ाए, तुम मम प्रिय भरत सम। सहस बदन तुमरो जस गावे, अश कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे। सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहित अहिंसा। जमक बेर दिखपाल जहाँते, कवि कोविद कहि सके कांते। तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीना, राम मिलाए राजपद दीन। तुम्हारो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना। जुग सहस्त्र जो जन जो बान, लीलोताहि मधुर फल जान। प्रभु मुद्रिका मेलि मुख माहि, चल दांडी गए अचरज नाहि। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हारे तेते, राम दुआरे तुम रखवारे, होतन आज्ञा बिनो पैसार, सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी शरणा, तुम रक्षक का हो कोदर, आपन तेज समारो आपे, तीनों लोक हकते कापे, भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे, नासे रोग हरे सब पीड़ा, जपत निरंतर हनुमंत वीरा, संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम बचन ध्यान जोला, सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा, और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे, सोई अमित जीवन फल पावे, चारों जुग परताप तुम्हारा, हे प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियार, साधु संत के तुम रखवारे, असुर निकंदन राम दुलार, सिद्धि निधि के दाता, असबर दीन जानकी माता, राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दास, तुम्हारो भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख विसरावे, अंत काल रघुवरपुर जाई, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाय, और देवता चितनव धरई, हनुमंत से ही सर्व सुख करे, संकट हरे मिटे सब पीड़ा, जो सुमिरे हनुमत बलवीरा, जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाय, जे सत बार पाठ करे जोई, छूटे बंदी महासुख हो, जो यहाँ पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होए सिद्ध साखी गौरी सा, तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा, कीजे नाथ हृदय महरेरा, पवन तनय संकट हरणम, मंगल मूर्ति रूप श्याय, राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसो सुरभूप, सियावर राम चंद्र की जय, पवन सुत्र हनुमान की जय, उमापति महादेव की जय, बोलो रे भाई सब संतन की जय। चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए, धून मचाए सी धून मचाए, धून मचाए सी धून मचाए, चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए, धून मचाए सी धून मचाए, धून मचाए सी धून मचाए, सुन कर आए रघुराए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए, चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए, गंगा जी आए, जमुना जी आए, गंगा जी आए, जमुना जी आए, त्रिवेणी संगम आए, श्री राम जी धून मचाए, त्रिवेणी संगम आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए, भक्त जनों का घर पावन कर दो, भक्त जनों का घर पावन कर दो, आओ आओ ने रघुराए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए, आओ आओ ने रघुराए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए, चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए, दास त्रिभुवन हरि चरणों में, दास त्रिभुवन हरि चरणों में, राम यश गुण गाए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए,
मेरा मैं यश गुण गाए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए। ओ चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए, धून मचाए, धून मचाए, धून मचाए। The whole entire family of Healing Our Earth, चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, Healing Our Earth की धून मचाए, धून मचाए सी धून मचाए, धून मचाए सी धून मचाए। चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए। राम रहीम को भजने वाले तेरे पुजारी बाबा, तेरा नाम एक सहारा, तेरा नाम एक सहारा, साई नाम एक सहारा, तेरा नाम एक सहारा, तेरा नाम एक सहारा, तेरा नाम एक सहारा। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज, निज मन मुकुर सुधार, वरनो रघुवर बिमल जशो, जो दायक फल चार। बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके, सुमिरो पवन कुमार, बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे, हरहु कलेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीश तिन्हु लोक उजागर। रामदूत अतुलित बल धामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमति के संग। कंचन वरण विराज सुबेसा, कानन कुंडल कुंजित हाथ ब्रज और ध्वजा विराजे, कांधे मूंज जनेऊ सा। शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करिबे ठो आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सियहि दिखावा, विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा। भीम रूप धरि असुर सहारे, रामचंद्र जी के काज सवारे। लाए सजीवन लखन जियाए, श्री रघुवीर हर्षि उर लाए। रघुपति की बहुत बड़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरत सम भाई। सहस्त्र बदन तुम रोजस गावे, अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे। सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहित अहिंसा। जमु कुबेर दिक्पाल जाते, कवि कोविद कहि सके कहाते। तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीना, राम मिलाए राजपद दीना। तुम्हारो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना। जुग सहस्त्र योजन जो भानु, लीलो ताहि मधुर फल जानु। प्रभु मुद्रिका मेली मुख मान, जलधि लांघि गए अचरज जान। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हारे ते। ओ राम दुआरे तुम रखवारे, होत न आज्ञा बिनु पैसारे। सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी शरणा, तुम संभालो आपे, तीनों लोग हांकते कांपे, भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे, नासे रोग हरे सब पीड़ा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत वीरा, संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे, सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, इनके काज सकल तुम साजा, और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे, सोई अमित जीवन फल पावे, चारों जुग परताप तुम्हारा, हे प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा, साधु संत के तुम रखवारे, असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे, अष्ट सिद्धि निधि के दाता, असवर दीन जानकी माता, राम रसायन तुम्हारे पास, सदा रहो रघुपति के दास, तुम्हारो भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे, अंत काल रघुवर पुर जाई, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई, और देवता चित नव धरिए, हनुमंत से सर्व सुख करे, संकट हरे मिटे सब पीरा, जो सुमिरे हनुमत बल, जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई, 1 बार पाठ करे जोई, छूटे बंदी महासुख होय, जो यहाँ पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होय सिद्धि साखी गौरीसा, तुलसीदास सदा हरिचेरा, कीजे नाथ हृदय महलेरा, पवन तनय संकट हरणम, मंगल मूर्ति रूप सियारा, राम लखन सीता सहित, श्री हृदय बसो सुरभूप सियारा, राम लखन सीता सहित, श्री हृदय बसो सुरभूप सियारा, रामचंद्र की जय, पवन सुत हनुमान की जय, उमापति महादेव की जय, बोलो रे भाई सब संतन की जय। The very next Hanuman Chalisa I'm going to be singing, especially I prepared for our motherland, for India, and for the rest of the universe, that we cannot live without Sri Hanuman Ji Maharaj and the blessing of Sri Ram. And the rag of this Hanuman Chalisa is from film Ashiki, Hum Tere Bin. हम तेरे बिन अब रह नहीं सकते, तेरे बिना क्या वजूद मेरा, तुझसे जुदा अगर हो जाएंगे तो खुद से ही हो जाएंगे जुदा। क्यों? क्योंकि तुम भी हो, अब तुम भी हो, जिंदगी तुम भी हो, चैन भी, मेरा दर्द भी। श्री हनुमान जी महाराज मेरी आशिकी तुम भी हो। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज, निज मन मुकर सुधार, बरनो रघुवर विमल जशो, जोधायक फल चार सियारा। राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसो सुरभूप बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे, हरहु कलेश विकार सियारा। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीश तिन्हु लोक उजागर। रामदूत अतुलित बल धामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी। कंचन वरण विराज सुवेसा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा। हाथ ब्रज और ध्वजा विराजे, कांधे मोज जनेऊ साजे। शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करिबे ठो आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सियहि दिखावा, विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा। भीम रूप धरि असुर संहारे, रामचंद्र जी के काज सवार। लाए सजीवन लखन जियावे, श्री रघुवीर हर्षिर लाए। रघुपति कीनी बहुत बड़ाए, तुम मम प्रिय भरत सम भाई। सहस्त्र बदन तुमरो यश गावे, अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे। सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहित अहिसा। जम कुबेर दिखपाल जहाते, कवि कोविद कहि सके कहाते। तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीना, राम मिलाए राजपद दीना। तुम्हारो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना। जुग सहस्त्र योजन जो भानु, लीलोताहि मधुर फल जान। प्रभु मुद्रिका मिली मुख माहि, जल दिलांद गए अचरज नाहि। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हारे तेते। राम दुआरे तुम रखवारे, होत न आज्ञा बिनु पैसारे। सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी शरण, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरे। आपने तेज समारो आपे, तीनों लोक हाकते कापे। भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे। नास्ते रोग हरे सब पीड़ा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत वीरा। संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जोड़ावे। सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा। और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे, सो ये अमित जीवन फल पावे। चारों जुग परताप तुम्हारा, हे प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा। साधु संत के तुम रखवारे, असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे। अष्ट सिद्धि नव निधि के दाता, असवर दीन जानकी माता। राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दास। तुम्हारो भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे। अंत काल रघुवरपुर जाय, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाय। और देवता चितनव धरई, हनुमंत से सर्व सिद्ध करे। संकट हरे मिटे सब पीड़ा, जो सुमिरे हनुमत बलबीरा। हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई। ये 7 बार पाठ कर जोई, छूटे ही बंदी महासुख होई। जो यहाँ पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होए सिद्धि साखी गौरीसा। तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा, कीजे नाथ हृदय महडेरा। पवन तनया संकट हरणम, मंगल मूर्ति रूप राम लखन सीता सहित। श्री हृदय बसो सुरभूप सियारा। श्री राम जय जय राम। 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 तुझसे जुदा अगर हो जाएंगे तो खुद से ही हो जाएंगे जुदा। क्यों? क्योंकि तुम भी हो, अब तुम भी हो। श्री हनुमान जिंदगी तुम भी हो, चैन भी, मेरा दर्द भी, मेरी आशिकी श्री राम जी हो। जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। बोलिए हनुमान जी महाराज की जय। जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। जय श्री हनुमान जी महाराज की जय हो, जय हो। हरि बोल। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
Oh, that was wonderful, Girishji. That was absolutely wonderful. So beautiful. Really enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And you were enjoying it as well, performing yourself, which is great.
Hanuman Chalisa, Hanumanji Maharaj. When I get the opportunity of blessing of Shri Hanumanji Maharaj, I can sing Hanuman Chalisa for hours and hours and hours non-stop.
We can see it, definitely. Well, we just want to say thank you very much for joining us here, Girishji. We're moving on to, of course, our next guest now. Sheena is going to be joining us. But do enjoy the rest of the evening and stay with us, celebrate with us, and keep passing on this beautiful energy of yours to us and to the rest of the Healing Our Earth team.
Thank you for all your blessings and allow me, for this wonderful, very auspicious occasion today. And I'm just an instrument. Shri Hanumanji Maharaj was reciting the Hanuman Chalisa, and Ma Saraswati was at my kant, I was just an instrument. So I thank you for your kindness. God bless you. See you a little bit later on because I need to go and do another program after this. So thank you.
Absolutely. We're not going to let you go so easily. Yes, dear Girishji. We're going to have you back again, definitely. So a global namaste for the time being and enjoy. And of course, I just wanted to mention just before Sheena comes on, just wanted to say that we have lost, unfortunately, some people through coronavirus. So there has been families who, just know that Healing Our Earth is with you. We're there walking with you. We're there to share everything that you're going through as well. And these events that we're organizing are just to perhaps, lend a little bit of a helping hand and to let you know that we're there thinking of you during this unfortunate and challenging times.
So my humble pranam to Nil Kumar and my lovely brother Nilesh Tudiani. Salute to you and my lovely sister Shivali and the entire team. Thank you so much. God bless you.
God bless you too, dear
I hand over
Guruji.
to you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you. So, of course, Sheena, are you there, my dear? Hello.
Hi, honey.
Hello. Hi, dear Sheena.
How are you? I'm very well. How are you?
Very well, very well. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to say a big global namaste to you for coming along and joining us today. And before, of course, everybody gets a chance to hear wonderful information that you have to share with us, let me perhaps share a little bit of the information about you, because, people should really hear what you're about. Actually, Sheena Palmer is the founder of Plush Legion, and she's a true believer that prayer, regardless of religion, can improve health, promote a positive attitude, and of course, foster a sense of connection within. And I totally agree with that. Sheena also grew up in a very diverse surroundings where her love for religion and culture began. She studied English, religious studies, philosophy, and of course, history, which paved her way to where she is now. And I definitely agree with this as well, because I also studied religious studies and I know it's very interesting. And today she wants to share with you one of her creations, which I'm very excited to hear about. She hopes that it's important to promote prayer from a young age. And she will talk us through the benefits of listening and understanding the meaning of Hanuman Jalisa. And that's quite interesting, because I really would like to find out a little bit more about that. So dear Sheena, hello and welcome.
Thank you so much, honey. And thank you for the lovely introduction, and happy Hanuman Jayanti to everybody.
Absolutely. Now, I found this really fascinating, Sheena, because such a brilliant idea. First of all, there are two areas that I was very interested about. One is that you talked about how we should get young children, praying from a young age to help them understand, of course, I'm sure, the spiritual benefits of praying for themselves, and I'm sure for other people. And the second part is, of course, about the Hanuman Chalisa, because you were a firm believer that it's really important to share this mantra and this knowledge and this energy with the rest of the world. So can we start off with what made you think, why do you think it's important to get children to start learning to recite prayers from a young age?
Well, because I learnt my prayers with my ba, my mum, I've kind of grown up with it. So I'm very cultured like that. And I find it just as important to teach our next generation. Now, I was singing prayers to my son, actually, when he was born. He's now 6 years old. So when he was born, I just always sang to him, when they're just lying on your chest and you just want to sing them prayers. And it just came up as a light bulb moment. I'm like, why is there nothing like this that can help children to learn at an earlier age? So after extensive research, I decided, I wanted to share this with everyone, and I made my prototype, and my son slept with it for about over a year, and I could just see the way he is now, like, at 6 years old, having to know the Hanuman Jalisa, and learning it and reading it from the book. So it just kind of puts that calm, as soon as they go to sleep at night, it's just routine. For me, he wouldn't go to sleep without it, and that's something I want to get the next generation to just feel the same, and hopefully they can learn it through subconsciously. They might not learn it now, but subconsciously everything is always spiritually going inside you, and one day you will turn around and say, well, I want to find I've got that spirituality now, and I want to connect with it. And naturally you've got that from a very young age.
Absolutely. I mean, we believe that, for some spirituality comes from within. It's there. We just need to awaken people, maybe help them to connect to their own spiritual self, which is within them. So by helping to let little children understand that from a very young age, I mean, it's a very positive thing. And they also say to feed your mind with positive things will only bear good fruits afterwards. Because if you're teaching children good things, to look after other people, to have more humanitarian qualities, then of course at the end of the day you know that they're going to grow up to be good society members who will do good work for others too. And where did the kind of the idea, because I know that you're coming out, or you come out with a Hanuman Chalisa toy, is that right?
That's right. So he's right here.
Oh my God, that's amazing. So cute.
Thank you very much. So yes, if you just press his hand, he will sing the Hanuman Jalisa. It's for 3 months plus, so kids all over the world can enjoy it at a very, very young age. So it's made very safe for children, and this was quite important for me, for children at very young age. So as they're going to sleep, just having that calm music, and like you said, finding the fruits of spirituality, whether it's at the early stages of your life or you find that later on in your life. But because as a parent you can only do and instill this into them, and I think it's in the parents that have to kind of connect with their children and try to find that bond and that connection, and I find that's very important.
Absolutely. And of course, children learn from their parents. So if the
100%.
parents are going to be teaching them good, positive things, they will also learn, because they, that they're like little parrots. Whatever the parents do, that's what they're going to learn. And they just imitate, they mirror their parents' children do, especially under 7 years of age. So if you're going to teach them good things, they'll always learn these good values. And, the idea is absolutely brilliant to have this little Hanumanji, and he looks so cute as well. I remember myself as well learning prayers from the age of 4. So my mom, probably 3 actually, I was about 3 years old when my mom taught me, I have shared this previously, but Om Bhurbhuva Swaha, Tvameva Mata Chapita Tvameva, and even Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu. So these beautiful mantras that were there, and I was just a little child, I would just quickly say it. I wouldn't even, it's just like I have to just say the prayer. but as you grow older, and the spiritual energy, because every mantra has this energy in it, and it's the energy that's catching. So with Hanumanji, it's the catching the energy of strength, of being able to remove obstacles in life, and many other, very powerful energies that we're connecting to. So as we recite it, the mantra is actually infusing that in our aura. That's how I see it. So that wherever you go, that energy will be protecting you too. Yeah. So the more you repeat these mantras, the stronger it is for the child as well. It protects the children. So it's not just helping other people, it's actually helping themselves to build a stronger aura, a spiritual aura. And where do you want to take this? I mean, what's your vision? Where would you like to take this whole thing?
My vision, honey, is just to teach all the children of the world the Hanuman Jalisa in every way possible that they can learn. So I've got the toys, I've got the Ganesh as well, and all I want to do is get this company to teach the children of the next generation. That's the most important thing for me. So I've got the YouTube channel coming out where they can listen to this Hanuman Jalisa for free and learn to, with the English translation, and learn to sing along with it in a child-friendly way. And that's the most important thing for me. So any sales are going towards just helping this company become the next best thing for the next generation, really, for children to learn in, like you say, a child-friendly way, so they can foster that connection within and really just gain strength, courage, and, like you said, build a bubble of where they feel spirituality protected.
Absolutely, because I also noticed with the having this toy there and having your YouTube channel, you're going to be able to help this give access to global communities. It doesn't have to be perhaps the an Asian community. You mentioned it's going to be translated into English so that people could sing the song. We have hymns and we have prayers and we have songs in English that help to have more spiritual translations and spiritual messages. So you mentioned that this is so So are you looking forward to perhaps connecting with other countries and other cultures?
Yes, 100%. As you can see in the background, I've got the Guru Granthi, I've got the Buddha, Jesus, Ganesh, Star of David mosque. So it's across all religions. Like I said, I find prayer, you can connect to prayer no matter what religion you are. And that's something I want to bring forward, because I'm very diverse. Growing up, I was very diverse. So I didn't want to just go down the Hinduism route. I wanted to connect with my own, but I also wanted to connect other people to their own as well. And no matter what we do as humans, we always find a spiritual connection. And that's what I'm trying to portray today. And hopefully the world can join me on this journey, where we can hopefully learn from each other. Because like you said, helping each other is something that should come very naturally, especially in this day and age. You know, be kind, that's all they say, right? So be kind, and you know, just find your inner connection and your spirituality, and you'll be protected always by God.
Absolutely. Well, they say religion, what I find is with all religions, whether it's Hanuman Chalisa, we're following the Hindu path, or any path actually, most of the times they're teaching you how to become a good human being. So we're actually following the religion of humanity, really. Especially our healing our earth. We we embrace everybody, really, whatever faith, etc. And we share. You know, it's like removing ignorance, helping to share, to celebrate diversity. It's not about mine is better, yours is this is, you know, it's all about, you know, everything is fine, whatever suits you, whatever you're interested in, please try it out. But at least try it out, because you don't know what you can get from this. And you know, where do people buy this? I mean, where do they so parents out there watching and they wanted to get one of these little gorgeous little Hanuman toys, where do they go?
They can go to my website. So it's www.plushlegion.com. So that's PLUSHLEGION. And then they can always just contact me, look for me on Google. They can always find me on there. And like I said, my YouTube channel will be out soon, and that will be accessible, free to everybody to hopefully get their children to learn. And we could just take it from there, hopefully, and you know.
Yeah, that sounds great. We really wish you the best of luck for this, especially because when did you set this up? When did you think of this idea?
So I thought of this idea in 2016. So obviously I was working with my son a lot because of and then with the coronavirus, things got a little bit delayed, because I launched in 2019. So in the background, I was working on the product development and the books, because every product, every toy will come with a book which will explain the translation, which is the most important thing for children, because they might be singing the prayer, but they also want to understand, what am I singing? What do I need to understand? What I am singing, what energies I'm bringing into myself. So I wanted to translate this and make this accessible and easy for children. So yes, so this will be available on the website, and they can get the book, and you know, we can just take it step by step, I guess.
Absolutely. No, what that shows is, you know, you've been working on it, you've held onto a dream, you've held onto a goal which you've worked very hard on making sure that it manifests. So this is a really, you know, we would like to congratulate you from myself as well, and of course the rest of the team here, that, you know, I think it's very good when somebody's doing good work out there, whether it takes 1 year, 5 years, or 20 years to do some good work, you know that you're moving towards something that will be creating a good impact, a good positive impact. So, you know, we wish you the best of luck, of course. Is there any final messages that you would like to share with our audiences while you're here with our Hanuman Jayanti special?
Yeah, I just want to get everybody to understand the benefits and of listening and reading the Hanuman Chalisa. So the benefits, it can help you remove obstacles in your life. It can support you to gain confidence, wisdom and knowledge, and it can also improve the power of concentration. And this is every day, you know, listening to the Hanuman Chalisa. These are the benefits you would gain in, you know, just finding that spirituality. And I find, you know, the Hanuman Chalisa, my version of this, is made very child friendly. It's made slower so children can actually learn the lyrics to it. So I'm going to play the Hanuman Chalisa for you now.
Oh, please do. Yes, I would love to hear that.
And I hope
Great.
that everybody enjoys it. And thank you very much, Neil, and Healing Our Earth for taking me on today and making me part of this program. And Honey, thank you so much for a lovely introduction. It was lovely to meet you.
Absolutely. We wish you the best of luck for the great work that you're doing, and we'll always be there to support your good work, because we're there to help children, and we really love education, and that's one of the areas that we always are very passionate about too, bringing up children with good values, and this is great work that you're doing. Well done.
Thank you very much, Honey.
Let's listen to this wonderful Hanuman Chalisa.
Okay, just playing it now.
Absolutely.
श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज निज मन मुकुर सुधारी वरनौ रघुवर विमल जसु जो दायक फलचारी बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके सुमिरो पवन कुमार बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि हरहु कलेश विकार जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर राम दूत अतुलित बल धामा अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी कंचन वरण विराज सुबेसा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा
Nothing else, please.
हाथ कच और ध्वजा विराजे हाथे मुंज जनेऊ साजे शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर राम काज करिबे को आतुर प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया राम लखन सीता मन बसिया रूप धरि सिंहि दिखावा विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा भीम रूप धरि असुर सहारे रामचंद्र के काज सवारे। लाए सजीवन लखन जियाए, श्री रघुवीर हरषि उर लाए। रघुपति कीन्ही बहुत ही बड़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरत सम भाई।
That was so beautiful, dear Sheena. That was so beautiful.
Thank you very
That
much.
was so gorgeous, really nice. And kids would love that. I mean, I love listening to it. I'm sure that the kids will absolutely love it. And it sung so well. Congratulations and well done. And we wish you the best of luck. Would you like to give your website one more time before we say a goodbye and move on to our next host, Shivali, who will be joining us literally in a couple of minutes?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much again, honey. Like you said, we've got the YouTube channel coming out. So for Hanuman Jayanti, we'll have the free YouTube channel accessible to all children around the world. And the website is www.plushlegion. So that's PLUSHLEGION.com.
Brilliant. Plushlegion.com. And Sheena, we wish you the best of luck and definitely a big global namaste to you. And of course, a big Hanuman Jayanti special celebration and good luck and best wishes to you. What a wonderful day to launch this with the rest of our Healing Our Earth team.
Thanks very much. Thank you, honey.
Dear Sheena. Have
Happy
a fantastic day. Have a lovely day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, well, now we move on to somebody very, very special. And you've seen her. She needs no introductions, really, actually. But I'm still going to introduce her to you because she's a very busy mum of two. Shivali Ruparelia is a sales analyst for a global airline. However, her main passion is helping communities flourish. That's all she does. She loves helping communities. That's why she's here with our Healing Our Earth team. She also volunteers for many popular community events. And actually, Shivali is a long-standing member of the volunteer staff at a school called the London Science School of Harrow, which I think is amazing work that she's doing, helping children, develop high values and really get some amazing education. So she's doing really fantastic, outstanding work. And her outstanding commitment was nationally recognized when she was awarded the Princess Diana Special Award for voluntary service. And I think she definitely deserved that because she I think deserves many more awards than that because of the work that she's doing. And she also won the Inspiring Asian Women's Award for being an inspirational role model. God, she does really love inspiring people, doesn't she? And her motto in life is, if my children see me doing something good for others, I hope this will inspire them to do the same to improve future generations. And don't you think that is absolutely amazing? This, a mother who really believes in doing good work, being a good role model, and also thinking of her child, hoping to be the right role model so her child can also be the best version of themselves. So Shivali, I would like to say a very big global namaste to you. What an amazing host you are.
Oh, thank you so much, honey. A global namaste. And I'm so humbled by your introduction. Thank you so much. And what a great session you've had up until now.
Absolutely. We've had really amazing time. There's been really great bhajans and kirtans and of course special guests. And just now you listened to Sheena speak about her wonderful little Hanuman toy. There are such amazing people out there doing great work in this world. And through our Healing Our Earth team, even I'm honored to meet these wonderful people.
Absolutely. It really is an honor to meet all these people. And you're so right. There is so much talent out there. And isn't it just amazing how so much talent has developed over this year?
Yes.
it's just been an incredible journey, and our sincere thanks as well to Healing Our Earth, who've really helped all the talent flourish, I think, through this year as well. So it's been great. And honey, thank you so much for bringing us up to here today on what is such a special day as we celebrate Hanuman Jayanti.
Absolutely. And I know that you've got something very special that's going to be happening very soon right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the next bit of the work for you to do, because I know that we've got some very special guests who are joining us. And I definitely would say to the audience out there, you're going to love this group of people. They are so super talented. And I think you'll get a chance to hear a little bit more through, of course, Shivali, who will share a bit more. So I'm going to excuse myself for a few minutes. And Shivali, if you'd like to take over.
Thank you so much, honey. And for those of you who've just joined us, once again, a big global namaste to you all, and a very warm welcome to you here at Healing Our Earth on such a special day where we celebrate Hanuman Jayanti. Now, honey gave me a little bit of an introduction to my background, where I volunteered through all these years. And actually, I started off as a student at the Sai School of Harrow. But today it gives me so much pleasure to actually have with us part of the team as well. So I have here with me today Chaya Mirpuri and Nilesh Badiani, two founding members of Sai School. And I'm not going to talk too much now, but I'm going to hand over to Chaya Mirpuri, who's going to give you a little bit of a background on the Sai School and some of the great work that Sai School has done, and how also we've celebrated Hanuman Jayanti in the past, which I think Nilesh Badiani is going to touch on. So I'm going to stop talking. We've got a really good program. So Chaya, are you there? Yes, she is. I can see her. Hello, Sairam, and a global namaste.
Global namaste to you as well, Shivali. Thank you so much for this wonderful seva, I call it, because it's an amazing seva you are doing week in, week out. Is brilliant. Thank you. So very small introduction. So I have been in Sai School. Sai School is very old. It's 25 years old. Been there since nearly the beginning. Actually, 26 years old. I've been there for 25. So silver anniversary for me. But it does a lot. I think one of the most important things for me for Sai School is educating a child's character. It's very, very important to have a very good character. So we follow the human values. We also follow Hinduism, learning Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhajagovindam, and we actually complete the GCSE Hinduism as well. And even we have actually just launched the toddlers group a couple of years ago. So we are moving forward, having a wonderful school, and I think having wonderful parents, most important, because a school only is successful when you have a triple triangle. So basically having parents, teachers, and children. So Sai School does everything. Sai School has done seva. Our youth have actually gone out and done the food bank. We have done Hanuman Jayantis. We have actually gone and worked on the Duke of Edinburgh Awards. We have encouraged the children to do as much voluntary service as possible. And it is a citizen school. It is a citizen science school, following citizenship to the T. Our children have actually learned the mantras. So I'm going to show you a CD that we have actually created. It's a CD. It has got all our mantras that we actually do. So first thing at the assembly, I know all of you children know it. We sit silent for a few minutes, meditate, and we start off with the 3 Oms. We do the Gayatri mantra. We do the Omkaram Bindu, Vakratunda, Karagre Vasite Lakshmi, the Guru mantra, the Saraswati mantra, and we also do the Lord's Prayer. And we also do the Aarti is actually done on special occasions. And we also do the Vibhuti prayer, the food prayer, very, very important. So this is the CD. If anybody does want it, please log into www.scienceschool.com. All the information is there. If you want your child, parents, please, if you want your child to join, please log into www.scienceschool.com. And I think that's it, Shivali, from me.
Now we've got some of our children here today, haven't we? And what are they going to be doing? Just to give a little bit of a brief outline to what our audience has got in store for them today.
So at school, we actually have a Vedas group where they are learning the Vedas and they are actually learning the bhajans. So we have Kira here, who's going to be singing a beautiful bhajan. Ishani, who has attended our music class when she was very young. Arav as well. And they've been brilliant. They've been attending every single music class. Renu Gidumal was our music teacher. Arpan Patel was our music teacher. I was a music teacher. So in all these years, they have actually gained confidence and they have learned so many bhajans. So very, very proud of them. They've got wonderful voices. And we have actually thought a lot about Hanuman. We have actually even conducted Hanuman Jayantis. We have also storytelling by Arjun is going to tell us a story. And we have Sangeeta Vora, who has actually joined, who is a beautiful singer and is going to be singing Hanuman Chalisa. So basically letting you all know that Science School covers human values, but covers all the Hindu cultural aspects that we need to follow. And we would like you to all join us in celebrating with our children. I'd like to ask Nilesh to go on and speak about our Hanuman Jayantis.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And just for our audience, the children are so talented, and I am so proud as well to be able to sit here and see such brilliant talent coming through from all our children. So a big thank you to the children and also the parents who've given up so much time as well. So thank you from all of us here at Sci School to the parents and teachers and the children. So yes, we now have Nilesh Badiani, founder member of Sci School. Namaste, Sairam, are you there? Yes, you are.
Namaste, Sairam, global namaste to everyone. Like to wish everyone a happy Hanuman Jayanti today. What an auspicious day. We'd like to thank HOE for once again giving us an opportunity. Science School are very grateful for the opportunity they will receive regularly with all our children to participate, our teachers, our parents, and our volunteers. So thank you, HOE. Hanuman is very close to my heart and also very close to Science School. We've been very fortunate that we've been able to hold 108 Hanuman Chalisa for last few years on a regular basis. And what a fantastic event that turns out to be. I think it's Hanuman, if Hanuman Chalisa is one of those, there we go. We got some pictures here from our last Hanuman Jayanti or Hanuman Chalisa event. This is one of the murti that we've been praying to for many, many years. It's been kindly donated every time by Yadav family, and we are grateful for that. And these are some of the pictures that we can kind of showcase, which was truly amazing. You can see all the decorations and the love and care which goes behind the scene to display, and the love that we receive back in terms of blessings. So we are very grateful. So I'd like to share some of these pictures as we move forward. Thank you. So those were some of the pictures there, some of the photos that we could share. Like to thank all our teachers and children. They are fantastic. You will have a bit of a taste of it in a short while. And thank you so much for another opportunity. My dear friend Neil Kumar, thank you once again. And HOE for the wonderful work that you continue to move forward with. It's been over a year. It's no joke. It takes a lot. So may you continue, and thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much. And yes, we did take a little trip down memory lane where we did celebrate Hanuman Jayanti at Sai School, and we really hope, you know, with COVID and after all of this, we can definitely do this again. And I think now's also a time that we should also reflect on what's going on in India as well, and our prayers and all our Hanuman Chalisas today should be dedicated to all those really suffering through COVID. It's been a really tough time, especially as we've seen it on the news in India. So our sincere prayers go out to all those there. So with thank you so much, Chaya and Nilesh, thank you so much. And now we are really in for a big treat because we have some of our children, as we've been told. So I have a little video, and whilst I get the video ready, I know we have Kira. Kira, hi. Kira, hello. Global Namaste. I think you're on mute. No, you're not. There you are. And Kira, would you like to tell everybody what you're going to share with us? And if you want, you don't have to. You can tell everyone how old you are as well.
Saram, everyone. I'm Kira, and I'm 11 years old, and I'm in year 7. And today I'm going to be singing Sada Shiva. I hope you enjoy. Sada Shiva Sai Shankara Shambho Deva Uma Maheshwara Sai Parameshwara Parvati Ramana Uma Maheshwara Sai Parameshwara Parvati Ramana Shankara Shankara Umapati Shankara Shankara Umapati Shankara Shankara Pashupati Shankara Shankara Umapati Shankara Shankara Umapati Shankara Shankara Pashupati Shankara Shankara Pashupati Sada Shiva Sai Shankara Shambho Mahadeva Uma Maheshwara Sai Parameshwara Parvati Ramana Shankara Shankara Umapati Shankara Shankara Pashupati Shankara Shankara Umapati Shankara Shankara Pashupati Shankara Shankara Pashupati Sada Shiva Sai Shankara Shambho Mahadeva Uma Maheshwara Sai Parameshwara Parvati Ramana. Saram.
Sorry, there you go. Saram, thank you so much, Kira. And may Shiva and Hanumanji continue to shower divine blessings on you. So thank you so much for that, Kira.
Thank you. Welcome.
Now I'm going to share a little video of one of our students, Krishna, who will be singing a bhajan. So hopefully this is going to work, and technology does not fail me. So bear with me 1 second, and whilst I play this video.
जय सिया राम जय राजा राम, जय राधे श्याम जय सीता राम, जय सिया राम जय राजा राम, जय राधे श्याम जय सीता राम, जय हनुमान बोलो जय हनुमान, जय हनुमान बोलो जय हनुमान। आवो आवो प्रभु हम पूजा करेंगे, आवो आवो प्रभु हम पूजा करेंगे। राम सीता लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय, जय बोलो हनुमान की जय, बोलो हनुमान, जय बोलो हनुमान की जय, बोलो हनुमान। आवो आवो प्रभु हम पूजा करेंगे, आवो आवो प्रभु हम पूजा करेंगे। राम सीता लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय, जय सिया राम जय राजा राम, जय राधे श्याम जय सीता राम, जय हनुमान बोलो जय हनुमान, जय हनुमान बोलो जय हनुमान। आवो आवो प्रभु हम पूजा करेंगे, राम सीता लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय, जय बोलो हनुमान की जय, बोलो हनुमान, जय बोलो हनुमान की जय, बोलो हनुमान। आवो आवो प्रभु हम पूजा करेंगे, राम सीता लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय, जय सिया राम जय राजा राम, जय राधे श्याम जय सीता राम।
So proud of yet another Sci School student, and of course all our blessings to them. Now we have with us Ishani and Arav. Hello Ishani and Arav. Now you have been here on at Healing Our Earth before, so a very warm welcome back. And what will you be sharing with us today?
Today we will be singing Anjanaya Veera.
Lovely. So whenever you're ready, it's all yours.
Anjanaya Veera, Hanumata Sura, Anjanaya Veera, Hanumata Sura, Anjanaya Veera, Hanumata Sura, Anjanaya Veera, Hanumata Sura, Vaya Kumara Vanana Veera, Vaya Kumara Vanana Veera, Vaya Kumara Vanana Veera, Vaya Kumara Vanana Veera, Anjanaya Veera, Hanumata Sura, Anjanaya Veera, Hanumata Sura, Anjanaya Veera, Hanumata Sura, Anjanaya Veera, Hanumata Sura, Vaya Kumara Vanana Veera, Vaya Kumara Vanana Veera, Vaya Kumara Vanana Veera, Vaya Kumara Vanana Veera. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Sham, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Sham, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Sham, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Sham, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Sham, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Sham, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Sham, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Sham. Anjanaya Veera, Hanumata Sura, Anjanaya Veera, Hanumata Sura, Vaya Kumara Vanana Veera, Vaya Kumara Vanana Veera, Anjanaya Veera, Hanumata Sura, Anjanaya Veera, Hanumata Sura, Vaya Kumara Vanana Veera, Vaya Kumara Vanana Veera. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Sham, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Sham, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Sham, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Shyam. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Shyam. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Shyam. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Shyam. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram Jai Radhe Shyam. Anjaneya Veera, Hanumata Sura. Thank you.
Ishani and Arav, thank you so much. And both of you, keep on singing, keep on smiling, grow that talent. I know you've both been doing music classes, singing classes for a while. Keep on going. And once again, our blessings are with you all. So Ishani and Arav, thank you so much.
Thank you. Sairam.
Sairam. Now, Hanumanji, and we have Hanuman Jayanti, and we have a really good story. And to tell us a story, we have with us another Sai School student, Arjun Vora. Hello, Arjun.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good. So welcome to Healing Our Earth. Now, you've been on here as well before, haven't you?
Quite a few times.
Yes, you have. So another regular. It's nice to see such young talent regularly attending these online sessions. So welcome back, Arjun. Now, do you want to tell everyone how old you are?
Well, I'm 10 years old.
You are 10. You're 10 years old. So welcome. And what are you going to tell us today?
I'm going to tell you how Hanuman got his name.
Now that's a great story. That is a great story. We always celebrate Hanuman Jayanti. We sing the Hanuman Jalisa. We always talk about Hanuman. But how did he get his name? So Arjun, let's hear it. How did Hanumanji get his name?
We all know Hanuman is a great devotee of Lord Rama. But do we know his origins? Hanuman is an incarnation of Lord Shiva. After Vishnu agreed to be born as a man to defeat Ravana, Brahma felt that he would need to help. So he asked Shiva to take on the avatar as well. Shiva decided to be born as Hanuman. Ravan wanted to be immortal. He could not, and asked that no one could kill him. But he dismissed men and monkeys, as he thought they were not powerful enough. Hanuman is the son of Anjana and Kesari, and is also the son of the wind god Pawan, who, according to several stories, played a role in his birth. His name was Maruti. The small child Maruti had great powers. While still a small child, one day he was very hungry and tried to fly up and grab the sun, which he mistook for a fruit. Indra, the king of gods, struck Maruti with a thunderbolt on the jaw because he was defending the sun god. However, Maruti fell to the floor. The wind god was so angry at someone hurting the sun, he stopped the flow completely. The demigods rushed to see what was happening, as this was very dangerous to the universe. No air was a disaster. The demigods resuscitated Maruti, and the Lord Indra blessed him with a new name. As he had hurt him on the jaw, Maruti would now be known as Hanuman. All the other demigods blessed him with many magical powers. He can change himself to the size of a mole and expand his presence as huge as touching the sky. He is limitless in power and intelligence, and is yet always eager to serve his master. Due to a curse, however, he forgot his powers. But he was reminded at the right time, just as they were deciding who would fly across the sea to Lanka. And after that, we all know how amazing he was, and still is. Jai Shri Ram.
Jai Shri Ram. And thank you so much, Arjun. So now we know how Hanumanji got his name. So Arjun, thank you so much. Now, I know that behind you somewhere is Mummy. Is that right, Arjun?
Yep, she's just there.
There she is, Sangeeta Vora. Very warm welcome to you here at Healing Our Earth. We're super talented here. We've got Arjun and we have Sangeeta, who is now going to be singing for us one Hanuman Jalisa.
Thank you very much, Shivali. Sairam, everybody.
Sairam, and whenever you're ready.
Shri Guru Charana Saroja Raja
निज मन मुकुर सुधारी बरनौ रघुवर बिमल जस जो दायक फलचारी बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके सुमिरो पवन कुमार बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि हरहु कलेश विकार जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीस तिहुँ लोक उजागर राम दूत तुलित बल धामा अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी कंचन वरन विराज सुबेशा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा हाथ वज्र और ध्वजा विराजे कांधे मूंज जनेऊ साजे शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर राम काज करिबे को आतुर प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया राम लखन सीता मन बसिया सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सियहि दिखावा विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा भीम रूप धरि असुर संहारे रामचंद्र के काज सवारे लाय सजीवन लखन जियाए श्री रघुवीर हरषि उर लाए रघुपति के नहीं बहुत बड़ाई तुम मम प्रिय भरत ही सम भाई सहस बदन तुम रोजस गावे अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा नारद सारद सहित अहिसा जम कुबेर दिगपाल जहाते कवि कोविद कहि सके कहाते तुम उपकार सुग्रीवहि किन्ना राम मिलाए राजपद दीना तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना जग सहस्त्र जो जन पर भानु लील्योताहि मधुर फल जानु प्रभु मुद्रिका मिलि मुख माहि जल दिलाधि गाय अचरज नाहि दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते सुगम अनुग्रह तुमरे तेते राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले होत न आज्ञा बिनु पैसारे सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना आपन तेज समारो आपे तीनों लोक हांके कापे भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे महावीर जब नाम सुनावे नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा संकट से हनुमान छुड़ावे मन कर्म वचन ध्यान जो लावे सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा साधु संत के तुम रखवाले असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे अष्ट सिद्धि नवनिधि के दाता असवर दिन जानकी माता राम रसायन तुमरे पासा सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा तुमरो भजन राम को पावे जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे अंत काल रघुबर पर जाए जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाय और देवता चिंतन धरे हनुमत से सर्व सुख करे संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा, जो सुमिरे हनुमत बलबीरा। जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाय। जो 7 बार पाठ कर कोई, छुटहि बंदी महासुख होय। जो यह पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होय सिद्धि साखी गौरीसा। तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा, कीजय नाथ हृदय मंदिर। पवन तनय संकट हरणम, मंगल मूर्ति रूप। राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसु सुरभूप। सियावर रामचंद्र की जय, पवन सुत हनुमान की जय। उमापति महादेव की जय, बोलो रे भाई सब संतन की जय। Jai Shri Ram.
Sangeeta, thank you so much, and Sairam. And it's, you know, I'm looking here on in the Zoom room, and I can see so many of us just singing along. So thank you so much again, Sangeeta. And for me personally, I have heard Sangeeta singing from such a young, when I was probably just slightly older, Sangeeta and I probably a little bit older than Arjun. So it's actually taken us back, for me, taken us back to childhood as memories as well. So Sangeeta, lovely to hear you singing as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
And before the Sai School session comes to an end, Chaya Mirpuri and Nilesh Badiani are both back here. Would you both have any closing words for us here? Who am I going to go to first? Chaya, are you there? Yes, you are.
Yeah, I am. Yes, actually, just a few words on Hanuman. I call him a Superman. He is the children's Superman. Why is he a Superman? He's actually because he's a perfect example of true devotion and complete surrender. He also symbolizes the story of the animal man which is within us. So we go through the path of devotion, and when we go through that path of devotion and we go through that path of service to God, then we purify ourselves, and then only can we attain immortality. So basically we have the monkey, we have a monkey mind, which is very fickle, jumps up and down from place to place, going from here to there, and disturbing the peace of the whole place, the whole country. But the mind, when it actually reaches to Ram, Lord Ram, it becomes still, and it becomes devoted to Ram. And then that changes the whole perspective of that person. So we can be like Hanuman, we can have a monkey mind, but then when we have Ram in front of us, we become that perfect person, the one who is peaceful, who is devoted, and who is completely surrendering to the Lord. And I think that's very important for the children to understand. So yes, we have, in fact, I think that, I always think that our parents are actually supermen, super parents, because they are so dedicated, and they bring their children, and for the children to learn so much and attend this beautiful program, HOE program. I salute all of you. Thank you, Shivali.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to now go over to Nilesh Badiani. Do you have any closing words for us before we hand over?
Yes, just to say what a wonderful, talented children that we hear over and over again. You can never get tired of it. Is Sangeeta still there? Sangeeta, can you come back on the screen? Is Sangeeta still there, or is she gone? She's gone.
Sangeeta's video is switched off currently.
Yeah,
there she's back. She's back.
So for my reason being into the spirituality, it's this young lady here. I joined the spirituality at the age of 33. I didn't have a clue. And I met this girl, she was about 10 years old. She made me cry with her talented, beautiful, melodious voice. And what I would suggest to you all, on the Mother's Day, please bring her back on and ask her to sing Mars Bhajan. She will remember this. She made me cry. She will make all of us cry. So not just the Hanuman Chalisa, which is sung beautifully by her. And I can only suggest one more thing. Sing it with a harmonium next time. You've got a fantastic voice. And what a talented the group of people we have behind us. And once again, thank you all. Thank you to HOE and my dear friend Nil Kumar for giving us this wonderful opportunity again. And on behalf of Science School of Harrow, thank you.
Thank you so much, Nilesh Uncle. And funny you should say that, Sangeeta. Hearing you, actually, I did it also have a lump in my throat today with the Hanuman Chalisa, and I think it was all the emotions of not being able to go to bhajans physically or attending events like this, and you know, it just brings it all back, doesn't it, when you hear someone singing the Hanuman Chalisa like that. So thank you so much. And again, on behalf of everyone at Sci School, thank you so much. So my time as host has come to an end, but the program still continues. We have so much more to come, and I'm going to hand over back to Honey. But just a reminder, Healing Our Earth still continues every week throughout. It has been continuing throughout COVID, and it still continues. Continues each week, and we've got some really good events coming up in the next couple of weeks as well. So please do have a look at the website healingourEarth.com for what we have in store. So Honey, back over to you now. Well, it's been a great program. I can see on my screen, I can see Sheena. Sheena, you also have your little son with you there, I can see, and I'm sure he's also enjoying what we've had with the little singing Hanuman and all the programs that we've had so far. So Honey, back over to you, and a very big global namaste to everyone out here, and thank you again, Healing Our Earth.
Oh, Shivali, that was really amazing. Look at wonderful. Those children are so talented, super talented. And I would also say thank you and well done to the teachers, the guides, you know, the advisors, and the school, the Sci School as well, because they're doing really an amazing job. You're teaching people about, educating them about spiritual values. You're developing their creativity. You're even bringing out their singing talents. They're chanting these wonderful spiritual mantras, which help us to stay connected to our tradition, our customs, our culture.
Absolutely. And I think at this point, I really must thank Ranu Mehta Radia for starting the school, because really without her vision, Sci School wouldn't be around. So, you know, we do really thank her from the bottom of our hearts to seeing that vision, especially in this day and age.
Absolutely. And also what Chaya spoke about as well, I thought that was really beautiful, you know, seeing Hanumanji as a superhero. So the way you would teach children, you know, they would be able to connect with it and relate to it. At the same time, she also spoke about parents being super parents. And I think that is actually very true, because parents have a very big responsibility. And it's no point just having children there, but it's really important, because you then have a responsibility to bring up the best versions and maximize their true potential with the commitment that you put into them as well. So this is a really great thing. And Nilesh Bhai talked about, you know, how he's been inspired from the age of 33. So it's never too late. So even though we talk about children coming on board to getting educated about spirituality, people come on the path on any age, don't they, Shivali?
Absolutely.
Yes.
It's never too late.
Absolutely. Well, Shivali, I just wanted to tell you, are you going to be joining us next week? You know, we've got our International Dance Day.
I know, it's International Dance Day, and you're probably the best person to take the lead on that one, Honey.
Well, yeah, I was going to say that all those wonderful, you know, audience members, our Healing Our Earth audience members, if you love dance, if you have children who are learning dance, or even if that's something of a hobby, you know, it's a hobby that you enjoy, or if you're a teacher, you're a professional, anybody involved in creativity, I think they're going to absolutely love this. So if you get a chance to come along and join us next week on Healing Our Earth from 2 o'clock to 8 p.m. BST time, you are going to have a real, I would say, treat. We have an amazing group of people, a whole load of people from all over the world coming to join us for a special World Dance Day Festival. And by the way, Shivali, did you know dance, music, creativity, as we know, helps to enhance our health, happiness, and wellness as well?
Absolutely, because and I totally agree with that, because sometimes you just want to be in the lounge in your own home and just have a bit of a dance around, don't you? And you feel so much better.
Absolutely.
And I know I do that with my kids all the time. A song will go on and I'll be dancing around the sitting room with them. So definitely puts a smile on all our faces.
Absolutely. So the creativity is really, really important, dance, movement, etc. And just final thing, Shivali, just for you or maybe our wonderful family members out there from our Healing Our Earth to know, on Thursday, 29th of April is International Dance Day. And I'm also going to be doing a special event from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a free event on Eventbrite. And it's all about how to become more happier, healthier, and developing your wellness through arts like dance or singing. It could be any creative kind of things. So do come and join me. It's completely free of charge, 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock on a Thursday. And Shivali, with that, I would love to see you whenever we see you again. We love having you part of our wonderful team here. And we're Healing Our Earth would not be the same without you.
Oh, thank you so much, honey. Completely humbled by that. And I know you've got a great show coming up. So thank you. And a global namaste once again to the global audience.
Thank you. And a global namaste to you, dear Shivali. Have a wonderful Hanuman Chalisa, Jayanti, I should say, and enjoy your day.
Thank you.
And now we have another special guest. Now you've had a fantastic time meeting our Shivali. We have a wonderful guest who's going to join us. Her name is Nilima Penumurthy. I hope I've said it right. And she is a really, I mean, this lady is super, I say. I'm going to give her a little introduction because Nilima is a founder and director of Story Hour. Her first production was a long-hour audiobook. It was the Ramayana, which of course is an ancient Indian epic tale. And it was written and narrated by her teenage sons. So she's got a very, very talented family, both of them known as Shreyas and Ayur. And from that onwards, her accolades include receiving an award for the best audiobook of 2017 by the Times UK. She was also, I mean, her work has been also selected by British Airways. So they used to perhaps, you have your in-flight entertainment. Well, people had a chance to listen to this wonderful Hanuman audio there. She also found, and her work, of course, I would say it's a 20 minutes Ramayana puppet show. That's what she has founded. She has created this beautiful Ramayana puppet show, which is always, I mean, it's a pleasure to watch. You will absolutely love it. If you haven't seen it, you have to watch it. And you will find that she's been performing at Trafalgar Square in Diwali, of course, Diwali times. She's been traveling all over the world and making sure that this puppet show is being shown in Berlin, Paris, London, all over the place. I'm so super excited to have her here. Dear Nilima, I know we have so much more to talk about you, but I'm going to stick to that much. How are you? And welcome and a global namaste to you.
Global namaste. Honey, can you hear me okay?
Absolutely, we can hear you perfectly.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, and it's so good to see you. Never met you before, but you are very warm-hearted, and I can feel the warmth. Thank you.
Yeah, you ooze it to me. You're passing on your beautiful energy to me, and I'm just replicating it. And I love that background of yours. That background looks beautiful. Yes. It's the Ramayana, right?
Yes, these are the 4 puppets. I call them the Fab 4 from the show. So there are 6 puppets that have been made for the puppet show. So obviously the bad guys haven't featured today because it's all about the good guys today. So I have Ravan and Shurpanaka who are missing from what you say. But yeah, you can see the 4 good guys, the A team again of the Ramayana.
I love it. I love it. And actually, the good guys have been doing such great work because they've been an inspiration to thousands and millions of people around the world with these stories. And there is so much, if you really go deeper into these stories, there's so much values and so many good messages that we can learn from, character building, lessons, so many things. What has it been like, and what inspired you to start off with this wonderful project?
So do you want me to show you a few screens, a few photographs that kind of capture the journey more effectively, I feel? Is that okay?
Absolutely.
So let me see if I can get to the little PowerPoint. So not PowerPoint, sorry.
It's a little presentation, is it?
Yes,
please prepare it whilst I tell everybody out there. By the way, this young lady,
I know. To see it? Are you able to see it?
No, we are not being able to see it at the moment.
So looks like I need to do now share screen.
Yes, share a PowerPoint presentation. It's always very good to see the visuals when you're talking about certain topics. When you see the visuals, it definitely, and we are coming on board. Yes.
Can you see it now?
Absolutely. We see the Ramayan Best Audiobook of 2017, the Times UK.
Yes. So this is how the journey started. So basically my two sons, Shreyas and Ayur, when they were at school, when they were in their primary school at Haberdashers, they had done skits and storyboards on the Ramayana in the run-up to Diwali. So obviously we keep going to India quite often, and they felt that the Ramayana books that they had read were either too complicated, because obviously it's a very big story, isn't it? It's an epic from India. Or they were kind of what they read was either too much in detail or too little detail. So they got on with the act of rewriting it in their own words. And it took them about 4 years, from about 2012, when they were 13 and 8. They started writing, and then they finally gave me the final copy in 2016 July, when they were 12 and nearly 17. And then they narrated their own writing as an audiobook, which I put on Audible and shared it with the Times. And as you can see, they featured it as one of the best audiobooks of 2017, which was amazing. And then I went to my school in Hyderabad in India, and the Hindi teacher from my school translated the English version into Hindi, and 3 boys and 3 girls from class 10 and class 12 narrated the audiobook, which was again fabulous. They were absolutely natural at the narration. So that's also available on Audible, India, UK, and the US. And then during the same time, I also went, I'm a native Telugu speaker from India. So my mother translated the English version into my native language, Telugu. And I went to this school for the blind called Devnar School for the Blind in Hyderabad. And these 3 boys who were 13 and 14, which was in 2019, Aditya, Anil, and Ranjit, 3 blind boys, they narrated the Telugu version of it, which is totally mesmerizing, the Telugu version. Unfortunately, it's not yet available on Audible, but it is definitely available on SoundCloud. So anybody who speaks Telugu or understands Telugu, please do reach out to me. I'll share the link. And it's then the journey. So while I was working on this, I also thought I should convey it visually. And in 2018, I started working on conveying it through puppets. So I sent a message. I had 6 puppets ready by then, and I sent a message to Diwali in London without sort of realizing who I was reaching out to. Of course, it had Neil Kumar's name, and Neil Kumar was so supportive right from the start. He said, "Why don't you come and perform at Trafalgar Square in 2018?" So that was our first performance, which received tremendous applause from the audiences, both Indian and non-Indian, which spurred me on to continue. And then the Palan Foundation, headed by Nitin Palan, gave financial support, physical support to sort of look into all the logistics. And Neil Kumar and Kesh Morjaria also helped me all along to manage my next shows in 2019, which was at Trafalgar Square again. which got featured profiled on the BBC. And well, in 2020, it was a different year for all of us. So I had several virtual shows. So in 2020, I actually started working on adding voiceovers in different languages. So the 15-minute show is available in Hindi, Gujarati, Spanish, Italian, French, and German. They were all featured in the respective Indian embassies in those countries. So as you can see, these are the 6 puppets. So yeah, so it's been an absolutely fascinating, wonderful journey for me, which I'm so thankful that I got into it, and thankful to all the support I received from several different organizations, Palan Foundation, and obviously Neil and Kesh. So now I have a website called storyhour.co.uk, where you'll find all my work collated. So please look up, and I have the videos, I have the songs. So I have also commissioned 2 songs in English to convey the essence of the Ramayana. Both are absolutely mesmerizing and also very thoughtful lyrics. So I think they do capture the listeners' attention fully. So this has been my journey.
Wow, it's amazing. It's really beautiful. And it's Ramayana, ancient, it's like an ancient epic tale that's been modernized, isn't it? It's been brought back here. Oh, that's wonderful. Did you need to stop sharing there, dear Nilima?
Oh, I have.
So if you could stop sharing,
okay, stop sharing.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Great.
So yes, I noticed it's been in so many different languages. You mentioned it's been. So this is great because you can literally get this story out to so many cultures out there.
Oh, what I forgot to mention, honey, sorry to interrupt you, is that all the puppet shows where I had added voiceovers have been done by teenage boys and girls. So the voiceovers are by 15 to 16-year-old boys and girls. So this is a project where I have involved teenage boys and girls from across the world.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the most fantastic things I've always said. I love youth development because this is a great way to bring youth involved, get the youth involved in something positive. It keeps people's mind in positive activities. It helps them to get involved in something that educates them. They learn more. And of course, it opens up their mind to new cultures. So there are so many wonderful benefits by bringing this and getting the youth involved. That's I think it's a very plus point with this whole project to bring the youngsters into this. I think it's a really great thing.
Yeah.
Being an ambassador for the Duke of Edinburgh Award, we're always working with the youth, and we're always looking at how to maximize their true potential, how to turn them into good leaders for the future, how to make them good role models for the society. So these are all the really great plus points here. And Nilima, you also talked about, I noticed that there's a 15-minute show. So you've been able to literally put the whole of the Ramayana into 15 minutes?
No, so thank you. Yeah. So firstly, all the videos are available on YouTube. So if you go to storyhour.co.uk, that'll give you a link to my YouTube videos. With regards to sort of making it concise, of course, we have only 6 characters as of now. So based on the 6 characters, we had to convey the essence, literally the concentrated form of the Ramayana, just the essence of the Ramayana through these 6 characters. There's music that has been composed by Robin Christian specifically for the show, which is, again, it engages the audience. It is quite an immersive experience with the music as well.
Absolutely. So you've got the puppet show, which is a beautiful, really creative aspect of this whole thing, which is very new, very unique, very different. And it's something that connects with children and young people because they will love this, including audiences of all ages who would love to watch this in an entertaining way. And at the same time, you talk about the music because music always uplifts you. And then you also mentioned about the 2 songs that you've created, which has lyrics in English, did you say?
Right. Yes, so I always wondered, growing up in India, of course, I had heard several songs on the Ramayana or on Ram or any of the characters from the Ramayana in Hindi or, again, my native language, Telugu, which are obviously extremely engaging, soul enriching. So my quest was to understand how those lyrics would be written if it were to be written in English. So I had always thought, how would a non-Indian receive the Ramayana And how would an Indian receive the Ramayana or convey it in a lyrical way in English? So my opening song is by a Indian girl, Sachi Sen. She's written about, through her song, she conveys Rama's love for Sita, which is again beautifully captured through the lyrics. And my closing song for the show has been written by Abby Simmons, a true Brit, and she's never heard the Ramayana before. So I gave her the audiobook, the English audiobook. She's heard it, and it is honestly, it is fascinating to see what she's tapped into, the different aspects of the story. So she's written the closing song, which is about light. What's it called? The light the lamp. Yeah, let the kingdom light the lamp. So as Rama and Sita are going back to Ayodhya, the whole place is lit up. So again, a very soulful rendition of the journey.
That's amazing. I love that. Let the kingdom light the lamp. That's a very interesting title, very capturing and very attention grabbing, because you always want to know, what's that about?
No, my sons almost feel that it's like a Disney song, you know, it has that kind of reverberations. So,
absolutely. And because puppetry, I mean, what was your background? How did you come up with this, creating the puppets, and what was the story like there? Because you must have to create the ideas of bringing it into manifestation to make it into reality. You mentioned Nitin Palan Foundation. Is it Nitin Palan Foundation who supported you?
Yes.
And of course, Neil Kumar, who's absolutely an angel when it comes to supporting good work, you know, out there, because he's always providing. Right. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about this whole journey.
So basically, again, because I grew up in India and grew up at a time when Ramayana was telecast on the national television in India. And what I observed at the time was the whole country came to a standstill for the duration of the show. And I think because it's the Ramayana, there are no barriers. Everybody felt close to the story. Everybody had a common narrative, right? Because it's a story that belongs to everybody, right? So that kind of impressed me, or rather stayed with me even when I left the country. I always thought, how can I replicate it? So when the audiobook received its acclaim, I thought if I had to visually convey it, how would I convey it? So I obviously go to the theater, but then I also started exploring the puppet shows in London. And I thought there's something totally engrossing and enigmatic about a puppet show, because the puppets don't change their emotion, right? But for you to sort of experience the story, you get so engrossed in the show that you actually see the puppets changing their emotion on their face, which doesn't happen. But once you get into the show, that is what happens. It is totally engrossing. So then I finally, in 2018, obviously with huge support from my husband, Satish Pillai, who financed all of this. I mean, whether it's the audiobook or the puppet show, would not have happened if he had not sort of believed in what I was doing. So he funded all my puppets for the first 1 year, and he helped me physically to carry things to Trafalgar Square. So I sent his images when the final puppet. So we started the journey in 2018, just literally went through the puppet directory to figure out how to go about it, started sending the audiobook to all those people on the list, and started calling them to say, here is a story, I'd like to replicate it through puppets. So one of the puppet, a person called Jilly Robick, who I met on the puppet directory, happened to have grown up in India, and she was quite keen to work on the story. So we met, we discussed. So she designed all the puppets, and there are three different puppet makers who created the puppet from a piece of wood, actually. And those 6 puppets are made, and then we got the puppeteers who again had to listen to the audiobook, because they're all English and they don't know the story very well. So they took on to the story beautifully. And then I sent those images to Neil Kumar literally in September, because that's when the last puppet was handed over. And he said, why don't you perform at Trafalgar Square? I was like, oh, okay. So then we quickly had to put together a script. And then Nitin Palan had come and he said, I want to support you. So the next year he funded the next round of all the developments, which was creating the backdrops, adding the music, etc., etc. So and Keshav Majaria as well.
You've just had an amazing journey, haven't you?
Yes.
This is one thing I can say, you know, this message, you know, the one message I can learn from this is when you go out there to do good work, the universe starts, you know, designing everything to make it all work. So the energies always attract the right energies to make things work and to make it happen in real life.
I agree. Yes.
So
Yes,
this is great work. Now we are going to very shortly, of course, go to Sri Hanumanji, and he's going to be joining us again. You did have a chance to meet him earlier this afternoon. If you have just joined us, then he's an amazing and a very fascinating man himself who's going to be joining us soon. But before we go on to Hanumanji, Nilimaji, you know, would you be able to perhaps sing Hanuman Chalisa for us? Because you know it's such an important day for us. You know, it's Hanuman Jayanti, and we really want to pray, especially for India, which is going through such a turbulent time at the moment. And we really need to pass on all the energy we can to India right now to help, you know, and there are so many unfortunate deaths we're hearing about and so many, you know, terrible, sad news. So we would love you
to honored, and yes, this is dedicated to India and really hoping and praying that they come out of this calamity soon. So this is a simple tune which I had learned at the Chinmaya mission in London. So maybe if you could all clap, if this is the last Hanuman Chalisa, I'm keeping it quite simple. You could join in if you're able to join in, but you could definitely clap. Sri Guru Charana Saroj Raja Nija Mana Mukura Sudhari Varanau Raghuvar Bimala Jasu Jodayak Falachari Buddhihina Tanu Janike Sumira Pavana Kumara Bala Buddhi Vidya Dehu Mohi Harahu Kalesha Vikara Jai Hanuman Jnana Guna Sagar Jai Kapishati Loka Ujagar Ramaduta Tulita Baladhama Anjani Putra Pavana Sutanama Mahavira Vikrama Bhajarangi Kumati Nivara Sumati Ke Sangi Kanchana Varana Viraja Suvesha Kanana Kundala Kunchita Kesha Hath Vajra Aur Dhwaja Virajai Kaundhe Munja Janeyu Sajai Shankara Suvana Kesari Nandana Teja Pratapa Mahajagavandan Vidyavana Guniyati Chatura Rama Kaja Karibeko Atura Prabhu Charitra Sunibeko Rasiya Rama Lakhan Sita Man Basiya Sukshma Rupa Dhari Siya Hi Dikhava Vikata Rupa Dhari Lanka Jarava Bhima Rupa Dhari Asura Samare Ramachandra ke Kaaj Samare Laya Sanjeevana Lakhan Jiyaye Sri Raghuvira Har Shiur Laye रघुपति कीन्ही बहुत बढ़ाई तुम मम प्रिय भरत ही सम भाई सहस बदन तुम्हरो यश गावै अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावै सनकाधिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीषा नारद शारद सहित अहीशा ब्रह्म कुबेर दिगपाल जहाते कवि कोविद कै सकै कहाते तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीन्हा राम मिलाय राजपद दीन्हा तुम्हारो मंत्र विभीषण माना लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना जुग सहस्र योजन पर भानु लील्योताहि मधुर फल जानु प्रभु मुद्रिका मिलि मुख माहि जलधि लांघि गए अचरज नाहि दुर्गम काज जगत के देते सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हारे तेते राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले पूतन आज्ञा बिन पैसारे सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना आपन तेज समारो आप तीनों लोक हाथ के कांपे भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे महावीर जब नाम सुनावे नासै रोग हरै सब पीरा जपत निरंतर हनुमत वीरा संकट से हनुमान छुड़ावै मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावै
सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा। और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे, सोई अमित जीवन फल पावे। चारों युग परताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा। साधु संत के तुम रखवाले, असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे। अष्ट सिद्धि नव निधि के दाता, असवर दीन जानकी माता। राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा। जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करहु गुरुदेव की नाई। जो शत बार पाठ कर कोई, छूटहि बंदी महासुख होई। जो यह पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होय सिद्धि साखी गौरीसा। तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा, की जय नाच हृदय मह डेरा। पवन तनय संकट हरण, मंगल मूर्ति रूप। राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसु सुरभूप। जय हनुमान।
Oh my God, that was such a fantastic, so much energy, and such a different way of singing it. You know, the way you sang it, it was very different. It was very uplifting, very uplifting. I could feel the energy. I didn't want you to just stop. I just
Thank you very much, Honey, and thank you to Neil Kumar. And from all of us, I'm sure we're all hoping from India to get out of this calamity. It's calamitous, quite.
Yes, and you know, whilst we're talking as well, because I also had a very close friend of mine, Karen. Unfortunately, she also passed away a few days ago, and the whole of the Healing Our Earth team here, and of course the audiences, of course, we pray for not just Karen, but all the other souls that we have unfortunately lost all over the world. You know, whether it's India or anywhere in any part of the world. But Nilima ji, you have been absolutely amazing. We loved hearing about your wonderful journey. Thank you very much. Keep supporting our Healing Our Earth, and we will continue supporting you.
Thank you very much, Honey. Thank you to Neil Kumar too. Thank you. Thank you to everyone.
Global Namaste, Nilima ji. Thank you. Thank you. Now, earlier on, I mean, of course, I know you must have absolutely loved listening to Nilima ji, and I know you would really, I'm sure, thoroughly enjoyed listening to this puppet story of how you can come up with an idea and how you can manifest it, and then how the universe comes to start, conspires to start making it happen. And it starts attracting such a fun, wonderful force, I think. It's like a positive force. So now I'm going on to somebody else who I think is a real positive force. His name is Hemang ji. Hemang bhai, are you with us here? Global Namaste to you.
I'm indeed, Marabin. So nice to hear beautiful recital of Hanuman Chalisa from Nilima ji, and amazing seva she is doing to connect our younger generation. Quite often it's a challenge. How do we get kids to connect with our ancient culture? And we need more people supporting people like Nilima ji who are working so hard. So
Absolutely.
Hats off, as we say in the
you,
Western
you
world.
are also doing this, Hemang ji. You are also doing this. You're doing such. You are, I would say, a treasure chest of Vedic knowledge. you have so much, knowledge about this wonderful ancient science, ancient teachings, ancient way of life, I would say. And if you can connect and learn this wonderful, powerful knowledge, it can really help to enhance a human being's experience in this world. It can help people to evolve, on a more soul level, on a more spiritual level. And what is your thoughts about today with the Jayanti? We've done a special Hanuman Jayanti. Are there any special messages you would like to share about this?
Definitely. First of all, in general lingo, as it goes, people do call it Jayanti. However, it is not a Jayanti. There is a little bit of technicality. Let me just clarify. A Jayanti is of a person who is left. Hanumanji, according to our scriptures and our understanding, is Ajar and Amar, meaning not dead and will never die. How so? The proof is in the pudding, as I always say. Hanumanji lives in our hearts and minds. And I was just saying in the earlier portion of my program today, that you will find more temples of Hanumanji in India than Lord Rama. And by far that is true. You can go
Wow.
and check it out.
Yes, I heard that it's also in many other countries now. So Hanumanji
Exactly.
statues are all over the place in so many different countries.
You go to
And
Bali, yeah, and so on.
yeah,
Yes.
I kind of see it, Hemanji, as consciousness, the consciousness of Hanumanji, the energy of what he believes in, the values, everything that he represents, that continues to live on. And if you recite the Hanuman Chalisa, you connect to that energy, you connect to that consciousness and bring that energy into yourself or your work or whatever you're doing. Is that right?
That's perfect, Marabin. And you welcome the vibrations and the divinity and the energies of that Dev, that energy in you. According to our dharmas, anybody who gives is called a Dev. Meaning, if your mother helps you, she is called Dev. Therefore, we say Matru Devo Bhava. There is a slight distinction. Very often people don't understand and they are not taught in very well that Dev is a person who gives and Bhagwan is separate. There is only one Bhagwan, but there are a lot of Devas. Like your teacher is a Guru Dev, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. You always
So,
say Guru Dev, you say Devis, you say Dev.
yes.
Yes, absolutely.
So,
So do you
when
say this God, when you say God, do we represent like the life force? Do we mean the universal energy, which is
yes,
in every, even a leaf, or it could be in everything and every single thing in the world?
yes, and that is called Omkara Brahma, and that energy has lots of names. So one of the name is Rama. So when Ramji was born, he was not born with a name as such, but his guru named him Ram. Where did he pick this name out from? It came from our Hindu religious books, and they are four books: Rigved, Yajurved, Samved, and Atharvaved. They are our main scriptures. People often think Bhagavad Gita is our main scripture, but that's not really the case, because when Krishna was little and young, he went to his Guruji's ashram called Sandipani Guruji. His guru's name was Sandipani, and the syllabus he studied was the four Vedas.
Oh,
And the
right.
name Ram comes from the Veda. Krishna name comes from the Veda.
Right. So the names were already there, these four names in these four books, these names were already
Yes,
pre-written.
yes,
And
yes.
they say each name also has an energy. Some people even
Yes.
change their name and their luck changes all of a sudden because of the name. So there is a power in the name itself. Is that right?
Yes, because what happens is name itself is made of sounds. So the moment you, and sound is very magical, as you already know. So when we play some dancing music, you start to dance. Even if you don't stand up and you are very shy, your fingers will dance and your toes will dance. Why? Because that is vibration of the sound that makes things happen, that moves you. And then there is some sad music which can, without any reason, even if you don't understand the language, you would start crying or get depressed. So the music and the sound has power. In the same way, the Nam meaning the sound has power. And when you use a certain vowels and certain sounds for a certain horoscope of a person, it unlocks. It's like a key. So you can have a heavy, big lock, very heavy lock, but a very light key can open the whole lock.
Yes, absolutely. That's really a very interesting way of explaining that, and it's very powerful as well at the same time. Okay, you can be a little thing, but you can still unlock. And when somebody's walking the path of enlightenment, as we say, they want to work on developing themselves to become better human beings, better individuals. There is an evolvement process. And I believe that these kinds of mantras, if we recite them, will help us to generate some of these characteristics also. Is that right? Why would people recite these kinds of mantras? What would actually be happening?
Mantras will work whether you like it or not, whether even you understand it or not. It's like going to a doctor. You don't understand what the doctor has prescribed most of the time. You even don't know what pill you're popping in your body, but it works. Why? Because there is science behind it. In a similar way, even if you don't know what you're reciting, but there is science of sound energy in it, and that sound energy unlocks the other vibrations around you to get in synchronicity with the divine and the cosmos around you, and things start to fall into place and things start to happen. As you were just saying a while ago to Nilimaji, that when she started doing good work of dharma, people suddenly started to come at her wavelength and join her. And the same thing happens in our life. If even if you don't know Hanuman Chalisa's meaning, you just parrot it. Of course, knowing it and understanding will take you to a higher level. But even if you don't know, it's like medicine. You don't know what is inside the medicine, still it will work for you.
Absolutely. And this is very much on the personal development side, because if you come to the Western world, they will talk about the law of attraction, or they talk about law of vibrations, of law of cause and effect. So there are so many laws, universal laws that we talk about, and they're explained in a slightly different way. And we actually, you know, a lot of this has actually come from Vedic knowledge because a lot of people have studied our scriptures and come up with these ideas and then maybe modernize them to make it useful for the modern world. But actually, this information has been written in the Vedas a long time ago about the energies, of how you can use the energies, the consciousness, etc. So is there, for today, you know, like we did the Hanuman Chalisa, we all did prayers together, and Healing Our Earth, of course, Neil Kumar, our producer director, and the team here, we were very keen, you know, to bring this Hanuman Jayanti out, just to give a little bit of positive energy to the world, because the words will actually vibrate like little ripples in the universe. Would you say that we would have done something positive here?
In fact, let me go one step forward. There has been, I can find the link and send it to you if you want to. There has been a great experiment in North America and Canada where they did a meditation for 1 week, intense meditation with 7,000 people of one particular group. And they found that following week across the globe, the car accidents, the burglaries and all that across the world, across the countries, came down 30%.
Wow, there was a crime rate reduction. Yes, I've heard of
Yes.
quite a few of these different types of experiments. These are scientifically proven experiments where
And
if a town sits and even when they were praying where the lake is, they take the water, and then after they do the prayers and they take the water and they actually look at the crystals in the water, and you see the difference, that there was all distorted crystals in before. As soon as they prayed, the water even became clean. You could see the clean crystals forming there. So definitely, and of course the crime rate reduced as well. So I'm aware of that. I've studied it quite intensively. But it's the law of vibrations, which I'm definitely very, very keen to learn more about. And here, of course, you know, we've got Saivani here who's joining us, who's our host. She's equally keen on all the Vedic knowledge that we talk about. She's a very learned soul herself, and she studies and she teaches others as well. Saivani, are you here with us? Are you joining us?
Yes, Jai Shri Ram, Namaste. I'm following all of you. Yes.
It's lovely to have you here, Saivani ji, and also Saivani, I was going to say that you have been doing a lot of this work as well, the Vedic knowledge, as teaching people about educating people about this area. I thought maybe both of us can interrogate Hemang ji with all our questions that we were. So I hope Hemang ji won't mind. Saivani, was there any questions from your side that you would like to ask Hemang ji?
Well, we have known that Sri Hemanji, Panditji has been a lot in the knowledge, in the scriptures itself. So maybe the essence of Hanuman, how he got the name, and how he is so much involved and so much focused on Lord Ram. Because I, as Panditji was mentioning, I work a lot with children, and I teach a little bit of the philosophy and the Vedic scriptures with the kids. So sometimes they have very funny questions, which maybe I'm asking to the most knowledgeable Panditji here.
Absolutely. You have amazing questions, I have to say. Well, what I'm going to do, Hemang ji, I mean, I would love to sit here for another hour or two just to interrogate Hemang ji. But maybe we'll have a chance to invite you again next time to talk even more. So I'm going to hand you over to Saivani ji for her to perhaps ask a few questions that her children have been asking. And they've been, of course, it's a very important group of people to educate, because they're our future of tomorrow. that are tomorrow's generations. So we need to teach them and educate them in the best way possible. So Saivani, I'm going to leave Hemangji, and Hemangji, I'm going to please ask for your special blessings, because I know that you bless so many people through your wonderful work that you're doing as a priest, as with all the pujas and everything. Thank you for honoring us with your presence here, and enjoy the rest of the evening with Saivani. She was going to take over now. And a global namaste to all our Healing Our Earth people and audience members and my family members who are watching today.
An honor to meet you, Maraben. God bless you.
Saivani, all yours.
Thank you, Haniji. Indeed, we spent such lovely moments together, and all in the very, as we say, Hanuman May Vatavaran. It's the atmosphere of this beautiful character, this beautiful God, as well by
Saivani ji, we've lost you. We need you to come back on camera, because I think we've just lost you. There you go. That's it. Lovely. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, this beautiful atmosphere of the God, the Devatas and the divine, the Bhagavans. So yes, Hemantji, so much you have explained, you have shared your knowledge and enlightened us. One of the questions that from Mauritius, the student asked, why is Hanuman a monkey? This is a very, very simple question. And when they asked that, with the innocence, he could have been a human. So why is it he is a bandar, he's a monkey? And he being the most beloved devotee of the Lord Ram.
Yes. There are two stories for this. Remember, these stories are not 200 or 2000 years. These stories go back 10,000 or more years ago. So what happens is, it happens like with any story, Chinese whispers. I don't know if you know it, Ramayana itself is not one book. There are more than 300 versions of Ramayana. In some Ramayana, out of those 300, you will also find, weirdly, Sita Mata in one of them is considered as a daughter of Ravan. She was never abducted. So you will find all sorts of weird distortions, because what happens is, Chinese whispers. I tell you a story, you tell somebody, and once it goes to 100 people, it changes a bit. So in the original script, one of the original scripts, it is said that when Ramji went to the jungle, he met somebody called Vanara. So Sanskrit explanation of the word Vanar has two meanings. One is monkey, as you normally pick it up. And then another meaning is Va, meaning one, meaning jungle. Nara means human. So he found a human being who lived in jungle, like in tribal people. So Ramji met tribal human beings over there who helped him with all this. And they were very good with archery, bows and arrows, stones and sticks, and they ate fruits and vegetables in the jungle. So that's the word Vanar, it comes, and then you take different meanings of the same word and make new stories out of it. Same happened with another word called Koti, K-O-T-I in English. So in our Vedas and Upanishad, it's written that there are 33 Koti Deva, 33 Koti Deva. Now Koti is a word in Sanskrit which has two meanings. Koti means types and Koti means 1,000. Sorry, crore. So if you see 33 Koti, you can say there are 33 types of devas, or you can turn around and say there are 3,300,000 gods. Which one would you like? Well, it would be very silly, because there is not enough alphabets in Sanskrit literature to make 3,300,000 names of a god. And they never existed. So people don't understand. Sometimes they mix and match and they come up with something very weird. So, but each to their own. I wouldn't say anything in that situation. It's the message and the divinity that we are going after. The name, as you were asking the question about Hanuman, what does it mean? It's made of two words, Hanu and Man. Hanu means broken jaw or dislocated jaw. and Man means protruded. So Hanumanji, when he was very little, there is a story that he went to catch the sun, and that would cause huge problems. So Indra attacked him with a vajra weapon, which hit him on his jaw, and his jawline became dislocated, and it became a little bit more prominent. And since then, he is known as Hanuman. But originally, that hasn't been his name. His name originally was Rudransh. Why? Rudra means Lord Shiva, Ansh means a small part. He is 11th avatar of Lord Shiva, and so he is originally called Rudransh. Why did that happen? Because his mother was Anjani, a celestial beauty, and she was so beautiful, but she had a curse on herself, and she had to come on earth from the heavens, and she had this son. And before she had this son, she did prayers to Lord Shiva, and she said, I am your supreme devotee. She was devout Lord Shiva Bhakta, his mother. And she requested, when Shivji came to her and said, I'm very happy with your prayers. What do you want, beta? She said, I want you as my son. And so Shivji said, I will send an ansh, a small part of me as a child, because I am so big and huge for this whole entire cosmos. But to be your child, I have to send a very tiny particle. And so he was called Rudransh. That was the name, one of the names of Hanumanji. There is another name, and that is Kesari Nandan, because his biological father was Kesari, and Kesari was the leader, the king of that Vanara kingdom. Anjani had married Kesari in the Indian traditional religious way. And so Anjani and Kesari were husband and wife, and so Kesari ji is the biological father of Hanumanji. However, you can say maybe Lord Shiva is the godfather of Hanumanji. Then there are other names as well. We say there is a nice sutra. Let me just recite it. That will be more understandable. Let me play that.
Yes, absolutely.
Atulit baladhamam hema shailabhadeham danujavan trushanum gnāninām agraganyam sakala guna nidhanam vānarāṇām adhīsham raghupati priya bhaktam vātajatam namami. And so in this, he is called Atulita Baladhamam because he has got the power of Shiva in him. And Kesari was very powerful king himself. And he is very beautiful as well. Hanumanji is not, just like average, devotee of Lord Rama. He is extremely beautiful. Due to that, if you read Ramcharitmanas by Goswami Tulsidas Ji Maharaj, the chapter that he dedicated to Hanumanji, guess what his name he has put?
Yes, I know the answer. Sundarkand.
Well done. Shaivani Ben, well done. You got that perfectly right. That is amazing. Well done. So that Kand is called, that chapter is called Sundar Kand. Sundar means beautiful. And Hanumanji is so beautiful, so loving, is so nice. Because the reason is, again, Gujarati ma kuwama hoy to dolma ave. Meaning, if it is there in the first place, only then you can have it. You can't just create nothing out of something, something out of nothing. It's like if you want to grow an oak tree, you need an acorn in the first place. You can't grow a tree without a seed. In a similar way, he comes from the mother who is a celestial beauty, Anjani. She is the Apsara from the heavens. So, उसका तो son beautiful होना ही है. So that is Anjaneya is also his name. Pavan Putra is another name because it is a very long story in the sense that there was pious prasad, very divine prasad after the prayers which Dashrath Raja did, and that pious was carried by the wind to Anjani ji, who was doing devotion to Lord Shiva. And when she opened her palms, that wind god delivered that pious, that prasad to her. And she said, "Oh, this is prasad to me." So she sipped it. And so Hanumanji is also known as Pavanaputra. So Shiva, Pavanaputra, and Kesari. These are is considered senior elders and blessings, and through which Anshi has come. Of course, the biological mother is Anjaneya. And so we say Anjaneya Mati Patalananam, Kanchanadikam Raya Vigraham, Pariyata Tulubunamasanam, and so on and so forth. There is a very good chand which I would like to suggest, and that is to see where Jambavanji says to everyone and Hanumanji. I quite like it, so I recite it, and if I may.
Of course,
Good.
we are all eager to listen to it.
Let's go. कपिसेन संग संघारी निसिचर रामु सीत ही आनी है, त्रैलोक पावन सुजस सुर मुनि नारदादि बखानी है। जो सुनत गावत कहत समझत, परम पद नर पावई, रघुबीर पद पाथोज, मधुकर दास तुलसी गावई, मधुकर दास तुलसी गावई. And so this beautiful chant says, in which Jambavanji says to Hanumanji, and he guides him in a big way, saying that you are very powerful, you can do it, Hanumanji. And he gets enlightened and awakened. He goes and saves the situation and nearly destroys the whole of Lanka. Means he had to be held back by Jambavanji, otherwise he would have finished Lanka, brought Sita Mata home, and there would be no war between Ravan and Ramji. He would have done the job totally. But he was clearly told that you're not going to destroy Lanka totally, and definitely don't touch Ravan, okay? Don't beat him up. Just leave him alone. Just find out Sita ji, get a mudrika, and get it back to Ramji. Let the divine honor be of Ramji to handle him. And so Hanumanji was extremely powerful, very, very intelligent, and very, very motivational. If you see, Shaivani Ben, I have often found this, that our slowly Hinduism has changed in last few 100,000 years, especially since 1,000 years of slave rule. We have been slaved first to Mughals and then to, as you know, the history.
Yes.
What has happened is that we came from a very strong background. So our Ramayana is made of Veera Rasa. Ramayana, where you see there is no weakling in our dharma. Ramji has a very good diplomacy. He says, even to Ravan, give me my wife back and I'll let you go. Option 1. Option 2, if you don't give her back, I will finish you and your whole kingdom totally. I'll wipe you out. You choose which option you like. So it wasn't just saying, oh, beat me up, I'm doormat, why don't you trample on me and walk around? So there was no slave mentality in our Hindu dharma. It was very powerful and very veeras. You read Ramayana wherever you go, it is very, very energetic and powerful and strong, warrior-like. Hanumanji as well, as you know, very strong, powerful, and motivated people. There was no slave mentality. Same if you go to Lord Krishna in Mahabharata, you will never find him in any weakness. They were very, very strong warriors. But what happened was that down the line, when you take a group of people and you make them slaves for 1000 years, what happens is that slave mentality slowly creeps into the mind and the psyche of the people, and they mentally become very soft, a bit like rabbits they become. Now, rabbit, nothing wrong with rabbit, but you know what the problem with rabbit is? Any
No,
moment. Sorry?
I was just saying they're wonderful creatures, very fluffy and very, when you go near them, they just run away. But that's a very good analogy. We are eager to know more.
There's a problem with rabbit. Any moment, any animal will come and destroy that rabbit. Just like that. So a fox can come and kill a rabbit, a deer, any big animal can come, a dog or a wolf can come, let alone a tiger. Even the small hyenas can come and destroy. So anybody, it's like a dog's body. Anybody can come and destroy a rabbit. However, if you're a lion, nobody will pick fight with you. They'll run a mile from you. And that was our Hindu Dharma. It was very powerful, very energetic, like Lord Rama, Lord Hanumanji, Lord Krishna. They didn't, even when Arjun was saying, I don't want to fight, I don't want to kill my brothers, I don't want to kill my mama, I don't want to kill my grandfather in front of me. What did Krishna Bhagavan say?
The duty.
Get up, it's your duty. You have to kill your grandfather, you have to kill your mama, you have to kill your brothers. Do you see? It's in front of you, it's in Bhagavad Gita. I'm not saying that. So you see, Ram was strong, Krishna was strong, but now as you take that same civilization and you have 1000 years of slavery, their minds become very slave-like, and they become, so that's what has happened, and we have taken that misinterpretations of our Dharma. And it has watered down completely. We have weakened down completely. That has caused a lot of change in thinking. The good thing is at least we've got our scriptures more or less unadulterated, like Srimad Bhagavad Gita's, our Upanishads, our Darshan Granthas, our Vedas. They are still very pure and they guide us. And Hanumanji is again said, as you might already know this, Ashta Siddhi Navanidhike Data, Asbaradeen Janaki Mata, राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा. He had Ashtasiddhi and a Navanidhi, meaning he had various kind of knowledge and strength and powers. He was very, very powerful. In fact, he was the most powerful warrior in the war on the side of Lord Rama after Lakhanji. Very, very extremely powerful. In fact, when there was a need of medicine and he didn't know which medicine to bring, it is said he bought the whole mountain. He moved mountains to save Lakhanji. And that is the kind of Hindus we need to grow, and powerful and intelligent and successful, so that we can be of help to the wider world and support them. And also there is one or two messages, if I may read. Dolly ji is saying, Hemangji, from now onward, should we say Hanuman Janmotsav? Yes, definitely, beta. In fact, I would, I would say Hanuman Utsav is also a good word, or a Janmotsav. So it is an Utsav, it's a celebration. Utsav means celebration, and we should celebrate his birth. But Jayanti is not quite a word. However, as I said, Jayanti is quite widely used word across to celebrate this day. But hey, change begins from us. So we can start off from today and say we are celebrating the Utsav of Sri Hanumanji. And Sri Hanumanji has got so many powers and good news, and that is that Sri Ramji, on his journey to Lanka and back for the 14 years, everybody he met, he became friends with and very close with. They came to his coronation. Everybody went back, but only one stayed. Hanumanji. He never went back. He said, I'm not going. In fact, there is a nice story. I don't know if we have time. Do we have time?
Yes, we have around 5 to 10 minutes. So
Good.
yeah, of course.
Okay. This is very interesting story. When Ramji's Raj Tilak was done, means he was coronated as a king after 14 years of exile. Everybody was, staying there for months and months and had a wonderful time over there in the kingdom of Ayodhya, in Awadh. But then what happened was the guests have to go back, correct? So guests were told that now you can slowly go back. Thank you, please go home. So Sugriva was told that you can go home. Angad was told to go home. Vibhishan was told to go home. All the friends of Lord Rama, one by one, they were told to go home. Now everybody was thinking, who will tell Hanumanji to go back to his kingdom? And they all went to Mata Sita and they said, can you tell him? We are very afraid. We can't tell him. So Mata Sita said, what are you talking about? And એને તો મને બચાવી છે. I was nearly dying. I was at the time of giving up my life in the Ashok Vatika. He came as my lifesaver. He gave me the mudrik, the anguti, the viti, and saved me from death and despair. So I will never tell my son, Hanuman is my son, I will never tell him to go. So then everybody went next to Bharatji, and they said to Bharatji, can you tell Hanumanji to go back? Bharatji said, wow, well, I'm a good person. Why don't you tell me? Yeah, it's nice. You all are picking on me because already I'm well known in the world that because of me, Lord Ram had to go for 14 years, right? In the jungle. You might as well pin Hanumanji on me as well. You just want to disrespect me. I've already been beaten up in the world, told bad words and so on about Ramji. Mere liye to unko jana pada. So he said, you already trampled on me. You're going to trample me more by telling Hanumanji from me. So Bharatji said, no, I'm not going to do that. And so on the story goes. Everybody who was gone, they all tried to ask everyone. Finally, it didn't work out, so they all went to Sri Ramji. And they said, Sri Ramji, I think you are the most senior most person. You can tell Hanumanji to go back. And he said, yes, I can tell him to go back, but I have to pay him back for what he has done. Then I can tell him to go. So they all asked him, how can you pay him? And that's the time Ramji said, first of all, his wife should be abducted. Then Ram has to go to Lanka and do the messenger and then fight the war for him. And then in that war, when Hanumanji's brothers are injured, I have to go to Himalayas, fetch the medicine and fix the brothers and keep them alive and then save them, fight the war and bring him back. Then I have repaid him. Then maybe I can tell him to leave. So everybody got the message that Hanumanji is going nowhere. He is part and life of Ram. So that was a nice little story I thought I should share.
Wonderful, wonderful, and very well said in very simple words that everyone, I'm sure everyone watching us, if you want to share it, please do share to your friends, your children, your nephews and nieces. This is very rich in knowledge, and not only knowledge how to, to earn. There are two kinds of knowledge, academic knowledge and the spiritual knowledge, how to live our lives. Just as I would add here, we have the manuals. In any appliance, any devices, we get the manual, how we have to use those new phones or appliances. But what is the manual of our own life? And these are found in our great scriptures, Vedas, Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, the Ramayana, Ramcharitmanas. And as you said, Hanuman has so many names, Rudransh, Anjaneya, Hanuman, Maruti, and the list goes on. So for now, thank you so much, Sri Hemang. You stay on. We are coming back to you again. The very word, as we think of Hanuman, we say, maybe you will enlighten us more about it, Panditji, that Hanuman is still alive. He is residing still in the Himalayas. And we have proof also, isn't it?
Yes. There are few people who are Ajay, Amar, meaning they don't die. And there are, I don't know if you know it, there are some fishes, you can Google it after our show if you want to know. There are some fishes that live in seas, they live more than 500 years. Imagine. They are already there, documented fishes, which live more than 500 years. You might have heard tortoises. They can live up to 300 years.
Yes.
And there is one fish which never dies. Never is the word.
Oh.
Yeah, her body constantly changes, so her DNA is constantly refreshed. She never dies. And so Hanumanji is considered one of them, and he is Ajeya and Amara, meaning he is not dead. What happens is that our saints are said that whenever we do Hanuman Katha, especially when we do it in Badrinath, then there is they keep a small mat empty. Even I recently, last week, I recited a Ram Katha over here from my home, and then we telecasted it on Astha Test channel across the world. And I had kept an asana, empty asana, there for Hanumanji. So whenever you go to Ram Katha, all the Kathakars will put one empty chair or a table or a cloth. We call it the asana for the seat of the energy of Hanumanji. So even if Hanumanji physically doesn't come, his energy comes to listen, because we are talking about Rama. So even today when I did the afternoon slot in this program itself, I started with Ramji's Stuti. And yeah, so whenever you sing Ram Stuti, Hanumanji's energies come to you, and it is considered and believed. A lot of people who have got the good vision, they get to see. Like-minded people only see the like-minded things. It's like what happens, a simple example is, say for example, there is a mother who loves her children and her whole world is only her children. What will she do? She will go into the shopping center. What will she look at? She will not look at the business magazines. She will not look at the cricket gear.
Oh no.
She will totally zero in into the food and fruits which is going to make her children healthy. She will look at the toys and the books that will help her children. All the other things she will ignore in the supermarket. Correct? Because she is devout totally to her kids. In a similar way, what happens is, in this world, the people whose vision is into money, they will only see money and business opportunities. The people who are devoted to Lord Rama and Bhakti, they might see Hanumanji wherever they want to see it. In fact, Hanumanji will give darshan to them as well. But if you are not into this all, then even Hanumanji comes to you face to face, you will not look at them totally, and you just do what you're thinking about doing it. As I gave you an example of a mother, that's what happens to us. So yes, he's alive.
Yes, very true, very true. And you are just, as you were mentioning, we put the asana for Lord Hanuman to come whenever and wherever Lord Ram's name is being praised or being chanted. The first person to come, even before everyone else, is Lord Hanuman. Just as I had my slot also this evening, 7 p.m. Mauritian time. And in the last part, we were just singing the Jap, Jai Shri Ram. And we had the Bal Hanuman there with the flower. It was just at his lotus feet. And if all of you watching us, if you would rewind, you would see at one time, I just felt the vibes. Truly, I'm saying I got the goosebumps. And at that time, when I rewinded, at the flower at the lotus feet of this Bal Hanuman, the flower just fell off, just to show his presence. And I agree with you totally. If we are focused in this line, we will truly feel it. But even when we are so much engrossed in the Maya, as we say, materialistic world, the Lord can come also, but we won't be able to find him. So we should adopt this nature of being like Hanuman, and every time, in every thought, word, or action we are doing, it doesn't cost a lot just to say the name of the Lord that we feel good. Sri Ram, Sri Krishna, Durga Ma, Lord Ganesh, any name on the tip of our tongue, because this reminds me also of a beautiful a saying, or we can say a poem written by Sant Kabir, which says, Ram naam ki loot hai, loot sake to loot, अंत समय पछताए क्यों जब प्राण तन से जाएंगे छूट, which says the Lord's name, Ram name, is like the treasure, and that treasure we can loot. Here the meaning of loot means you can take as much as you want and any time, because a time will come, the last minute when the last breath is going, then you will regret, oh, that's the time that you realize, but I had that treasure with me. What did I do? So this is one of the beautiful panktiyas that I hold close to my heart. And indeed, Lord Hanuman is still alive. We still feel him. And to remind all of us, we will try and say we are celebrating Hanuman Mahotsav. Is that right?
Perfect. Very good indeed. In fact, there is a message over here from Vinodji. He's saying Hinduism is not being taught in school, and teachers don't have time. What do you do? I was a teacher myself for a while, and I realized I've got 30 students, and I'm trying to teach them the various subjects within 1 hour, less than an hour, and I've got too much challenge, I would say. And there are different religions and faith and belief and non-beliefs. So the best thing I believe is not to teach children in school at all. The best thing would be you have a daily routine of doing your own recitation in the evening with the family, even for 15 minutes. All of you get together before your meal or after meal, and you do 4 pages of Ramcharitmanas or 4 pages of Bhagavad Gita, whatever book you believe in. You should do it as a family. There is a very good saying, Parki asa sada nirasha. When you leave it to the teachers and the schools and the university, the ball is in somebody else's court. Never do that. Keep the ball in your court, control it, and you hit the ball the way you want it. Never rely on any teachers or any curriculum. So you do it for yourself. આપણા ગુજરાતીમાં કહેવત છે હાથે એટલું સાથે. Do it by yourself. And so I encourage all the parents, please find 15-20 minutes every day in the evening, as I said, before or after lunch. Read a nice book with your family for 5 minutes, and that would be amazing. There is no solution to this. No teaching, no schools can fix it. Only parents can do it. And I recommend once a year or twice a year at least you should go and sit and listen to Ram Katha from a good acharya. Like I also go to listen to Ram Katha by my gurus when they are reciting, and I recite myself Ram Katha, like I recited a week ago, and in June I am doing a Ram Katha. It will be free of cost. It will be televised across the world on Astha Television, on on YouTube and on Facebook and so on. So it is there. You just need to tune in. It's like radio. All the stations are playing just now. You can't hear it, right?
Yeah.
Because you have not tuned to that station. The moment you tune to that station, the music will come. So you need to tune your radio correct. The waves are already there. The music is already playing.
Yeah. And the Wi-Fi is strong also. That's the
very strong Wi-Fi.
Technology world, and the best technology is that directly from God, the divine cosmic energy that's always upon us. Because when we think spiritual people who have a spiritual background, little bit, as you correctly said, parents, give time to your kids. And when they have questions, I'm sure they have, and you will enlighten them. Then you will become the role models. That's the way then they become inspirational ideals in their own family. Otherwise, we find children having actors, singers, and all the models as their idols, right? But in the Ramayana, Hanuman is a great charismatic character, and we can find him to be our inspiration. Lord Ram, Mother Sita, each of them. And they are par excellence, as we say, Maryada Purushottam. All the ideals are there. So if we try to tune ourselves, our antennas, our Wi-Fi connections, definitely the God will enlighten us spiritually and cosmically and with divinity. What more is there to share, Hemang Bhai, Acharyaji? Because a lot that you have said, this seems so little. We are keen to listen to more. And you were mentioning about the tortoise, right? Living in Mauritius, we have the giant tortoise as well. Whenever this Corona lockdown is over, you please do visit Mauritius, all of you watching us. We have the tortoise, yes. And you were mentioning about fish who their DNA changes, they keep on living. They are Ajar and Amar. They don't die. So it feels that I'm a good student of yours, a good Shishya. um, yeah, that's true. Well, even by the essence itself of Lord Hanuman, he is there to protect his beautiful Sundar, his very mighty, powerful Bahubali. We say Bajrangi also, Bajrang Bali. So all these Shaktis, it's physical as well as it's mental, internal, right? So what can you tell us more about that? How can we also try and be not only physically strong, because nowadays, as you have rightly said, the Hinduism and the culture, youths, youngsters, they are falling into different fields which are harmful to them. So this is a way to empower and give them that strength to fight against the negativities and maybe the influence that draining them into the pitfalls where they don't find any way out. So what can you tell us about that, Acharyaji?
As you just said, there is a lot of things to learn from our scriptures, and the only way we do it is we try to relive it and understand it. So we try to read. There was a very good story a few years back in the news. There is a well-known Baba who has passed away a few years ago. I will not name his name, but they have made a huge temple in his name, and there is tons of gold in that temple, tons of gold in that Baba's temple. And it was in the news that the committee of the temple said, what should we do with this gold? And the committee finally realized that they've got so much gold, so they don't know what to do. So they said, we'll make a big plate of gold, very big heavy plate, and put Baba's murti on top of it.
Okay.
So I wrote them a small email, and I knew it's not going to make any difference to them, but I did still write it. I did my karma, and I said, why don't you put your feet into Baba's shoes? Your Baba is recently few hundred years passed away. The shoes must be lying around. So why don't you take his shoes and put his shoes, your feet into his shoes, and think like that Baba, thinking if Baba had this much kilograms of gold, what would he do with this gold?
Right.
And the answer was glaringly clear. Baba would throw all that gold to everybody, poor and the needy, and he would just do charity.
Yeah.
But because these were businessmen running a temple, they said, no way, we are not giving a tiny bit of gold away. We are going to make a plate and put Baba on the top of it. So this is what happens. If we don't learn our scriptures, we're going to get lost and we're going to do wrong things. So the easiest way is to learn the Maryada. As you said, from Sri Ramji and Hanumanji, we learn their skills and knowledges. So we should study, and like one of the things which we study and see quite often today nowadays is, suppose there are contracts between two people. Whether you say it's a marriage, when you sign, both of you sign a document, don't you? It's
You're
a
right.
contract, isn't it? Even when the two business people are doing business together, they sign a contract. That we are in business, this much profit we will get, share, this much loss, if there is, we'll share. And then also, most of the time we see the breakups happen. Why? Because we are not following what we are taught in our scriptures. Why? Because we are not following our scriptures. What does our scripture say? रघुकुल रीति सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर बचन न जाई. See, there is no signing required, there is no contract, but the moment he has uttered the word, प्राण जाने देंगे लेकिन पीछे नहीं हटेंगे. He will rather die than not follow his words. So we don't need really the contracts, we don't need the paperwork, because all the paperwork is failing us. People are breaking the contracts left, right and center, whether it's personal contracts or business contracts, or contracts like, politician going and standing in front of million people and say, I swear to be a good politician and save the country. And then you know what he has done in the back. So we don't want him to swear by the book or the paper or the contracts or the signs. They are not really helping. As you can see, the more it is doing bad. We need to go back to our Raghukula Riti, Sada Chali Ai, Prana Jai Aru, Vachana Na Jai. We should be word, and that's what we should learn by example from Sri Ram, Sri Krishna, and ourselves, be a bit like them. Our children should be like that. And how can they be if the parents are exactly showing that? Again, it comes back to parents. Unfortunately, there is no shortcut for it.
Yeah.
If you have bought a kid in this world, it's your responsibility until the child is a teenager to do all this for the kid. Of course, after teenager, that child is going to mix with hundreds of thousands of other students of different vibrations, and those vibrations will pollute the mind of that kid. So the parents cannot affect the kid after teenage years. But up till you got time, up till teenage years, that's the time you teach him Ramayana, you teach him Mahabharata, you teach him the Upanishad, teach him these Doha which I just sang and said, my word is my vow, and I will never need to sign a document to prove it. I will always follow it. And that is how we can make the real difference. May we achieve that by doing our homework every day at home.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yes, very true. And as psychologist, I'm a child psychologist. 0 to 7 years, that's the time when the child is growing up and he forms his own personality and character. After 7 years, then it's difficult to mold the child, just like the molding clays. When you mold it, it's still very soft and very warm. But if you leave it overnight, then the next day you want to change a little bit, it's difficult and it might break also. So for parents, very true. And one of the very profound message from Hanuman also, from my perspective, is the Hanuman Seva, the service that he rendered. He actually gave himself in the service of Lord Ram without expecting anything in return. Just Jai Shri Ram, and he's off to do his job, his work, and to honor the words that we say. Very true, as you said, we don't need any papers, any documents, or any signature. Once we feel from our heart, from our mind, that what I am doing, what I have said, I need to accomplish it, then why not? The Rama Rajya, as in Ramayana, Ramcharitmanas, it's said, and the way Ram did it. I remember one of the beautiful messages from a great lyricist from India, Manoj Muntashir, when at the time, King Dashrath, he gave these orders to banish Ram away. And Lord Ram was there, and King Dashrath was saying, I'm sorry, you deserve this kingdom, but see what I'm doing to you. I'm banishing you in exile. I'm sending you there. Then Lord Ram said, no, this one small kingdom you are not giving me, but in contrary, you're giving me this beautiful, huge forest where I can learn a lot. The perspective of Lord Ram, that's a way to change what we see. The opinion and the view and the idea, the way we see it, that's that perception. Lord Ram changed it. Any other human being, that's why he's not human, he's the Lord. But human being, I deserve this, maybe he would have fought. But you see, the way you have said that, Raghukula Rita Sadachali, that's the tradition. The life can do, but no, I will honor each and every word. That's a beautiful, beautiful little simple act, but so profound. And the message that it's spreading. So Ram and Hanuman, they go side by side as breath and the soul, the life and the breath. They are go together. We can't separate both of them.
In fact, we call them in our lingo Hari and Har. Vishnu and Shiva. They are divine unity. In fact, I have done a bit more research, Shivani Ben, and I have come up to a conclusion that always things happen in tandem with this universe when you have yin and yang together. There's always duality. If you see, there was always success when Ramji and Lakshmanji were together. whether it was the Dhanush Bhang or going to Lanka and winning the war. There's always duality. So you see Ramji with Lakhanji. Even in musicians, if you see our Indian Lakshmikant Pyarelal,
Yes.
do you see
Yes.
that?
Yes.
You will always see wherever there is success, there is always dualism going on together. Like Bill Gates created Microsoft, but he wasn't alone. He had his team member, I forgot his name, but he was the main person doing all the work. And same with Apple, Steve Jobs. People think of Steve Jobs, but Steve never made anything material. He wasn't an engineer, he was a visionary. All the product making was together in tandem done by Wozniak. So Steve and Wozniak both together made Apple, the company that we know of. And the more I research, the more I find out that there is only success when two energies work together. Yin and yang. You can't have one person as a success. It never works. You have to have two. And therefore, the idea of yin and yang. And therefore, we always say Shiva, Shakti. In fact, Shiva is always considered as Ardhanareshwara. You'll often see photos of Shiva half as Shivji and half as Parvati ji. So whenever these two energies work together, then you have Ganesh, then you have Kartikeya Swami, then things happen. Otherwise, Shivji is just sitting in prayers. Nothing is happening.
Yes. Wow, beautiful. Yes, Shiva Shakti. And somewhere in each individual, we have both of them. We have the side like as female or as male. There's a side which has both of them, which gives the balance. And if you allow, Acharyaji, there's a beautiful bhajan that, I've been born and brought up in a spiritual family in Mauritius. And one of the bhajans that we learn in the Bal Vihar, Bal Vikas, the Baitkas and the spiritual classes, as we know, in a very young age, this is reminding me of something like that Hanuman also, he's Brahmacharya, yes, he's the Rudransh of Shiva, and this connects that connection that Lord Shiva was very much revering Lord Ram. And Ram also, he said that his Ishtadev, his Lord was Lord Shiva. So both of them together, they were playing around and they were saying, no, I am your devotee. Both of them are devotees of each other. So who is the Lord then? In the end, we can see that both of them are Lord, but the humility that we find, that's a beautiful way. So if you allow me just a few lines of this bhajan, and then I'll ask you a bit more of Hanuman. So it goes like this. He Maruti Nandana Jaya Hanuman Jaya Mangalakara Shiva Avatar. He Maruti, He Maruti, He Maruti, He Maruti. Rama Dulare Asura Samhare Pavana Sutta Hanuman. Rama Dulare Asura Samhare Pavana Sutta Hanuman. Raghukul Dasa Parti Purisha Raghukul Dasa Paramayogesha Veeravanar Deva Ranaveeravanar Deva Jaya Mangalakara Shiva Avatar. Jaya Mangalakara Shiva Avatar. He Maruti, He Maruti, He Maruti Nandana Jaya Hanuman Jaya Mangalakara Shiva Avatar. Shiva Avatar, Lord Hanuman, Bajrangbali, Pavanaputra Hanuman ki Jai.
Ati Sundar, Ati Sundar.
Abhar, bahut dhanyavad is just a little drop of this mighty ocean that you are giving us, and we are taking all the rest from it. You know, sometimes when we say that all the scriptures, they give us the theory, but to put it into practice, that's when the real knowledge is being used, isn't it? So in a way, how did Hanuman carry out all this without a tinge of, the ego didn't crop up? At any single moment, he always says, I'm Ram Das. I'm the servant of Lord Ram. What a humility.
Yes, and that is very hard to find nowadays because people are taught about ego, people are taught about materialism, and that causes lot of emotional problems. In fact, I don't know if you know it, medically speaking, if anybody is in the medical field, they can attest to it. The highest amount of opioids, in the sense medical opioids, are consumed in the Western world. The highest amount of psychological stress and mental problems are in the West. That goes to show that all the technological advances are not helping alone. So technological advance is only helpful if it is matched together with grounding and spirituality. If you have got both of them, only then it will work. One alone will never do the job.
Very true. Very true. In fact, all these technological devices, these equipments, phone, mobile, tablet, laptop, all those things is to facilitate our life and not for us to become their slaves. Actually, it's to ease lots of things in the world. But truly said, what's happening, human behavior is falling prey to all these devices. Instead of being in control, they being the master, they don't show that. They actually become the servant and they be the slaves in between inverted commas of those technological devices. And that's true. It affects physically, mentally, emotionally, and psychologically the very health of a human being. So how can we relate to that to Hanuman and Hanuman Mahotsav today and all what the scriptures tell us? What's the solution? What should people do?
Very hard question you're putting, but very easy at the same time. As Ram, there is a nice bhajan to say this. Ram se bada hai Ram ka naam. Ram se bada hai Ram ka naam. And therefore, what happened was a magical thing. Whenever they took a stone and wrote Ram on it and put it into the water, the heavy stone started to float. And so even Hanumanji works only exclusively with the name of Rama. The Ram name is the key to Hanuman. This is a very good story about Hanumanji. Let me share a small story of Hanumanji. When Hanumanji goes to meet Mata Sita in the Ashok Vatika, and over there he describes everything, and Mata Sita goes very happy. She starts blessing Hanumanji with saying, "Tu amar ho ja, tu sukhi ho ja, tujhe mera ashirwad hai," and all that, showered all the positives on him. He wasn't very happy. He just said, all right, that's okay. And she said, "I have made you Amar, Hanuman. You will never die. I've blessed you with the ultimate. Nothing can touch you now." And he said, "Well, that doesn't work for me anyway. I'm not too happy about it." Then Mata Sita says, "What do you really want then? What else can somebody have?" And he said, "I need Ananya Bhakti of Shri Ram."
Oh, wonderful.
So that is total 100% devotion. And that is what we need to do. The gadgets, the modern world, the science, everything, we need to understand that we need devotion in our life. Chatusha Purushat is what Krishna Bhagwan said. Chatur Varnyam Maya Srishtam Gunakarma Vibhagashah. These 4 Purusharth, if we do it, then we succeed in life. There is a life of balance. Even in food, you can't have too much fats, otherwise you're going to have problems. You can't have too much protein, otherwise you'll have renal failure, kidneys will go. You can't have too much carbohydrates, otherwise you'll gain weight. Carbs are a problem if you have too much of them. You just weight gain thai jai. So what we have to do is find the Chatusha Purusharth and balance that. That's the key to all the problems. The first is dharma. You have to have dharma. Anybody who doesn't have dharma, everything else, the other 3 will fail.
Yeah.
So the basis, the Moolataha Tattva is dharma. Only if you have dharma can you have artha. Because if you have money without dharma, what happens? People start to splurge the money, get the biggest car, the biggest house, the biggest parties, the biggest drinks, and then one wife is not enough, two wives is not enough, he'll have multiple wives. Still he won't be happy.
Yeah.
Why? Because constant hunger. He wants to constantly eat until he, blows up like a bomb. Or that person wants to constantly keep on drinking and having party all the time. So money without dharma is going to destroy you.
Yeah.
So without dharma, you can't have kama, you can't have family. Because what happens is, if there is no dharma in your life, dharma meaning rules, regulations, guidelines, and spirituality, you are not anchored. You are like a boat without anchor, and in the seas it will go any side. It will not stay in one place.
Yeah.
So what happens is, if you try to start a family without dharma, people will easily sway and make wrong decisions, maybe go into adultery and all the other things, and ruin their relationship. So without dharma, the artha is bad, kama is bad, and there is definitely no moksha. So our gurus and saints and our dharma very carefully put these four purusharth and said, before you do anything in life, start with dharma. Once you have dharma, then you can have resources, you can have your family, and when you got all that, you can also have moksha. But without dharma, without the payo, without the foundation of your house, your house is built on cards, it will easily fall off. And that's why you see some, in the modern world as well, you see very rich people, very big film TV stars who have got millions of followers, they commit suicide. Well, they've got millions of followers, they've got billions in their bank, still they're upset and stressed out. Because if you don't have dharma no basis, then everything else which is built without it is just waiting to collapse. And so if we get this purusharth, four purusharth right, then everything will work and you will get Bhagwan in your life. Sometimes people believe that they need to go on becoming like Hanumanji and be brahmachari. That is not the good idea, at least not for 99.99%. Your body is made for a reason, and that is to progress the dharma and karma and your srishti sarjana, meaning you should have a family, you should have a big family with couple of children, and you should put hard work and time into it. Becoming a parent is the toughest thing in the world which I have seen, because as I just said, you have to teach them dharma, you have to teach them karma, and you have to go through all the struggles of your life, which is very, very hard. But when you do all that, your life is worth it.
Very true. Each and every word, we totally agree to it. Yes, if we try and adopt these four goals of life, purusharths, dharma, artha, kam, and moksha. Through dharma we earn, and the only kam that we should have is moksha. Then why not? The God is here to fulfill all our desires. It reminds me of an analogy of the coconut tree and its shadow. Usually what is happening, the coconut tree is there, yes, but people are running in the maya, which is temporary. You correct me, Acharyaji, if I'm wrong. Yeah. The maya is temporary and it's ephemeral. Everything in the world, even us, the body, will perish one day. But what human beings are doing in general, which is human nature, they're running towards that ephemeral, and that's the shadow of it. But in contrary, Lord Hanuman says, no, I am a monkey. See, I will climb actually the coconut tree and get the real coconut. Whereas you're finding the shadow of the coconut, which you won't get. So the true meaning is to go where the truth is. And the truth can be hard to find, but not that difficult if we can tune in our waves. Just as we said earlier, the Wi-Fi connection, then truly will attain the divinity, the Godhead, as we say, the supreme, the moksha, because the cycle of birth and death continues. That's how the world functions. But in a way, we have to free ourselves from this circle and reach back to where we have come from. That's sometimes people forget about that, where we have come from, why have we come here, and where do we need to go from here? What should we do? So my sister and my mother always say there's a mission, a life purpose. Just like Ram, he had a life mission. Lord Hanuman also. So we as human beings, what's our purpose in life? Maybe you could enlighten us about that. What should we do as human? Yes, we eat, drink, we sleep, we meet, mate, breed, brood, and one day we will die. But then what next? What happens?
Yes. What I believe, and this is my take from what I have studied, and not only studied but felt and understood in my life, is that this life itself is the meaning of our living. Life itself is the meaning. So if somebody says, what's the meaning of life? The life itself is the meaning of life. Now it's a oxymoron. Let me put it into perspective. We should do all four purusharth, and only when we do these four chatusha purusharth as we just discussed, then only we will find true flavors of this world. This world has beautiful flowers, it has got beautiful rivers, seasides, beautiful, tasty, nice fruits. And there's abundant beauty around us. This world has been created for us. And what we should do is enjoy and be part of this world and savor it. It's like, what do you do when you go to a theme park? You go and enjoy the theme park. You don't say, I'm waiting for the ride to finish. So when you get on a ride in the theme park, you don't say, when will this ride finish? You enjoy the journey in the ride, right? So once you sit in the ride, you go, yay, wee, and you enjoy the ride. So that is it. This life is to be enjoyed every bit of the way. That is the true purpose of life. And the way you enjoy it is with three words. And this is a bit tough, but only, once you grow up from the child age, you will understand it a more bit. So like senior people will understand it very well. First is jnana. We need to arjit jnana. We should learn jnana from Vedas, Upanishads, and our granthas, and go to kathas and listen to the good people. After understanding jnana, we need to do bhakti. And bhakti only comes with devotion, like Hanumanji was a very devout devotee of Lord Rama. Without jnana, he couldn't do bhakti. So that is very important. You should have jnana and then you should have bhakti. That bhakti will allow you to connect with the source. Because jnana alone will never allow you to achieve Bhagavan. The problem with knowledge is very weird one. Knowledge is like knife. With a knife you can cut vegetables, but you cannot make shaak. You can only cut with knife. Knife thi eklu cutting at thai. So like a doctor, when the doctor wants to go into the body and take out a tumor, with a knife he will cut first. But then once the tumor is there, again he will cut the tumor with a knife. Sharp knife. But then what? To finish that wound, he has to stitch it. Do you understand? So only half the work can be done by knife. If you try to do all the work with knife, all you will do is cut everything and there will be no joining. Badhu tutti futti jase, tamari life will be broken. So jnana is like that. Jnana is deduction. This happens, so this happens, so this will happen. That is jnana. But jnana alone will lose you. You will fail in life. So jnana first. You don't need to be a blind faith follower, and therefore you need jnana first. Soon as the jnana comes, you go to bhakti and devotion and love and care for the wider world. And when you have jnana and bhakti, then you go to vairagya. Meaning with that tree, like you go to the mango tree. If you like mangoes, you will understand what I'm saying. When you buy mangoes, they are green in color. and they are very hard.
Yes.
But you put it in the anaj or in the haystack for a little while. Anaj meaning grains, and haystack. After a little while, what happens? The color changes from green to yellow, and the hard mango becomes soft and fragrant. And when you eat it, it's very sweet. The same mango few days before was very hard and very not very tasty, sour. Yeah, it was very sour, khatti khatti.
Yes.
But the same mango changes. In a similar way, if you've got Gyan and Bhakti, then eventually Vairagya will come by itself. So one leads to another. That is what we have to do. First achieve Jnana, then go to Bhakti, put them together, and you achieve Vairagya.
Wonderful.
In Ramayana, Ramji is Gyan, Mata Sita is Bhakti, and Lakshmanji is Vairagya.
क्या बात है.
बरम बैरागी है ना लक्षण जी तो.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
अपनी पत्नी को छोड़ के आ गए. He left his wife behind. He left everyone behind. He left his mother behind. He left his father behind. He left everyone behind. But he just wanted to be with Rama. And that is called Vairagya. He's got the ultimate Vairagya. At the same time, I would say the ultimate Vairagya is with Bharatji as well. He left all the sukha of his life and started living like a saint.
Yes.
And Ramji himself wore Valkal Vastra, meaning these saintly clothes he wore, and he became 14 years of sainthood. Otherwise, he would have come back with Mata Sita and maybe 6-7 kids.
Forgot about that. That's
well,
another...
you did think, isn't it? 14 years. So, no.
Very true.
The 14 years, they lived like saints, including Mata Sita and everybody, yes.
Everyone,
so
yes.
you need Vairagya. Without this, but Vairagya cannot come without Gyan and Bhakti. So you need those two first. If you don't have those two, then forget Vairagya, it's not happening.
So Gyan, Bhakti and Vairagya.
Yes.
And I think Vairagya works together also with Vivek. Vivek or Vairagya, उन दोनों के बीच में जो मेल है, that's also a way to go towards that path. And definitely the Bhakti and the Gyan gives that support together. And you were mentioning Bharat. Actually, all four brothers, they were indeed the ideal brothers who were there. But there's one incident I remember when Bharat knew that Ram was living as an ascetic in the forest. So he left all the kingdom and the luxurious life there. And he was living in a little hut as well in Nandigram. And there he dug the earth and he was sleeping 2 feet below. Because then when all the other soldiers and the one helping Bharat, to live there, and his brother also Shatrughan, why are you digging and sleeping even beneath the soil? So he said, but my lord, my brother Ram is sleeping on the earth. How can I be on the same level? I am also his servant, so I need to be below him. Such a beautiful way of sacrifice in the true sense that this simple act of sleeping also makes him realize that no, I cannot be on the same level. I'm below. That's
so
such a
true,
beautiful...
Maraben. I'm so happy you have been well versed in Ramcharitmanas. Well done. I'm proud of you, Maraben. Very well done.
ये तो बहुत छोटी बात है. I would thank you actually. This is all the knowledge from my parents. Mrs. Gayatri, she is there. My father Anil and my grandfather also, who I try to keep that spirituality close. And we try to, we don't say we do it, we try. The attempt is there that we live our life in a spiritual way. So
well
thank
done.
you so much.
That is
Acharya.
the saving grace of a family, beta. The moment we lose that dharma, the families will splinter. So if you want to save family, if you want to save relationships, there is no magic bullet, there is no money that can save your relationship, there is no science or technology that can save it, no amount of psychiatrists will be able to save a family. Only religion will, because we've got millions of psychiatrists in the Western world and still it's falling apart. Proof is in the pudding. See it for yourself. So, dharayate iti dharma. You have to start with dharma, artha, kama, and moksha.
Wonderful. Your blessings always upon us, and the knowledge that you've shared. Maybe one last very profound one that you really hold close to your heart, any mantra, bhajan, or message to all of us watching Healing Our Earth, this Hanuman Mahotsav that we are celebrating today, and to pray to the Lord that this corona and this situation gets better. Maybe we leave the floor to you for the few beautiful pearls of knowledge that you're imparting.
Okay, I'll try something. This is a tough one and I'm working on this one, but I look forward to this. It's a Kabir ji ka doha.
क्या बात है.
बुरा जो देखन मैं चला, बुरा न मिलिया कोई, बुरा जो देखन मैं चला, बुरा न मिलिया कोई, जो दिल खो जा अपना, मुझसे बुरा न कोई, मुझसे बुरा न कोई। यह तन विष की वेलरी, गुरु अमृत की खान, यह तन विष की वेलरी, गुरु अमृत की खान। शीश दियो जो गुरु मिले, तो भी सस्ता ज्ञान रे भाई, तो भी सस्ता ज्ञान।
Wonderful. No words, no words. No words to express this. And indeed, I think it's a beautiful culmination of all those treasures you've been sharing since the beginning, 3 p.m. and now till now. What the last panktiyas that you've sung, it touched my heart actually. Bura jo dekhan nahi chala. I'm going out and finding any flaws. I couldn't find any. Jo man khoja apna. I delved into myself. So mujhse bura na koi. I didn't find anyone who is more, who has more flaws than anyone else. Beautiful, beautiful, Hemangji. Acharyaji, we'd like to thank you from the deepest depths of our heart for this beautiful, and surely we thank also the director and the coordinator of Healing Our Earth, Mr. Neil Kumar, who has given us this beautiful platform to share, to learn, and to really enjoy ourselves and to pray together and to grab the essence of this beautiful event that we're having today. Thank you, Heman Bhai Acharyaji, and we look forward to you very, very soon.
An honor. We are also I'm personally very thankful to Neil Kumarji. He's a star. When my Puja Guruji Baba Ramdevji came to England 2006, he was the first and foremost to lead and arrange the programs. And till today, as we are doing just now, he's working flat out. Hats off to him. Very few people ever have I met who are so dedicated, loving and caring. Dhanya ho. Prabhu unko khub shakti aur bhakti de.
Bilkul, bilkul. And as you have very well said, 24/7, anytime, Mr. Neil Kumar is there motivating, encouraging everyone and joining us. Just see, we are very much far apart, 7 seas across, but still that emotion is there. And all the credit goes to Mr. Neil Kumar that we have the opportunity to learn from you, to listen to you, and to really grab the very essence of each and every word you have said. Bahut abhar, khub saru che, the little good that I know. I thank you on behalf of Healing Our Earth Mauritius team. Thank you.
Jai
thank
Siya
you.
Ram.
Jai Siya Ram. Wonderful people. Hanuman Mahotsav that we are all joined in together here. It's time now to welcome a wonderful lady. She is a beautiful singer and yet very nice soul who is going to share with us one of her beautiful songs with us today on this wonderful platform, Healing Our Earth, Hanuman Mahotsav. We welcome Jai Shri Krishna, Global Namaste, Jai Shri Ram, Tarla Ben, Mashruji.
Jai Shri Krishna and everybody. Acharya, oh my God, Acharya Shri Hemang Bhai, क्या बात है, कितना ज्ञान दिया. हम तो कुछ नहीं है, तो उसका चरणों में वंदन करता, थैंक यू बोलती हूँ. एंड आपको भी थैंक यू सो मच, और अनिल भाई को भी थैंक यू. I don't know what to say. I have listened so nicely, so good it was. Thank you, Hemant bhai. Thank you so much.
It's an honor,
Take
Maraben.
care.
So good to meet you, Tarlaben. Jaja
Thank
Karin,
you.
Jai Shri Krishna and Jai Siya Ram.
As if we didn't have enough, so we'll request Mr. Kumar for the next time, maybe more of it. And very true that words are short for now, but Tarlaben, all yours. What do you have for us today?
Thank you, lots. If you tell me also, I can give you so much. But I'm very proud to be on the earth and listen to Hemant bhai. See? So thank you. Okay, so first of all, I'll start bhajan first to to welcome Sri Ram, and then I'll sing Hanuman Chalisa. Is it okay?
Yes, that sounds wonderful. Please go ahead. We are all here and we are listening to you. Over to you, Tarlaben.
Thank you. रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पण वचन न जाए. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. श्री हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. धून मचाए, ऐसी धून मचाए, धून मचाए, ऐसी धून मचाए. सुन कर आए रघुराए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. सुन कर आए रघुराए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. भक्त जनों के पर पावन करवा, भक्त जनों का घर पावन करवा. आओ आओ ने रघुराए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. आओ आओ ने रघुराए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. धून मचाए, ऐसी धून मचाए, धून मचाए, ऐसी धून मचाए. सुन कर आए रघुराए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. गंगा जी आए ने जमुना जी आए, गंगा जी आए ने जमुना जी आए. त्रिवेणी संगम आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. त्रिवेणी संगम आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. दास जनों की ये ही विनंती, दास जनों की ये विनंती. सुन कर आए रघुराए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. सुन कर आए रघुराए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए. चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए, चले हनुमान यहाँ आए, श्री राम जी की धून मचाए। श्री गुरु चरण सरोवर रज, निज मन मुकुर सुधार, बोलो रघुबर बिमल यस, जो दायक फल चार। बुद्धिहीन तनु जान के, सुमिरो पवन कुमार, बुद्धि विद्या देहि मोहि, बहुत है विकार। कि मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान, मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर, राम दूत अतुलित बल धामा, अंजलि पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। ओ मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान, मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवास सुमति के संगी, कंचन बरन बिराज सुवेसा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा। हो मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान, मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान। हाथ ध्वज और ध्वजा बिराजे, कांधे मुझ पर सांधे, शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करिबे को आतुर। हो मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान, मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान। प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सिंहावा, विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा, प्रेम रूप धरि असुर सहारे, रामचंद्र के काज सवारे। ओ मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान, मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान। रघुपति किन्ही बहुत बड़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरत सम भाई। सहस्र बदन तुम्हारो यश गावे, अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे। सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहस्र अहिंसा। ओ मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान, मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान। राम कुबेर दिल पाल जहाते, कवि कोविद गई सके कहाते। तुम उपकार सुग्रीव हीना, राम मिलाए राजपत दीना। तुम्हारो मंत्र विभीषणा, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना। ओ मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे कहियो रे हनुमान। प्रभु मुद्रिका मेली मुख माई, जलदि गाई अचर नाई। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हारे तेते। ओ मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान, मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान। राम दुआरे तुम रखवारे, असुर बंधन राम किनारे। राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले, होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे। तुम सब राम के दूत, राम दुआरे तुम रखवारे, होत न आज्ञा तो अतुल पर धामा। अंजलि पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। हो मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो रे हनुमान, मारा राम जी ने अपना तेज सहारो आपे, तीनों लोक हाँकते कापे, भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे, नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमंत बीरा। हो मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान, मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान। संकट हनुमान छुड़ावे, संकट हनुमान छुड़ावे, कर्म वचन ध्यान जो लावे, तब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज तुम सकल साजा, और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे, सोई अमित जीवन फल पावे, चारों युग परताप तुम्हारा, हे प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा। ओ मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान, मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान। साधु संत के तुम रखवाले, असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे, अष्ट सिद्धि नवनिधि के दाता, असपर दीन जानकी माता, राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा। हो मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान, मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान। तुम्हारो भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे, अंत काल रघुवरपुर जाई, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई। संकट हरे मिटे सब पीरा, जो सुमिरे हनुमंत बलबीरा। ओ मारा राम जी ने राम राम कहियो, कहियो रे हनुमान, मारा राम राम।
Thank you, Savani. Please carry on with Nilima. Thank you.
Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram. Wonderful, Terla Ben. I think there's some technical problems, but we were all enjoying this Hanuman Chalisa in a very different way. I felt like it was like Garba. But for now, we are reaching towards the end of this wonderful event. And up next, we have with us the beautiful Nilima ji. And after her, we'll be having Zarina ji, who has joined us. And just after that, Mrs. Gayatri ji will join us, and Mr. Girish ji, Uncle ji, is also going to be with us today. So we welcome Nilima ji again. She did a wonderful Hanuman Chalisa earlier. That was really pure classical, what I felt. So over to you, Nilima ji.
Thank you. So this is actually a song that I had come across on a website called Moved by Love. So they have several different tunes from across the world, and this particular one is written by Pandit Ravi Shankar. And let me sort of read the write-up that they had written on their website before I sing the song. And it's a beautiful write-up, so I thought I should share this with you all.
Sure.
So it says, wondering what stops so many of us from letting go of controlling outcomes and enjoying the journey in the present moment instead. Why not let God slide over into the driver's seat and realize how close his presence has always been? I'm beginning to feel that God is always around us, surrounds us, envelopes us, is always here, but I'm not always present. In the rare instances that I am home, his presence is all I experience. So the song is called Prabhu Ji Daya Karo. It's a very simple tune, but hopefully you'll get the meaning of it. If not, I will share the link. Look it up because it's absolutely divine, simple and divine. Okay. Prabhu Ji Daya Karo, Man mein aan baso. प्रभु जी दया करो मन में आन बसो तुम बिना
लागे सुना तुम बिना, लागे सुना खाली घट में प्रेम भरो, खाली घट में प्रेम भरो। प्रभु जी दया करो, मन में आन बसो। तंत्र मंत्र पूजा नहीं जानो, तंत्र मंत्र पूजा नहीं जानो, मैं तो केवल तुमको ही मानूं, मैं तो केवल तुमको ही मानूं। सारे जग में ढूंढा तुमको, सारे जग में ढूंढा तुमको, अब तो आकर बाह धरो, अब तो आकर बाह धरो। हे प्रभु जी, प्रभु जी, प्रभु जी दया करो, मन में आन बसो। तुम बिना लागे सुना, तुम बिना लागे सुना, काली घट में प्रेम भरो, खाली घट में प्रेम भरो। प्रभु जी दया करो, मन में आन बसो. It's a beautiful song, I thought.
Beautiful. Indeed. Very nice and very
Shall I
nice.
share the URL, because the meaning is described there. Let me see if I can share this.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really like the song. Thank you, Neelji, for giving me a chance to sing this song. It's a lovely song. Why can't I chat?
For sharing it with us. That's quite a very old composition, and the way sung, you know, the lyrics and the rag, that's the way we are really enjoying this. So yes, we are awaiting you with over to you, Nilimaji.
Oh, you want? I'm done, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you were telling
I'm
us
just going
about
to share the link here. So that's
all right. Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nilimaji. That was such a beautiful bhajan. So now we have with us Zareenji.
Hi, hi everyone. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna. Welcome once again.
Thank you.
Wonderful to have you with us with this beautiful Om and the lovely color behind you.
Thank you, thank you. So I'm going to sing a Ram bhajan, and it's sung originally by Hariom Sharan, who is my favorite bhajan singer. And this bhajan is quite close to my heart. I love the lyrics. Hope you enjoy it as well. I'm not sure whether you'll be able to hear the track, but I'll give it a go.
Please, yes.
Can you hear the track?
Yes, we can hear that. Yes.
Ram Naam Sahani Jo Ramta Sakal Jahan Ghat Ghat Mein Jo Ram Raha Usko Ram Pehchan Tera राम जी कर बेड़ा पार रे बेड़ा पार रे बेड़ा पार तेरा राम जी करेंगे बड़ा पार उदासी मन काह को करे तेरा राम जी करेंगे बड़ा पार, उदासी मन काह को करे, काह को डरे रे, काह को डरे, काह को डरे। नैयत राम हवाले, लहर लहर हरि आप संभाले। नैयत नैयत राम हवाले, लहर लहर हरि आप संभाले। हरि आप ही उठाए तेरा भार, उदासी मन काह को करे, तेरा राम जी करेंगे बड़ा पार, उदासी मन काह को करे, काह को डरे रे, काह को डरे, काह को डरे। काबू में मझधारों सीखे, हाथों में पतवार सीखे। काबू में मझधारों सीखे, हाथों में पतवार सीखे। तेरी हार भी नहीं है तेरी हार, उदासी मन काह को करे, तेरा राम जी करेंगे बड़ा पार, उदासी मन काह को करे, काह को डरे रे, काह को डरे, काह को डरे। सहज किनारा मिल जाएगा, हो मिल जाएगा, मिल जाएगा, परम सहारा मिल जाएगा। सहज किनारा मिल जाएगा, परम सहारा मिल जाएगा। दूर एक बार उदासी मन काह को करे, तेरा राम जी करेंगे बेड़ा पार, उदासी मन काह को करे, काह को डरे रे, काह को डरे, काह को डरे। जय श्री राम।
Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram. Beautiful bhajan, and what a wonderful voice, Zareen ji.
Thank you.
Kahi ko fe, why should we fear? Thank you so much for joining us and staying with us till now. Thank you. From Healing Our Earth, that was a wonderful bhajan you shared.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jai Shri Ram. All right, people. So we have now up next, after the beautiful Nilima ji, the most lovely Zarina ji, and now welcoming Gayatri ji. She's also from Mauritius, and she's my mother. So we welcome Gayatri ji. Jai Shri Ram. Global namaste to you.
Global namaste, Jai Shri Ram, Pavanastra Hanuman, Jai Bajrangabali, to everyone who is here. Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to share a bhajan, and you may sing with me, please. And this is a song, I love it. I love this Hanuman bhajan because it gives me so much of strength and Shakti within, and that if you feel that he's always with us. जो मारुति नंद सहाय करे, फिर कोई सहाय मिले न मिले। जो मारुति नंद सहाय करे, फिर कोई सहाय मिले न मिले। जो अंजनी पुत्र सहाय करे, फिर कोई सहाय मिले न मिले। जो अंजनी पुत्र सहाय करे, फिर कोई सहाय मिले न मिले। फिर कोई सहाय मिले न मिले। फिर कोई सहाय मिले न मिले। जो मारुति नंद सहाय करे, फिर कोई सहाय मिले न मिले। जिनके मन मंदिर राम बसे, प्रिय लक्ष्मण के संग शोभत से। जिनके मन मंदिर राम बसे, प्रिय लक्ष्मण के संग शोभत से। हनुमान वही जो सहाय करे, फिर कोई सहाय मिले न मिले। हनुमान वही जो सहाय करे, फिर कोई सहाय मिले न मिले। चाहे काल कराल डरावे उसे, चाहे पाप की ज्वाल जलाए उसे। चाहे काल कराल डरावे उसे, चाहे पाप की ज्वाल जलाए उसे। यदि राम के दूत सहाय करे, फिर कोई सहाय मिले न मिले। यदि राम के दूत सहाय करे, फिर कोई सहाय मिले न मिले। जो मारुति नंद सहाय करे, फिर कोई सहाय मिले न मिले। फिर कोई सहाय मिले न मिले। फिर कोई सहाय मिले न मिले। I love this bhajan so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Healing Our Earth. Thank you, Nilji. I would love to see Girish ji and all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Gayatri, Mummy Ji, for this so wonderful
I was
bhajan.
accompanied by Anil Bhai, but Anil Bhai did not show. Anil Bhai is here, always accompanying. Yes, thank you.
Hear his presence. His
Yes.
presence was heard.
Could be felt. Yes. Yes. Thank
True.
you.
Thank you, Gayatri Ji. And I love the Hanuman behind you, one of my aunties, Nani aunties actually. That's the beautiful shrine of Hanuman Ji. In every house in Mauritius, as mentioned, yes, we have our little Hanuman who is always there guarding us, protecting us in our home. And a very special thought to our beloved India, who is facing some great difficulties nowadays. And if collective prayer do work, so all of us, let us join today on this special Hanuman Mahotsav, and we send all our positive energies, all our positive vibes, and the divine bhakti to India. Without much ado and much delay, we welcome again Uncle Girish Jogya ji. Jai Siya Ram, Jai Shri Krishna, and a global namaste to you.
Global
And
Namaste. Jai Shri Krishna. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm wonderful, and I'm very enthusiastic to hear from you, Girish uncle. Over to you.
You've done such an amazing job today, Seriously. I thoroughly enjoyed. Wish I can do a little bit of that, I will be very blessed.
Oh no, actually, we learned from all of you. Actually, over to you. And I'm sure behind I can see Hanuman Bhajans, Hanuman Chalisa, Mehfils, Lagna Geet, Jholi Bisri, Garba, and more. Wow! Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, now lovely seeing Mitaji, Pranam, and Harishbhai, Dolly, and Nilamaji, and all the Healing Our Earth, and especially
the anchor, our true, the solid platform, who gives us this wonderful time to rejoice, Nil Kumar. Thank you so much. Right, let's go towards the end of this wonderful evening. Start with Guru Vandan. This Guru Vandana is very special for today. Bandav Guru Pada Parama Paraga Suruchi Suwas Saras Anuraga Bandav Guru Pada Parama Paraga Suruchi Suwas Saras Anuraga Ami Muraman Churana Charu Samana Sakala Bhava Raju Parivari Sukrita Shambhu Tana Bimala Vibhuti Manjula Mangala Moda Prasuti Janamana Manju Mukura Malharani Kiye Tilak Guna Ganabhasatarani Shri Guru Padanaka Managana Jyoti Sumiratari Drashtiya Hoti Dalana Mohatam Sausht Prakashu Bade Bhag Ur Jashu Udhari Bimal Bimal Lochan ki miti hai dosha dukh bhav rajani Suji Ram Charitra Man Manik Rupu Pragat Jah Jo Jai Khani Bandav Guru Pada Padama Paraga Suruchi Suwas Saras Anuraga Jatha Suanjana Anjadeda Sadhak Siddha Sujana Kautak Dekhat Shela Bana Bhutala Bhuri Nidhana Siyavar Ram Chandra Bhagwan ki jai
पवन सुत्र हनुमान की जय. It's a beautiful bhajan. Everyone today has given so much their unconditional love in this beautiful, divine, auspicious Shri Hanuman Jayanti. So here we go, a beautiful bhajan from Pradeep Kumar. दूसरों का दुखड़ा दूर करने वाले तेरे दुख दूर करेंगे राम. Especially Nilji, this is for you. किए जा तू जग में भलाई का काम तेरे दुख दूर करेंगे राम. दूसरों का दुखड़ा दूर करने वाले तेरे दुख दूर करेंगे राम. किए जा तू जग में भलाई का काम तेरे दुख दूर करेंगे राम. सत्य का ये पथ है धर्म का मार्ग संभल संभल चलना प्राणी. कदम कदम पर यहाँ रे कसौटी कदम कदम पर कुर्बानी. मगर सदा ना डरना होगा तेरी तकदीर हरेंगे राम. दूसरों का दुखड़ा दूर करने वाले तेरे दुख दूर करेंगे राम. ये जा तू जग में भलाई का काम तेरे दुख दूर करेंगे राम. I love this part in this beautiful bhajan. Pranam Kamlesh ji. Kamlesh is celebrating his birthday, you know. So many happy returns to you. Happy birthday, my brother. Thank you. क्या तूने पाया क्या तूने खोया क्या तेरा लाभ है क्या हानि. इसका हिसाब करेगा ओ ईश्वर तू क्यों फिकर करे रे प्राणी. तू बस अपना काम किए जा तेरा भंडार भरेंगे राम. दूसरों का दुखड़ा दूर करने वाले तेरे दुख दूर करेंगे राम. किए जा तू जग में भलाई का काम तेरे दुख दूर करेंगे राम. तेरे दुख दूर करेंगे राम. तेरे दुख दूर करेंगे राम. And the next one is the most गुजराती में के अति प्रिय हनुमान जी महाराज ने मंगल मूर्ति मारुति नंदन सकल मंगल मूल निकंदन पवन तनय संतन हितकारी हृदय विराजित अवध विहारी. मंगल मूर्ति मारुति नंदन मंगल मूर्ति Marutanandana. Without this, Hanuman Jayanti is not complete. Mangala Murati Marutanandana Sakalaya Mangala Mula Nikandana Sakalaya Mangala Mula Nikandana Mangala Murati Marutanandana Mangal Murati Marutanandana Pavan Tanaya Santana Hitakari पवन तनय संतन हितकारी, हृदय विराजित अवध बिहारी, हृदय विराजित अवध बिहारी, मंगल मूर्ति मारुत नंदन, मंगल मूर्ति मारुत नंदन, सकलय मंगल मूल निकंदन, सकलय मंगल मूल निकंदन, मंगल मूर्ति मारुत नंदन। मात पिता गुरु गणपति सारद, मात पिता गुण गणपति सारद, शिवा समेत शंभु सुख नारद, शिवा समेत शंभु सुख नारद, मंगल मूर्ति मारुत नंदन, ओ मंगल मूर्ति मारुत नंदन। चरण कमल बंधु सब काहू, चरण कमल बंधु सब काहू, देहु राम पद नेह निभाऊ, देहु राम पद नेह निभाऊ, मंगल मूर्ति मारुत नंदन, मंगल मूर्ति मारुत नंदन, सकलय मंगल मूल निकंदन, सकलय मंगल मूल निकंदन, मंगल मूर्ति मारुत नंदन। बंदउ राम लखन वही देहि, बंदउ राम लखन वही देहि, यह तुलसी के परम स्नेही, यह तुलसी के परम स्नेही, मंगल मूर्ति मारुत नंदन। जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई, मंगल मूर्ति हे मारुत नंदन, मंगल मूर्ति हे मारुत नंदन। साधु संत के तुम रखवारे, साधु संत के तुम रखवारे, असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे, असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे, ओ मंगल मूर्ति मारुत नंदन, मंगल मूर्ति मारुत नंदन। श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, 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 श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम। ओ मंगल मूर्ति मारुत नंदन, सकलय मंगल मूल निकंदन, सकलय मंगल मूल निकंदन, मंगल मूर्ति हे मारुत नंदन। बोलिए श्यावर रामचंद्र भगवान की जय, पवन सुत हनुमान जी महाराज की जय। Now we're going to offer the Sampurna Ramayana. Complete of Shri Hanuman Jayanti. And then
finale of the beautiful bhajan of Sri Hanumanji, and then the aarti. Thank you. भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई, भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई, भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई, भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई। जिहि चरणन से निसक सुरीसरी, जिहि चरणन से निसक सुरीसरी, शंकर जटा समाई, जटा शंकरी नाम प्रयो है, जटा शंकरी नाम प्रयो है, त्रिभुवन तारन हाय। भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई, भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई, भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई। जिनि चरणन की चरण पादुका, भरत रयो लवलाई, सोई चरण केवट दुइलीनी, सोई चरण केवट दुइलीनी, तब हरि नाव चलाई। भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई, सोई चरण संतन जन सेवत, सदा सहत सुखदाई, सोई चरण गौतम ऋषि नारी, सोई चरण गौतम ऋषि नारी, परसी परम पद खाई। भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई, भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई, भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई, भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई। दंडक वन प्रभु पावन कीनो, ऋषियन त्रास मिटाई, सोए प्रभु त्रिलोक के स्वामी, सोए प्रभु त्रिलोक के स्वामी, कनक संगधाई। भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई, कपि सुग्रीव बंधु भय व्याकुल, श्री राम श्री राम। कपि सुग्रीव बंधु भय व्याकुल, तिन जय छत्र धराए, रिपु को अनुज विभीषण निराश्चर, रिपु को अनुज विभीषण निश्चर,
शत लंका पाए। भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई। भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई। भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई। शिव सनकादिक अरु ब्रह्मादिक ओम नमः शिवाय। शिव सनकादिक अरु ब्रह्मादिक शेष सहस्त्र मुख गाई। तुलसीदास कहत सुति के प्रभु। तुलसीदास कहत सुत के प्रभु। जिन मुख करत बड़ाई। भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई। 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 जिहि चरणन से निस किशोरी सरी। शंकर जटा समाई। जटा समाई। जटा शंकरी नाम प्रयोग है। जटा शंकरी नाम प्रयोग है। त्रिभुवन तारन आई। ओ भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई। भज मन राम चरण सुखदाई। सुखदाई। Thank you so much. So that was the conclusion of today's a very special occasion celebrating Shri Hanuman Jayanti. Not for us, but we are together celebrating this Shri Hanuman Jayanti for the global peace, to bring joys, happiness, peace, love, and kindness. Especially today, we all know that our motherland is suffering at the extreme level. The word cannot express the pain that all our dear brothers and sisters and the children of our nation who are going through. May the Divine Lord, Shri Hanuman Ji, be with us and give us that strength, and hope our prayer Hanuman Ji has accepted today and take that all the way through to India and to the global as a Sanjeevani to help to bring joy, happiness, love and kindness to those who are in suffering. We are very blessed. The God is so kind to us. He's looking after us, giving us strength. We are helpless, but we are not helpless. God is giving us strength to pray. The prayer is the biggest medication that anybody can give. So my humble pranam to everybody today, everyone who has participated in this a wonderful, very special occasion to pray for the universe, to pray for India, and pray for all our loved ones. May the divine brings joy and happiness to everyone. Keep everyone safe and sound. And we continue with this beautiful journey, which we are blessed with Nilkumar. We want Nilkumar to be safe and sound and strong.
because He is the engine, He is the power, He is everything, He is the anchor. We are just the instrument. So on that note, let's do a last finale. Ready? I want to see Shivani dancing away, yeah? With your guitar. Hitesh bhai, lovely to see you. Thank you so much. Zareen Ben, so lovely to see you after many, many years. Long time. Thank you so much. And my beautiful, beautiful divine sister, Gayatri Ben. Thank you so much. And Anju Ben. And of course, all the participants, Meena Ben and Sarita ji and Shaivani. And of course, our global big smile, Honey ji. How can we forget? But I'm sure I haven't forgot anyone. Anyway, if I have, please accept my apology. A big thank you to every single one who has participated today in supporting us, this wonderful, amazing event. And I'm sure we will hear some beautiful, good and happy news after this. So many happy returns to Kamlesh ji. Happy birthday to you. He was celebrating his 21st birthday today. Thank you. So there we go. Absolutely. Are we ready? Bajrangi, oh Bajrangi, tujhe manavu, सिंदूर लगा लगा के बजरंगी तुझे मनाऊं सिंदूर लगा लगा के. Mita ji, namaskar. Thank you. And Harishwa, thank you so much for joining us. There were lots of my friends and family had joined us today, so I like to say thank you to them for supporting a wonderful event today, and to the global namaste for everyone around the world who has participated on this global cause for bringing joy, happiness, peace, love and kindness. Bajrangi tujhe, oh Bajrangi tujhe manaऊं सिंदूर लगा लगा के बजरंगी तुझे मनाऊं सिंदूर लगा लगा तेरा दर्शन में जो पाऊं ताली बजा बजा के तेरा दर्शन में जो पाऊं ताली बजा बजा के बजरंगी हो बजरंगी तुझे मनाऊं सिंदूर लगा लगा के. ब्रह्मा ने तुझे मनाया विष्णु ने तुझे मनाया ब्रह्मा ने तुझे मनाया विष्णु ने तुझे मनाया शंकर ने तुझे मनाया डमरू बजा बजा के शंकर ने तुझे मनाया डमरू बजा बजा के बजरंगी हो बजरंगी तुझे मनाऊं सिंदूर लगा लगा के तेरा दर्शन पाऊं ताली बजा बजा के. राम ने तुझे मनाया लक्ष्मण ने तुझे मनाया राम ने तुझे मनाया लक्ष्मण ने तुझे मनाया सीता ने तुझे मनाया लंकापुरी में जाकर सीता ने तुझे मनाया लंकापुरी में जाकर बजरंगी हो बजरंगी तुझे मनाऊं सिंदूर लगा लगा के बजरंगी तुझे मनाऊं सिंदूर लगा लगा के. गौतम ने तुझे मनाया
पासड़ ने तुझे मनाया, गौतम ने तुझे मनाया, पासड़ ने तुझे मनाया, नारद ने, हाँ नारद ने तुझे मनाया, वीणा बजा बजा कर नारद ने तुझे मनाया, वीणा बजा बजा कर बजरंगी हो बजरंगी तुझे मनाऊं, सिंदूर लगा लगा के बजरंगी तुझे मनाऊं, सिंदूर लगा लगा के, भक्तों ने तुझे मनाया, संतों ने तुझे मनाया, हीलिंग अर्थ की फैमिली ने तुझे मनाया, हीलिंग अर्थ की फैमिली ने तुझे मनाया, मंत्र जपा जपा कर भक्तों ने तुझे मनाया, भक्तों ने तुझे मनाया, मंत्र जपा जपा कर भक्तों ने तुझे मनाया, मंत्र जपा जपा कर बजरंगी हो बजरंगी बजरंगी तुझे मनाऊं, सिंदूर लगा लगा के सिंदूर लगा लगा के सिंदूर लगा लगा के सिंदूर लगा लगा के, बजरंगी तुझे मनाऊं, ताली बजा बजा कर, डमरू बजा बजा कर, वीणा बजा बजा कर, मंत्र जपा जपा कर, गिटार बजा बजा कर, हारमोनियम बजा बजा कर, तबला बजा बजा कर, बजरंगी बजरंगी तुझे मनाऊं, अरे सिंदूर 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 लगा लगा कर क्योंकि जब ही सीता जी जब ही सिंदूर लगा रही थी तो उसने पूछा माँ को, माँ ये क्या आप कर रही है, ये क्यों लगा रही है आप? तो उसने कहा ये तेरे राम के लिए है, उनकी लंबी उमरिया के लिए है। तो उसने कहा अरे तो आपने तो इतना लगाया तो उसकी लंबी उमरिया हो जाएगी, तो मैं तो सारा सिंदूर लगा दूंगा मेरे पे, तो मेरे राम को कुछ भी नहीं होगा। सिंदूर लगा लगा कर सिंदूर लगा लगा कर। May the divine Hanumanji Maharaj give us the healing of earth, the same love and the kindness as he did ever for Shri Ram. राम के बिना कुछ भी नहीं है, सब कुछ ही राम है। राम ही राम है, राम ही हमारा जीवन है, वही हमारी खुशी है, वही हमारा प्यार है, वही हमारी बंदगी है। राम, श्री राम, राम ही राम, सिर्फ राम। तो बोलिए श्यावर रामचंद्र भगवान की जय। पवन सुत्र हनुमान जी महाराज की जय। हरि ओम नमः पार्वते पते हर हर महादेव हर। Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, lastly, we will take the Aarti to conclude this beautiful, beautiful evening. So we'll do the Aarti of Shri Hanumanji. Thank you. Thank you so much. आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, दुष्ट दलन रघुनाथ कला की, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, जाके बल से गिरवर कापे, रोग दोष जाके निकट न जापे, अंजनी पुत्र महाबलदाई, संतन के प्रभु सदा सहाई, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, देवी रघुनाथ पठाए, लंका जारी सिया सुधिलाए, लंका सकोट समुद्र सिखाई, जात पवन सुत बार न लाई, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, लंका जारी असुर संहारे, सिया राम जी के काज सवारे, लक्ष्मण मूर्छित पड़े सकारे, आनि सजीवन प्राण उबारे, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, पैठी पताल तोरी चमकारे, अहि रावण की भुजा उखारे, बाए भुजा असुर दल मारे, दहिने भुजा संत जन तारे, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, सुरि नर मुनि आरती उतारे, जय 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 हनुमान उचारे, सुरि नर मुनि आरती उतारे, जय 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 हनुमान उचारे, कंचन थार कपूर लो छाई, आरती करत अंजना माही, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, जो हनुमान जी की आरती गावे, वसी वैकुंठ परम पद पावे, जो हनुमान जी की आरती गावे, वसी वैकुंठ परम पद पावे, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, आरती कीजे हनुमान लला की, कपूर गौरम करुणावतारम, संसार सारम भुजगेन्द्रहारम, सदा वसंतम हृदयारविंदे, भवन भवानी सहितं नमामि, मंगलम भगवान विष्णु, मंगलम गरुड़ध्वज, मंगलम पुंडरीकाक्षो, मंगलाय तनोहरि, सर्वमंगल मांगल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थ साधिके, शरणे त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते, नारायणी नमोऽस्तु ते। त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव, त्वमेव बन्धु च सखा त्वमेव, त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव, त्वमेव सर्वं मम देवदेव। कायेन वाचा मनसेन्द्रिये वा बुद्ध्यात्मना वा प्रकृते स्वभावा करोमि यत्यं सकलं परस्मै श्रीनारायणाय समर्पयामि, नारायणाय समर्पयामि। अच्युतं केशवं श्रीरामनारायणं श्रीकृष्णदामोदरं श्रीवासुदेवं भजे। श्रीधरं माधवं गोपिकावल्लभं श्रीजानकीनायकं श्रीरामचन्द्रं भजे। श्रीरामचन्द्रं भजे। हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम श्री राम राम हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम श्री राम राम हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे हरे, हरे हरे। ओम शांति, ओम शांति, ओम शांति, ओम शांति, शांति। ये ध्वनि मंगल ध्वनि है, ओम शांति। बड़ा है सुख ये मंत्र मन हर, ओम शांति, ओम भूर्भुवस्सुः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्सुः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्सुः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। असतो मा सत्कमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमय। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति। समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु। समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु। समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु।